I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken vein, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
When I met you in the club that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight. Feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah.
easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
You're pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for
We don't stop till the
more.
morning light. We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me
Don't stop till the
mad.
morning light. We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From New York to South Korea, everything is just okay. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From Japan to New Orleans, where do you wanna stay? We stop at the greatest parties, we shop around the clock. We hop to the hardest parties, we rock and roll and rock. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From LA to Tokyo, where do you wanna stay?
Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
A freedom, conviction, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but
you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Fly boy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. Breaks a little harder, yeah. Every time we're not wrong.
around the whole damn town, just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very strange time, a very full screen time, if I may say, as you get the full bird. Unfortunately, due to a couple of casters being sick, our original casting duo is unwell, obviously in Lyric. Other casters around the team also a little bit sick. I've just come back from up north, up from Sydney, and now I am alone. There is no one with me for this first series. It is literally just me and you at home to talk about Ultra Prime and Top Esports, to intro you into another grand week, or rather the last week of the LPL. Now, I know it is a Tuesday. I wasn't born yesterday. To me, it's the start of the week because I've been on holiday since today. So let's talk about yesterday before we get into things, before we get into what's actually on the line for today. You and I, chat, we're looking at LNG versus LGD yesterday, and while I looked at this series, all I can tell you is one thing, that LNG have kind of matured up a bit. Yes, they dropped a game to LGD. Yes, LGD have been a little bit more explosive with members like Meteor, Haichao throughout the split. Hell, even LBC short up from his last split performance. But LNG is still in control, and LNG are still the better team, as obvious in the series win. With that series win, they move up to 10-4. This team now has an opportunity to get 12 and maybe overtake a team like JDG, who failed against IG. More about that in a second as we go towards the standings in this little co-stream. Pentakill for Scout as well, on top of the Jace. Dude, Scout's first pentakill production are telling me as well. Really? That's so hard to believe. Scout's not picked up a pentakill before, yet he's been in the LPL now for like 6 years. First pentakill, and it was on Jace. Let me tell you, picking up a pentakill on Jace as well, not the easiest thing in the world. So props to Scout picking up his first ever pentakill, as Scouts really ran rampant, didn't they, with NIP picking up a much needed win. Now, NIP, for everyone at home, against RA, this was an expected win, but this was a much more necessary win. If they lost this series, TT's little rise towards the end of the split could really threaten them. NIP now moved to 7-7, and it puts in threats teams like Ultra Prime, FPX, and of course RA, who are now out of playoffs as well. All those teams I just mentioned follow suit. It is only TT and NIP who are now fighting for the 10th and final spot in our final week. Dude, NIP, what a surprise. Imagine this team making playoffs. When we first came in, there was no way in hell I would put this team in the top 10. I'd put maybe like an FPX on a rarity, maybe even the rare Atom that we've just seen as well. Maybe even TT would be in there, and I think actually they probably would with 1XN joining the roster. But NIP have shown up pretty massive over the past couple of weeks, and again, they're the ones fighting for that last spot and in the best position to do so. It is up to them with their final couple of series, FPX and LNG on the horizon for them to lock that slot in. TT hanging by a thread. They rely on NIP as well, as they also have to verse LNG and JDG, man. Like, TT need to win both those series, absolutely, and then hope that NIP drop a couple of series that they shouldn't. So, I don't know. I think, again, we're looking at our top 10. We said this about a week ago. We've held these top 10 positions for a while, and teams like TT, Ultra Prime, RA have dropped below the threshold and have been there for those last couple of weeks on top of that too. So we've had a pretty straightforward LPL split. And that's not something I expected to say with a 7-week split, all condensed in due to Asia Games, but it's the reality of it anyway. Guys, today I'm only opening up Top Esports Ultra Prime. Imagine solo casting 3 series in a row. No. You got the European lads who will wake up for the second series, of course, with Nymira and Oshin. Sorry, actually Jamada and Oshin. I will be running you through OMG, AL, and WE JDG, which later on JDG will lock in top 2 with the series win. Now, I also mentioned it before. If you missed out a couple of days ago, JDG at the end of week number 6 took a loss to IG. Now things are getting interesting. We just look at the standings. BLG already locked into top 2. Yes, JDG might lock in top 2 later, but with a second series loss, there is a chance in this LPL split that BLG are now going to be the first team. And don't they deserve it, man? Coming back off the MSI, like BLG have been insane. So I don't know. JDG's number 1 position a little bit under threat, and it will matter when we get into playoffs. As we're going to talk about this series first. When I say we, I mean me. I mean you and I at home. Everyone who's sitting there on your backside watching Ultra Prime, who are out of playoffs, try and play Disturbance. That's what today's all about, right? We already know that there's 9 teams locked into playoffs, and of course Top Esports, as we'll look at in a second, is one of them. But Ultra Prime, it's about the next year. It's about developing the talent as they brought in Dream in the later portion of the split. This is going to be his 3rd series coming up. 2nd series coming up as well. You know, Dream was a really high prospect on, remember Ninjas in Pajamas before V5? He was hyped up. And Dream going up against Rookie, that's exciting. But I should be more proper, shouldn't I? Ning going up against Rookie and Jackulov. We again have that 2018 World's IG roster versing up today as Top Esports 10-4. On the other side, this team currently sitting in the top 4. And as I mentioned before, with JDG taking that unexpected loss to IG, it means that Top Esports, if more harm befalls JDG, that they can try and clinch a top 2 spot. They can try and make that magic run. It also relies on LNG, but the point is that this is a pretty winnable matchup, as you'd expect. AL's their final one. Top Esports are in control of most of their destiny, and at least holding on to that top 4 position as well, I should mention. So TES right here today want to show us that they're in playoffs form, because remember, LPL gets 4 seeds at Worlds. We're assuming it's going to be the same thing. We're assuming that, of course, LPL will be given the same respect as LCK. 4 seeds for the region. If TES aren't one of them right now, guys, you would be absolutely surprised. There is no world where TES should not be expected to be a world's representative. That's why these matches matter towards the end of the split. They showcase what the teams are going to look like going into the BO5s, how far their run is going to go, and how good they can look towards grand finals or towards the regionals. It's important here today as they go up against Ultra Prime, who have been a little bit surprising. Now, Ultra Prime, in my opinion, maybe performed better in spring as we saw them, almost clinch out. But I feel like Ultra Prime are also a team that are constantly going through growing pains. Doggo and Sword Art, I have commonly claimed as probably one of the poorest bottom lanes in the LPL. There's been improvement throughout the split, but man, like Doggo and Sword Art were the Flash Wolves bot lane at one point. There was, I am right, aren't I? We had Doggo, Sword Art. Yeah, we did. I'm not off my rocker. Completely on top of it. But this bottom lane's played together before, and you'd expect so much more synergy, you expect so much more prowess out of the 2v2. And then even towards top side, like Harry's been really disappointing, a bit of a prospect up from the LDL. And it feels like Ning wins games. If you want to look at Ultra Prime's success, it has been Ning. When Ning is in control and marks the direction here, Ultra Prime fine wins. And that's what's so surprising about the team, that someone like Ning, who people have said is washed up in the past, or someone has said he's like, he's come out of retirement, he's not the greatest player. I think he's been pretty hyped up as a prospect. As on the other side, let's talk about the team that we know we're going to see more of as they're already locked into playoffs. Top Esports. Wayward has been a little bit surprising for me. I think ultimately Tien has had a ripper of a split. People sit in chat, and I know when I'm in there, when I'm not casting, and I listen to people be like, Tien's so washed. Dude, Tien is banging this split. If you go to Leaguepedia and you look at most MVPs for Top Esports, who is it? It's Tien. Tien has 7 MVPs, followed by Jackie Love in 6, followed by Rookie in 6. But in a previous split, you'd see Tien with a couple because commonly caught out of position, not sure what his movements are like with his laners. Like, Tien was on a very different page, but this split, you cannot say the same thing. Tien's looking red hot. And Jackie Love as well has been a real stability for Top Esports. I mean, Rookie as well, you expect the solid laning prowess that comes out of this man has been seen again, especially some of his Ari games, which, to be real, are all we're seeing. If anyone knows the champion pools of LPL players this split, you'll know the most played Ari is Rookie. I'm going to bring it up in a second, but last time I looked, it was 16 individual games. 16. Right? And he's played everything else about 3 or 4 times. It jumps off a cliff completely into a different realm. And the fact that Rookie is like one-tricking is against all I know about Rookie. He's a player who can play 10, 15 different champions quite well and spread it out. He doesn't really sit on one. So the fact that, again, it's an Ari split for him is kind of incredible as, up against Ning. I wonder how they're going to punish that. I wonder how we're going to look towards mid-jungle 2v2 because it does feel important. I know I was talking about how abusable the Ultra Prime 2v2 down bot has been, but when we're talking about Rookie Tien and Forge, who, coming in today, we've got Forge and Ning, who have been a little bit surprising. I think Forge has been someone we wanted to look towards in past series when we talked about some of the prowess of the early game of Ultra Prime, but ultimately, that feels like a very dictating factor here. Forget top, screw top, guys. Harry versus Wayward could be a bit of a strange fiasco, but mid-jungle feels like where we should at least start off, right? Let's talk a little bit more about that Ari. I could have multiple personalities, I just realized, and you guys would just have to sit here and listen to it. I could talk to myself. Hysterics, what do you think about today's matchup in mid-jungle? Like, what's really important for you? Well, thank you, Hysterics. I think ultimately, as Hysterics just raised a really good point, it is really about that Ari pick today. When you look at Top Esports, it has been a big priority because firming up a strong mid-jungle 2v2 with how skirmish-heavy this team can be, how much they play through their lanes. Yeah, Hysterics, it's a good point. It is important. So, up against Ultra Prime that might have some growing pains towards mid. Excuse me, as I said Forge before, I meant Dream because I'm not an idiot. I just get completely lost in the sauce sometimes. As I realize that has a negative implication. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm having butter chicken for dinner. That's what I mean by the sauce, all right? Don't get me fired. Just because it's a solo cast doesn't mean we're completely unhinged, right? We're still on the door. The door is still completely on it. All right? It's still completely on it. You know what I should have done for the solo cast? I should have sat here and played a bit of piano for you guys. Played, a bit of Megalovania, A Bigger Song of Storms, all nerd songs. That's all I know. House of the Rising Sun, the only thing this bad boy plays out that's a little bit modern. But yeah, you're stuck with me. I'm going to give you the play-by-play. I'm going to give you the Hysterics Performance Coach analysis. My team's playing later, by the way. It runs over the top of LPL, so I'm not going to advocate you go and watch LCO, but I'm just saying, Vertex later against Mammoth. Let's go, boys. All right, now into draft. More importantly, is Hysterics going to do predictions? Well, you know he is. Okay. People want their channel points, and I'll give it to you. Don't you worry. I'll give that to you while we talk through draft and I start up your prediction. You're alone with me. As Ultra Prime on blue side, starting off with the Nico ban is uncharacteristic. Remember, this is a real red side ban considering it is first pick worthy. As we are 13-12. We're not 13-13. I've been told the rest of the split is going to be 13-12. So it's still the likes of Tristana, right? The Vi first pick. Nara against Wayward makes a lot of sense as that is a bit of his pocket pick at the moment and something he continuously spams. But ultimately, you now want to see something like against Dream, maybe take another mid lane away, or are we looking at the Aphelios? Is it worth it? We don't talk about Zeri Yumi anymore. We're more into the Ashe, the Varus, the Brom lanes. They're getting rid of a lot of red side bans on Ultra Prime. You'd normally expect TES to take this away. Like, these are all first pick worthy on blue side right now in 13-12. So ultimately, you're leaving up things like the Cassante, which for Harry, has been played a little bit. I know that he plays Jax, but like 11 games of the Cassante, Wayward's played a hell of a lot of it as well, as he doesn't often get his Nah. And I'm kind of curious, like, are we going back a couple of patches? Is it going to be Cassante first pick? As Annie also the final lock-in. Let me just go through my magical book to tell me what I should be expecting. Kai'Sa's left open. Kai'Sa is something that we've seen more teams first pick as well. Zaya with Rakan lanes as well have risen up in priority, or at least just still been around A tier for the time being. So it's interesting. I mean, Kai'Sa is just there. As a response for top esports, I'd love to see the 2v2 setup. Zaya Rakan seems like a natural here, or you take away Wukong. Because Vi's already gone. You get rid of Wukong, especially with Kai'Sa. You get huge pace with Wukong in jungle. Yeah, that's right. You get massive pace. Is Cassante also another one? Zaya Rakan, I already mentioned. Like, maybe pick up the Rakan here because you've already got AD on the other side. No, never mind. Excuse me. I am, after all, a bit scuffed in league, so completely fair. Rookie as well. The Jace is something that Dream has been playing, so it is a bit of a takeaway. I think ultimately as well, the fact that Ari was not banned, that he avoided it this time around is also a big surprise. As Poppy, that's interesting. Poppy, Rel. Yeah, Rel's something I missed as well. Chat, we don't normally do this, but we can draft together if you like. Game 1, we could do this together. We can talk about it. People just spamming, right? It probably wouldn't help draft, would it? We'd probably get lost a bit in it. All I see is big pace, and that's great. That is fantastic for me. If it comes like a co-streamer's Jinx in the chat, someone wants Shaco, all right. I will be honest. I think right now, something maybe like Rakan will get your AD. Maokai jungle? Yeah. I guess if Wukong's not up in Wukong against Poppy, sounds like a tragic idea. You still have a strong mid jungle 2v2. You get early gank setup as well. Plus, people kind of forget Cassante Maokai is just too broken to have as a duo in the game. Insane frontline, give space to Rookie here on this Jace. While on the other side, what do you reckon? I think we need to start banning ADs from Ultra Prime. I think Ultra Prime ban the Zaya or ban the Rakan. Supplementary setup seems pretty OP right now for top esports, as Mark might just have to default to something like the Nautilus. But if we look at Mark, it's a Rakan. It's things like the Milio as well, which are few and fairly seen. But if we're playing Milio, like, it needs to be partnered with something like the Jinx that some big brain chatter said before. So let's just see how range is enhanced. As I actually don't mind Ezreal against this comp, I will say. As, look, maybe that could be seen as a bit troll, but spacing seems really easy for TES, as Draven's taken away from Jaculov. Of course it is. But ultimately, I think you need to ban Zaya. I think against, with Rel, Kai'Sa, I think ultimately in lane you're fine until 6 as this 2v2, but how do you get gank set up? Or is there just too much to deal with? So many questions and no one to answer them. Oh, man. Yeah, it should be a tricast. It's a Hysterics tricast. I talk to myself who talks to myself. And then myself sets up for myself in team fighting. Just you wait. when we get into the team fights, man, we are going to go for it. Like, I'm going to do drop-offs, handoffs, everything as far as... That's the other one. What else has huge range? Like, Ezreal maybe is a bit tragic, right? Xayah Ziggs? Ooh, yeah, normally picked when Tristana mid, but again, we have an AD mid, and we don't have any hard AP, especially if the Maokai is going to go full tank. So, Jackie Love has played this before. Gala's played this before. It has been a really good option for diversifying damage, but also remember, we are talking about range and lane presence. And when Rel Kai'Sa are a bit more close range, it would have done all right, but forget that for now. It's Xayah instead. I was right the first time. Okie dokie. Forget that, man. Well, now that I'm wrong, does anything change on Ultra Prime? No. You know it's going to probably be a Rakan last pick, but they're kind of trying to think they're leaving that support for a last pick flexes. You know what I mean by flex. You know, they want to see what's happening with Ultra Prime side versus Ari with Poppy. Okay. Again, we are getting some pretty good skirmishing so far from Ultra Prime. A lot of all-in. And I think, you know, they shred one target. They use Ari to reset and follow another. Keeping range, keeping distance from top esports so far feels like the way to go. As Nocturne, I like it. I don't mind it. Guys, what do we think? What do we think about this draft? Ultimately, if Ultra Prime pick Nocturne, you know what it's about. Even Viego, similar transaction. Ultra Prime are about dive. As, hang on, Poppy top, by the way, so not in jungle, as Nautilus picked in the end instead of the Rakan. Interesting. They've already got quite a bit of engage, but I think it's about peel, right? As I will say, would Brom have been better against this comp? Nautilus can get stopped by Poppy, and Nautilus as well, mid-dredge line. Can that be buffered by W from Rel? Well, I'm going to find out. As all I can tell you is that this one should be a bit of a banger because Ultra Prime have committed resets. That's what it's all about, getting one pick, and that the team fight should be over. Like, Ultra Prime have huge dive, they burst themselves out, or rather burst out top esports, while TES here, the draft you see in front of you is about keeping the fight going for a long period of time, getting those ultis out from the enemy team, and just slowly but surely pushing themselves forward in the fight and finding picks themselves. I think, again, we're looking at more of a front-to-back using the range of Jason. Of course, Xayah to tread around the fight itself. That feels like how we're going, isn't it? As you know what? People say it's sad I have to talk to myself. Dude, I'm a bit schizo. I talk to myself all the time, man. Like, I am literally... I walk around the house. I play piano. I talk to myself. Dude, it doesn't matter. I talk to myself on a daily. And for top esports and Ultra Prime, I get to talk about them. About myself to myself. It's the same, man. Little bit schizo, but all the energy you deserve at an LPL series as we start off your Tuesday in very strange fashion. I will admit, talking to yourself, guys, it's not the worst thing in the world. People will think you're crazy, but if there's no one around, you're the only one who can think you're crazy. Just let it out. Talk to yourself. It's a great time because at the end of the day, you are the best listener for yourself. And you're the person that respects yourself the most. Well, at least I hope you are. As we get in. You get into Summoner's Rift, and you go for the invade. Of course you do. It's game one, Ultra Prime top esports. Welcome to the party. Now, it's wait. Sword Art died. Wait. Rewind. Sword Art died. How did Sword Art die? On Rel. Rel starts W first, no? Wait. He W'd over the wall, didn't he? Did he? Oh my God! Why? Your top laner saw Cassante there. You saw jungle. Why Sword Art? Oh my God. All right. Hey, you remember, guys, at the start of this, I said to you, there's no way. There's no way that Sword Art was in the, outside of the bottom three. He's a bottom three support. At the moment, it's crazy to me that this guy is like, he's such an expensive man. But how, Sword Art, this LPL split's been really disappointing. As look, I won't rag on him too long. Gets a crash down, at least getting a good trade in bot side. Second skin not proc by Doggo. That's everything for the Kai'Sa. You need those 5 hits. You really do. Now, I've been told Asheen has woken up and might be able to cover, but I have asked for one individual game with you all. We will see if I will be granted this one wish. Solo casting is something everyone wakes up with and thinks, man, is today going to be the day? For any caster or solo caster, is their chance to shine, their chance to wine and dine with chat for once. You guys, I know you're all on six-figure salaries. You're all people who out there, you are unbeatable. You're the most attractive people of our generation. That's our Twitch chat in the LPL. I know that to be true. I have confirmed it. And no one is coping on this whatsoever. You guys 6'7"? Yeah, absolutely are. Now in the 2v2, this is how you'd be expecting things to go. I'll take you back into the scene of the crime. In bot side, you expect the Kaiser Rel to win 2v2. They always really do, don't they? Unless something goes horribly wrong. And even though there was first blood over to TES, it was only to Tien. It didn't influence the lane that much, so they do have a CS lead. But now we'll just see what Tien can do in the jungle because he didn't have to burn a flash or anything, so still has that available. Gets an extra ruby crystal. We know that doesn't really make a difference, but it just had to be mentioned, didn't it? As Ning is spotted on the top side on a ward. Tien now using this opportunity. Might get spotted on one as well. Wayward has taken some heavy trades. And as he gets that knocked back, he's trying to entice Harry to heroic shove into him. Harry, okay, Hammer Shock is down. Ning's coming in. But as Ghost gets popped in, Wayward has a knockback. Just wait for it. Flash needs to be burned. No. Holds onto it. A sapling gives a bit of time. Slows down Ning. But as we go to the bot side, Mark is dead. Have one on the house. Not sure how Mark died. He also flashed away. But Sword Art, that is redemption. Absolute redemption. As for Tien, nothing happens towards the top side, but supports are getting a little bit frisky here in this game. Side note, you just saw Dream back in the mid lane. He's got teleport. Rookie gets a shove. Now for Ning, as he's spotted out, he's playing with fire a little bit with his old mid laner. As even Ultra Prime's bottom lane roaming up in case mid gets a little bit heavy themselves. Sword Art doesn't have any summoners, but it is Rel. And as soon as he moves out of lane, respect is given over. Top Esports back away. And I just need to see the replay. Where's the replay, folks? Where's the replay? Wow. Okay, he flashed autoed. And he made it out. Made it out, only took a turret shot. Man, Rel at the moment, if you haven't played in solo queue, hop on top of that. I'm not sure, as I think solo queue might be heading towards 13-14. When does the 2v2v2v2 mode come out? 2v2v2 is 13-14, right? With Neferi? I believe so. That'd be that's something I've been waiting for quite a while. I'll tell you one thing. That mode looks absolutely sick. And I'm pretty sure there's a rank for it. Don't lie, we've been watching a little bit of Pedro play it. We know. You little rats. We know. Alright. It looks great. And on top of that, I think Neferi as well, having another assassin in the game that's literally got no utility, it's just an assassin. Absolute banger. So waiting for that one. OCE is a little bit behind. You're all playing on PBE, but I refuse to play on 200 ping. Even with a PBE account, we're going back to the 2v2 bot. Observers always know. Mark's setting up for a dredge line, but there's no jungle interference. So we're just watching a slow pushing wave that Jackie Love will slowly but surely receive. As Tien is still on this top side. Trying to get into the poppy lane is ambitious. I guess with the all out, now you have a better opportunity. And there is no ward up here as Wayward's taken a heavy trade yet again. But this time the charge is there. All out's there. Harry gets launched back in as Tien with a twisted advance and a bramble smash. Won't get to pop it. Harry flashes out. He's away. That's just unfortunate as Sword Art gets rooted in the bottom side, but Jackie Love doesn't have enough damage with the recurve bow. And top side, that was not a ghost committed, but it was a flash they gained. However, it looks so close to a kill. So Ning in the meanwhile, while Jungle's spotted top, Ning will just pick up the dragon here, free of charge. He's also got a Noon Quiver nice and early, so it made things a little bit easier. Ultra Prime's early game looking pretty hot. And I'll be honest, at 6, this team starts to pop. Like, we are going to be talking about Herald fight. We're going to be talking about second dragon here in this game. How good does it look right now for Ultra Prime? This team's not going to Worlds, I can tell you that much. But they're going straight to my heart. As I need to put a note out there. My wife not in the room. I hope right now she's stirring the butter chicken. It is on the stove. I have left it there, and I've kind of forgotten about it. As focusing on getting another caster was the priority at first. The rice is also on, guys. All right, so the rice is on. Butter chicken's on. What have I forgotten? I don't have any naan bread. Absolutely scuffed. Garlic naan, up there, man. Yeah, rest in peace with the chicken. Hopefully we haven't overcooked it. I'll be honest, any Australians out there? I used to buy my chicken from Woolies, right? Or Woolworths, or I don't know, Trader Joe's. There's the American. I don't know what you guys have over there. I went to Trader Joe's once. The chicken smelled so bad because you can smell the hormones. Australia, no, you don't get that. But don't shop at Woolworths with your chicken. Go to a butcher. My recommendation, so it's not scuffed. Tastes so much better, right? You'll thank me later. Make sure all your meat comes from a butcher. Like, that's the way to do it. Is Mark is bringing back up. We return to the game because Tien has just popped the ulti. Doggo doesn't have his ult yet. He's just leveled it up. But as Dredgeline comes through, no blocking. Sorta went behind him. Jackie Love now sitting under turret, has to flash away, ults away as well. Sword is he about to get rooted? I think we know the answer to that as he flashes out himself. Jackie Love holding, Feathers gets him, double kill. Sword not helping out his jungler as Tien doesn't give the reset over to Ning. It's flash for flash, shock blast misses Rookie. It's a little bit scuffed, but the kill doesn't go over before Dream comes on in. Now he gets his own reset, but as he flashes over, Rookie matches, and all of a sudden, Ultra Prime, this early game I was hyping up, is blown to pieces. Man, sorta, like, why did you not jump in front of your 80 carry? Why did he W behind? And why did he walk back in? Feathers are on the ground. I don't know. Who do we report on this one? Doggo doesn't get out of ulti, nor does Sorta. Crash down. But he W's behind his 80 carry. Why? That was not part of the bro code. Sword Art walking up as well, has to flash away, then walks back in? Because his jungler's coming in and they think, oh, we can kill Tien. But again, those feathers on the ground, not respected. And Tien doesn't end up giving a reset to Ning, which would have been huge, would have given a lot of help. As now, with the crash down again, interrupted! Magnet Storm popped away as well, but Tien has no choice but to go on in. He dies. And Ning picks up the kill. A good little pop in front of the Rift Herald as well. Ultra Prime with the numbers advantage and no smite to contest with. Not sure how that setup came through, but I think bot from Ultra Prime was there first as Jackie Love elected to stay in lane. That will net him a bit of plating, but still with the kill and the Herald, Ultra Prime should be able to corner up some of that gold. And at least every time we turn away after Sword Art, makes a disappointing play, we come back and it's like, oh, nice. Good play, Sword Art. Team fighting still there. His comms, I'm assuming, still there as back almost stopped. Pings go out from top Esports. That was a close call. But Herald was picked up. So we'll see where Ning puts it. Hysterics, where would you like to see the Herald put up? Great question, Hysterics. So what I would say, ultimately, is you really want to unlock Dream to start moving to some of these side lanes. There's good setup here. Hysterics, really good setup. And so utilizing Rel, the all-in, like syncing up with Ning a bit. I say Dream needs to be unlocked from his lane a little bit. Drop it mid or drop it in this 2v2 towards bot side. That's important as Hysterics. We are going to be looking at a replay here. That's right. And good interrupt from Mark here. Magnet Storm down. Charm. Tien just gets popped. I mean, again, numbers advantage was there, Hysterics, so what more can you say? Jackie Love was able to stay in lane, pick up another bit of plating, but it won't equate to anything as Mark, Dredgeline, catches Sword Out and River. But look, Ultra Prime have numbers coming their way. So there's no way that Mark sticks around for that as Dragons in 20 seconds. Any severe damage here is going to make a difference. As top laners do have TP available, but Harry doing a lot of damage onto Wayward, up in the top side. Hey. No, he's Wayward, all right? Until further notice, he's Wayward, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say it. Don't say it. I've been watching too many streams. I sit there. The problem is, you should never let a rat cast, And before that weird cat rat thing existed in Twitch chat, like, I already knew I was a bit of a rat. I was more of a dog, but I knew rat was close enough, right? Here comes TP, all right. We're fighting around Hysterics. Let's see how we go. Ultra Prime moving into position. Ning is bursted out. Sword Art has his ulti available again, or rather, lack thereof. It's 5 seconds off cooldown. Ignore that because Mark gets a depth charge. There's the kinematic giraffe, but he goes into his death. At least it's a reset for Ning, and guess who he's become? Onto the Nautilus. Jaculov without the ulti gets burnt down, and what did I say in draft? All you need is a simple reset, and this team pops off. Dragon taken, but what is the cost with Ultra Prime getting everything and more? 3 members dead, and that was set up so well. Dream and Ning syncing up perfectly. The Sword Art seemed like the sacrificial lamb as Doggo might be dying here. Rookie jumping on in. Hello, sir. Shock Blast missed, though. That is not like Rookie. A couple of Shock Blasts this game. That'll look pretty scuffed. Absolutely scuffed. And without that solo kill bot, turret plating goes towards mid. Remember, Hysterix, you did say that. I did. I did indeed. Don't say he's washed. He's not washed. He's a dirty man, all right? He doesn't wash. He's been clean. Rather, no, sorry, he's been dirty for a couple of years. He's the faker of our region, all right? Still in great form. We give him a pass on this one. We give him a little bit of a pass, right? At least he's getting solo turret plates. That's good. Plating's still up and available. That's how exciting this early game's been. You ready for the replay? All right, chat, take it away. You guys never done this before, have you? You've never done this before. You guys, yeah, that's all right. I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here. Jaculov, of course, cleanse. Amazing. But it's all about the resets. It's literally all about the resets. And as soon as Viego, Ari get a kill, like the fight takes over. I mean, dude, he's cracking. No Divine Thunder of Viego here. Ning has gone full Chad mode. Literally, that is big boom, Viego. And remember, he's going up against one tank, essentially, Nautilus. Takes too long before you start calling him a relevant tank, right? And Tien is going the AP build. So it's only the health you have to really worry about. Ning's going to have a fun time. And, in fact, he's up on Jaculov. Dude, Ning has the most gold in the game. This is what I'm talking about. His rookie caught out. Has to flash away, but flash from Dream! Oh, man! His old teammate, remember, Dream was on that IG squad. He had to cover for rookie. And now, friends going up against each other. Dream, that was clean. And Ultra Prime, they might be out of playoffs, but they are not giving Top Esports a free win. They're not giving them a free ride here in this series to start us off. This is what I was talking about when Ultra Prime was saying earlier in the split. This team is just so good when they can play through agency in their jungle. Add a little bit towards mid as well with their new mid laner in his second series. And Ultra Prime looks so much more like a team of Sword Art. Great engage, but the problem is damage isn't here yet. Root comes through. Tien gets one of his own. And as Ning is now on low HP, he goes for Jaculov. Wants a reset. He finds it. Wait, Ning. Oh, blasted out by Rookie. Sword Art on a very different page. Ning's trying to write in the death note. And and Sword Art is writing on a book from Kmart that costs $2. You hate to see it. It's a worthy attempt. It's a good-looking ult, but Top Esports just get even more. Bot's also open with all that committed towards top side. And second Herald looks like a possibility if you set up his vision's cleared out. And Ultra Prime just have to hex gate towards it and clear out some of their own now. And Wayward will open up this side lane. Dude, Sword Art is just... what a guy. Has insane plays at times. And then as we see the ulti come through here as Doggo. Didn't have to burn a flash. Just gets behind turret. Jaculov can't reach. And then we see this. There's a numbers advantage for Top Esports. So Sword Art going in. I mean, they're relying on Ning's damage. He's huge at the moment. But the CC chain, look how well it was laid. As soon as Ning is out of that twisted advance or that knock-up from Mark, Tien Bramble smashes again. Bit of a delay as I didn't see this. Doggo does have flash though, so that's where the summoner went. He keeps onto his life, keeps onto his bounty. It does mean Wayward was able to transition and get towards the bot side. But as we come back, I'm surprised Top Esports were the ones to get vision over it, but they had to reset after they burnt so much to survive and get the quick double. So Ultra Prime getting another objective, and this time with the Herald, I mean, they're going to have outer turrets to threaten, excuse me, towards mid and towards bot. This is going to be dead. This is great. Imagine if this was Ultra Prime from the start. This is what we get towards the end of a split and teams just start popping off randomly. Like, Ning has had some great games this split, but him and Dream, this is a duo we've only seen now as the second series, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. Dream's come in over Forge, and I feel like Forge was a bit of a nothing mid laner. And you might be sitting there, guys, thinking, oh, the caster's saying this mid laner was nothing. That's wrong. It's okay to say that because, honestly, I tell you how it is. That's the purpose of my casting style. As Hex Flash going to be used. Tien spotting out Sword Art, getting a bit of movement speed as well. Remember that Attract and Repel now just gives the movement speed. It's not a root. Because Shattering Strike turned into a root. Champion is busted at the moment. Get some free LP games, especially while they're high. There's Harry in the side lane trying to get third turret here for Ultra Prime, but they've still got too much pressure down the bot side. They were able to open up mid though. That's the good news. Ultra Prime 2,000 gold ahead. Yeah, truth is good. Tell the truth, guys. Oh, I smell the butter chicken. Oh, she must have taken it off the stove. What a legend. But she's watching something in the living room. And we can't open the door, otherwise we're going to get copyright from Netflix. Hey, how upset are we? Let's be real. How upset are we about Netflix? I don't know if this is just in Australia, but the password thing is gone. Why can you not share passwords? In 2017, Netflix came out and they literally said that, you know, love is sharing your Netflix password. And now I can't use my mum's Netflix anymore as a 28-year-old male. What does the world come to? I have to spend $17 a month on Netflix. What is that? Like, dude, every other streaming service still does it. I might change. You know what? We should all change. We should all stand here and we should put up a fight. We should all abandon Netflix. All 14,000 of us, 15,000. We should all make a stand. Let's protest. And let's see if it does anything. Do you reckon 15,000 people, do you reckon they care about that? No, they wouldn't, would they? They got too much money coming out of their pockets. Dude, have you guys seen the new Black Mirror? Look at the stars in it. Look how much money they have. They probably put only a couple of mil into it, probably made 10. Oh. Yeah, maybe we won't do some pirating. I won't say that, of course, on an official stream, but I have heard of other services. Someone told me $36, right? Where it's a program that has everything, but I just don't know how to set it up on my Samsung TV. So anyone at home, if you're listening right now, if you guys could help me, DM me after this. I would love to know how to get that sorted. But I'm not asking for pirating. I'm not. I'm just asking for some advice. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay? All right? Okay, we'll keep it there. I'll move forward before we start getting in more trouble. You know why I'm lolling about a bit apart from the solo cast? Because for top esports, I feel like they need 3 items. I think talking about the game and saying they need 3 items on this Xayah is quite relevant, right? Yes, strong, but Jace as well. Like, Rookie is quite underwhelmingly fed. We need some severe damage to destroy people like Ning, people like Doggo, right? Hot damn, we do. Tien with an angle. This might be a fight, kind of a dream. It's around Baron, of course, because Baron's sitting there. At 20 minutes into the game, Ultra Prime are getting a big advantage here. And remember that they've got Hex Gates, so as they continue pushing deep in enemy jungle, getting information about TES, they can just Hex Gate their AD, as Doggo walks to mid instead. You've also got Harry in the side lane with teleport. As Wayward's moving into position, we are lulling about for a little bit longer. Might just be for that Dragon Baron flip. A lot of teams in the LPL use that timer to be like, okay, TS obviously want third Dragon. Ultra Prime want to stop them. But if they move down to bot, we just start the Baron. And we do this to and fro. We use vision advantage, and we find a pick off the back end as they start rotating over, right? Insane dub when that happens for our top teams. That's what TES are meant to be. TES are meant to be a top team. Right now, sitting 4th. If anyone's wondering, yes, they're in playoffs. Ultra Prime are out of playoffs. The purpose of this game is to see if TES can go any further up. And if anyone knows our format, which you guys are all sipping Chardonnay right now, you're aware of the format. 3rd seed goes to a better side of the bracket. They're on the lower side of the bracket with 7th, 10th, and 6th. If you finish 4th, then you're going up against 8th, 9th, and 5th. Dude, Weibo are currently 5th. Are they not? Forget that! Who wants to go up against the Shy in a best of 5? They're so unpredictable. They are literally unpredictable. It's honestly like going to an Oporto. Like, you don't know what you're going to get. Are we getting the good chips? Or are they over dry? Maybe Oporto's a bad example. Is KFC more unpredictable? No, wait, they're a sponsor. No, they're not. KFC are life. I love you, KFC. Sorry, who's their competitor? Oh, it's like McDonald's. Yeah, screw McDonald's. As Mark getting caught out, Dredge line, but he's going to die and give a reset over to Ning. That's horrible. Good ulti, though, from TN. Might actually set it up as Ning has to get away instead. Wayward, his angle as well. After they found the pick, Top Esports are finding a 5 versus 4. Wayward with the flip back is insane as Rookie bursts down. Doggo now getting chased down, but he flashes, gets the range. No, again! Rookie has missed so much this game. And even though it's a 2 for 2, Dragons up in front of a jungler, no smite on the other side. Rookie, you're breaking my heart, man. That's rough to watch after what was Mark getting caught out, but dude, TN is having a split. Watch this again. As Mark goes in for pesky vision. Harry with a great punish. Sword Art lays the CC, but Mark, it's those Merc trades that saves his life. As Doggo ultis in, his position a little bit tragic as he has to flash out in the end, but ultimately look at TN and Wayward come through. The CC, absolutely beautiful. Rookie, of course, does land his core bit of damage there. We're about to watch the other part. As timing there from Rookie. Let's give him a bit of praise. Onto Harry. That was like pitch perfect. That's not the right word. You know what, Doggo. Sidestep as well has to be commended, right? It wasn't just Rookie missing. It was also Doggo stepping a little bit to the left. Doing the time warp for sure. But Wayward, oh my God. Had a great fight, but this is not about him, is it? What? What? Ulti's over the wall, but he's caught out. Big shutdown over to Rookie as well. Now they have numbers advantage, and there's the ulti from Tien. It's going to hit them all at this point. Ning still latched onto, Dredge lined in. Ultra Prime, where did it all go? Top Esports have found pick after pick, have won fights they shouldn't have. As we come back from the replay and Dream gets caught out, TS now moves to that Baron with bated breath. All Ultra Prime can do is try and get this inner turret mid or look for a fight off the back of it with a 4 versus 2, but Doggo doesn't have the Gwinsu's Rage Blade yet. And with Smite in tow, this is going to be Baron over to TES, a gold lead for them as well. Ultra Prime just getting inner turret. That's all they can do at this point, right? We need to watch this pick. I want to know how Dream died. Like, what are you doing over a red wall? Did he take the Hex Gate? He clears vision. No one's showing on the map. Apart from AD. Now, you know your team are focused around mid. You have a 3-man play happening around mid. Which, by the way, this is what happened off our screen. I think Jackie Love... Does he have ulti? No, he has flash. Jackie Love did die, so excuse me. I didn't actually notice that one. So Ning did find a pick, but your team is making a play towards mid. Why is Dream so deep in top? I just think that's a little bit inexperienced. I think ultimately, Ultra Prime just not working like a good sum of their parts. Still, it's been a competitive game. I think Top Esports have been challenged, and it's not over yet. Even though TS have a gold lead and are on sole point, like, it's about this Baron play. How well can they use their range to siege? Rookie so far, I gotta say, one of his worst games of the split, even though he's still fed, he still had some great moments. That's just it with Rookie, right? It's like with Faker. When Faker plays okay, you go, oh, Faker's not having a great game. But ultimately, he's still playing like a top 3 mid laner. You know, Rookie this game, yeah, still playing like a top 5 mid laner. But he's having a rough game, you know? Absolute rough game. Now, it's at this part of the game where I'd ask my color caster, how do they come back? I'm so glad you asked, Hysterics. Ultimately, you want to see Ultra Prime find that reset. You need that Ari and Viega to change CC. You need to use your utility that you have on Ultra Prime to get one of these picks. And they've been focusing Mark. Have you guys seen? They focus Mark because if you get Viego on Mark, man, you're screwed. Thinking about Q, auto, ulti. Like, you get in range, plus you CC someone down for free. You then W as Viego. Dude, you will be more in place than the Terracotta Warriors in Xi'an. You'll be that solid at this point. As Tien threatening the turret with Baron. A common Maokai dub. As I still getting the root down. Dredgeline as well. Good ulti. Now numbers disadvantage here. Ultra Prime using that to buy a bit more time, but Wayward, look at his angle. No one expects him to be here. Ning's walking in. He's like, what the? Inner turret's going to go down off the back of that as well. Now, I've heard we've got a interview on the sidelines talking with Tien. Hysterics, I'm going to throw it over to you. Yeah, thank you very much, Hysterics. Yeah, Tien today said, I'm going to absolutely giga brain them and destroy them in two. Back to you, Hysterics. Thank you so much. Yeah, important words from Tien. We need to see that out of a jungler. As look, Tien ultimately, I think giga brain is a great word for it. You know, I'm not sure how to say that in Mandarin. As teleport comes through, oh God, oh God, oh my God, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Sword Art in a wrong place at the wrong time. They're all diving in. At least they get the reset. Tien is dead. But now Wayward, as he jumps on in, all out. Down goes the enemy jungler. It's jungle for jungle as a trade. As Dream and Harry are looking for an angle, but Sword Art's way too low. I don't know. Ultra Prime have to play this so carefully. Support needs to back away, but it's sole point. So Harry wants to use that ulti in about 10 seconds, but it's all about timing, isn't it? As the poke landing, not really. Wayward with a knockback. Harry jumping on into the mixer route from Jackulov. Ordering away, dodges out from Harry's ulti and gets the dragon. Flexes over the wall. Jackie Love. Dream flip backers, I have to say. Where are my manners? Squidward? No. Today is Wayward's son. This top laner has been popping off on Cassante on this game. He is the person who receives the least credit out of TES consistently. Wayward is God. We're going to look at a replay of Cassante just bamboozling. Yeah, how good's English? Bamboozling the enemy team. 2-0 on 5. Might not have the full KP, but he's got my respect. As Jackulov with the root Sword Art jumping on him. He might be in trouble, but the ulti in time onto Ning, his old jungler. But he gets him in the back. All right, a bit of a stab here as Mark's next to go. A double kill going through. Ning trying to carry the game, but Wayward ulting again at the right place, at the right time. Wayward, man. Do we need to say his name again? I think we do. I think we do. Rookie outputting some damage on the back end as we look at this. Just watch him. Gets Dream. Dream then threatened out. But ultimately, Top Esports turn to Harry in the pit. And then what I love here, he just chases down as Mark with a great setup on the ulti as well. Now, live, what is happening? Wait, Tien's caught out, has to flash away. Dream, wow, the kite's great. He got Dream. Oh, Tien, even though he's dying a lot this game, for anyone who needs an update on Top Esports, Tien with the most MVPs is split for a big reason. And like, I am a Tien supporter, not just because of that meme that makes him look like Dom, but like Tien does get the rough end of the stick. More so than Wayward. We all know it. We've all been there. We've all seen Tien. Some of his, you know, like happy fun game form. But look at this sidestep. Oh, the damage. I hope I will dominate watching this one. To be fair, I will say, speaking of praise, shout out to Dom, because Dom's Gragas clip has made it into the LPL archives, as we've all seen. I think there's another clip in there from another co-streamer that maybe isn't as positive as Dom's Gragas play. You all know what I'm talking about. In the ad break, you'll probably see it. The LPL players are like, oh, wow, really good from the Ezreal to cancel, you know, to QSS that. And then they realize, wait, no, that Malzahar cancelled it. As Ultra Prime and Top Esports is still going. Ignore my rant about, because even though there's a massive gold lead, Ultra Prime are ready to fight. And that's because they know if Ning gets a reset, if Dream gets a reset on that ulti, that game's still winnable. But hang on a minute, Dream is at half health. Ignore me. As now Baron could just be for free with so much damage done on so little period of a time as Rookie onto Doggo. There you go. How's Baron looking now? Not too good. It's going to go down fast as well, but Ultra Prime, this is going to be a swing and maybe a miss, but again, throwing everything to the walls. Teleport going to be used. Sword Art trying to fake a recall, or rather a backing, as timing onto Dream is okay in the end. Saves his ulti for now, as there's the twisted advance, there's the all-in. A wombo combo made by Ultra Prime, and Ning actually gets a reset. Bramble smash out would be good, but Rookie gets the last auto in as he flashes away as Doggo jumps in. He knows it's over. He just wanted to throw the last hurrah in. Wayward's got one target left here with Dream, who still apparently has that ulti up and available. But yeah, it has timed out. It's flashing away. Wayward cares not. Level 18 Cassante. 4,600 HP right there. As TES, no wave in the base, but that fight just shows you it all, doesn't it? This team that is looking for their 11th series win, looking for game 1. Might just have it in the palm of their hand. Sword Art up in 5 seconds. Ning in 15. Now it all comes down to this defense from Dream. Everfrost used out Sword Art, going to try and crash down at some point, but Nexus turret number 1's gone. Nexus turret number 2's next. Wayward gets another push back, and the all-out flies through a beautiful Cassante game. And even though it was messy, with a total of 40 kills, 41, Top Esports made it theirs in the end. I mean, ultimately, Jackulov with a solid game. Mark, again, an interesting turn of play in the early game, but outside of that, his Nautilus still great. But let's be real, Tien, he's a lot of fun to watch. Tien is a lot of fun to watch for a reason. That was good. It's just me. It's just me today. Well, at least for the first series, at least for the first game. I have been told Ashina is going to be joining in for game number 2. So that means this, what we have here is done. But in the meantime, guys, let me just show you. See that board game shelf? Wait, no. Let's go this way. This way. Look how obsessed we are with board games. Dude, I have a Stardew Valley board game. That is a computer game. And we are so much of a nerd. We are like biggest nerds at board games that we have bought a board game that's a computer game that we already own. Also, Harry Potter fans, as the camera decides to recalibrate. Yeah. We have Luna Lovegood's wand on top. And the actress signed it. She signed the wand. I need to turn some lights on. Well, GG, ultimately, as we stand up and let you all know, ultimately, Top Esports here today, just chilling, hey. This team is so much fun to watch. It's not clean League of Legends. Sometimes it's messy like Rookie, missing 1,000 shock blasts, but you still love it. You absolutely love it. Now you can see the board game's even better though, can't you? I think I've got a Trump game in there. Yeah, it's called Trump Cards, and it's literally, did Donald Trump say this? And some of the stuff in there that turns out to be factual is just great. What a classic. Outside of that, I'll move on for you guys because I know I can't list all the board games. Plus, I've got a camera from the 1990s, so about as rough as anything. I hope you all enjoyed that. This is the one and only time you'll probably get this for, I don't know. I don't know that any major region is ever going to let this happen again after I've let it happen. Rookie did a lot of damage. He did indeed. Even though I was criticizing him on missing shock blast, it's like that top tier, criticism, right? Rookie misses a little bit, but hits everything else. He's still a god. Ultimately, Wayward, might not get as much credit this game, but some of the plays he pulled out were sick. And Ultra Prime had a really good read of their comp. They were about resets. They needed to find quick skirmishes, burst out, ult all in, full commit. And if they didn't find the pick, the fight was over. And the amount of times where Top Esports were able to get some of those carries out and space people like Dream and Ning made all the difference. Like, that's why Nautilus, Maokai, even the Cassante was such big value here. Because they just created space for Rookie, for Jackulov as well. So, yeah, it's good to dance. People like dancing at the moment. That's an absolute pleasure. It's strange, isn't it? Imagine if this was casting. Imagine if this is what you had to deal with. Even though we're at home and LPL's been remote for some time, imagine if this is what you had to deal with. Like, this was for 3 series tonight. Not even tonight. Every caster does 1 series. Imagine. I would lose my marbles, man. I don't know. Anyway, keep dancing, guys. You're all awesome. I love you. And for those that didn't enjoy it, you know what? I love you too. I'm going to take a break. When we return, Asheen's going to jump on with me, give me some sanity. That means I won't talk to myself anymore. And maybe I'll be a color caster when we come back. Bye-bye.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down. Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder. Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again. Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie. And, you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some, he's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid-wave crushing, they've got bot wave as well. It comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay,
last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills. Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what it'll do to the mental. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct. He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Praise Seekers as 1x in all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Yukal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Yukal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control.
下一场是打 UP， 然后我觉得 UP 这个战队也是比较我了解的，您选手在这个队里嘛，然后他们的整个节奏也都是按照打野的去做的，所以可能我对他的理解还是蛮充分的，所以我们跟他们打下去，可能是我打得比较舒服一点，因为就是大概知道他会怎么做。我想跟您说，加油。
I mean, you know why that man is not single. Look at that smile and just tell me that Rookie is not the most attractive man in the LPL. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by a friend this time, Machine. You've filled in the gap. I don't have to talk for myself anymore.
I was going to say, much to probably a lot of people's dismays, much to a lot of people's disappointment. I'm probably like the villain in the pantomime right now. I come out on stage like, boo, get him out of here. But I mean, I had to give you some kind of break. You needed to eat your dinner.
No, look, that's okay. You know, you'll give me a chance to do that, obviously, Gabe. But I will say, people might be happy about this one going on because at least now there's balance. They don't just hear one Australian. They hear, you know, the original. What do we call Irish people?
Irish people.
We both have a stereotype.
I was gonna say you got into weird territory there. It was like, what do we call Irish people? It might be sounding a little bit racist. Let's talk about the MVP before we get any deeper down this rabbit hole.
We both, Australians and Irish both known for their drinking. Like this man in the top side, not on his person, but apparently Cassante. I don't know. I was thinking of Gragas would be great at this game to at least set me up for not to take the fall, but Cassante was bagging. Dude, Wayward is great. And you know what? Anyone who says he's not should just get out now, because even though he's only got 2 MVPs, those 2 games are worth talking about, because when he pops off Machine, he pops hard. Like, look at this man.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was just kind of time after time, constantly catching people out, constantly re-engaging to get on top of people, and that's what you want to be seeing from Wayward. Look, I will be saying he's on Cassante. It's what you expect from anyone who plays Cassante, but just time and time again, he found opportunities, and it really did just kind of solidify what top esports were going for in this very kind of scrappy back and forth game.
Yeah, I mean, again, scrappy and back and forth. Look, hit the nail on the head. 42 kills in 33 minutes in the end. Like, we went for it, and obviously top esports are known for that by nature, but Ultra Prime also out of playoffs. I guess nothing to lose except their sanity, like myself, so they kind of went for it as well, as you'd expect. But I'll be real, Sheen, I was talking about it by myself in game 1. This team is great when Ning is in charge, and Ning got to lead a little bit. Him and Dream synced up nicely, and that's kind of why Ultra Prime actually got to do something for that first game.
Yeah, I mean, like, you saw for the first few minutes, right up until I think it was like the 3rd dragon being taken, there was a 2,000 gold lead available for Ultra Prime. They were making moves. They were kind of catching Jackie Love out quite a bit. And, I'm sure as you recall, Rookie wasn't hitting every single shock blast and was kind of getting caught out as well. So for Ultra Prime, it does kind of rely on Ning to be the vanguard of this team to make things happen. Unfortunately, when you get to those later game team fights, you need other people to step up as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, even though Rookie on that note missed Shock Blast, he still hit everything else. He still did the most damage in the game somehow, some way. On a side note as well, I mean, Jackie Love putting out quite a lot himself. He's been consistent. And you know what's weird, Sheen? You've been around for LPL for a while. We talk about Jackie Love. How many splits have we talked about Jackie Love, like, hitting near ceiling? Like, this split, he is consistent. And I don't think we get consistency out of Jackie Love that much.
Yeah, I feel like with Jackie Love, it's literally God tier or, the biggest inter you've ever done seen. I think obviously we remember, I think it was our finals last year in where he zeried over an inhibitor wall, and that was the end of the series. That was the end of the game. Yep. So I think but again, it's kind of the duality of, kind of how good these players are and how good you have to perform. If you don't go for that play, then you're not considered God tier. You're kind of just, well, whatever AD carry, because if it works out and you make it work, then then all of a sudden you are the greatest player to ever, grace God's green earth. But for JackieLove, it does feel like we are getting a little bit more consistency. For top esports as well, I think we're definitely kind of shifting the narrative away from where we had them in spring, where they were a super team that underperformed. Now they're in that top 3 conversation. I will say BLG and JDG are a cut above. They're kind of A tier, and BLG and JDG are S tier, but they're still definitely looking like the third, best team in the league, and probably looking at a deep run in playoffs.
To be fair, JDG did run it to IG, so anything's possible these days. I mean, we don't know how JDG are going to finish, but I agree, ultimately, it should be that they're in their own bubble. But as I was saying before, if TES find this win, it means that they get a better chance of getting third as well. They're fighting for LNG for that spot, and they do get a relatively easier side of the bracket versus teams that are of lower seeding. So TES need this, and preferably a 2-0 as Game 2 draft begins. Now, Sheen, we get a Draven band in the first rotation, but dude, it needs to be LeBlanc here by TS, or I feel like Dream will just lock that in first. What else is up?
Cassante. When it was available, always there and kind of going for it. You do have jungle options as well, but we have been seeing a lot more kind of focus towards those solo lanes of recent date, kind of coming into 13.12. Of course, we wanted to turn to 13.13, but some issues arose, so we're going to stick on this for the foreseeable future and see how that kind of ends up being fixed or not. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to confirm for themselves. Yes, I knew I was forgetting something. The Kai'Sa can go AP or AD, just a good flex into that bot lane.
Okay, well, Doggo played well on it before, but yeah, again, this is the problem. Wayward after that game, not banning Cassante, feels like a bit of a mistake. And I mean, they can just rinse and repeat. There's Rookie's Jace. That had a great time in lane. Still a big pick in the LPL. And watch this, Sheen. Ultra Prime just probably going to revisit their own picks as well.
Just keep revisiting them, Cassante works. Cassante does best. I think, despite missing a couple of accelerated shock blasts, Rookie did exceptionally well on that. And it does mean that you can go towards a more AP bot lane. We could actually see JackieLove go towards the Ziggs. He has been one of the AD carries that have favored it in this split alongside Gala. So they do have options in that setup. And especially if you know or have a feeling that this is going to be kind of an AP Kai'Sa, you don't want to be giving over that Jace as well. That double poke between the mid and the bot is just too much. So I like this from Top Esports, just kind of denying. And also just going back onto what you said, like what they got in game number 1.
And it's a flex as well. I mean, again, it doesn't have to be towards that top side like it was in game 1. So Harry has the option to just hover that over to Ning, and leaving that flexibility up. TS now can just see if they pick their jungle again. Get ready for the same draft. Here comes Maokai. Asheen, watch it. Ready? Maokai in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. TES, show us your hover and lock it in. Oh, yeah.
Almost perfect. You nearly got the timing bang on there.
Almost.
I mean, yeah, look, you've got double ADs on your solo lanes. You need some kind of AP, even though it's not a huge amount. It just kind of gives you that extra little bit of extra damage to come in. I will say we have been seeing certain Maokai junglers run the Imperial Mandate alongside the Demonic Embrace, which I've been a big fan of, just because it gives you that extra. Yeah, absolutely. So TN, one of those Imperial Mandate kind of aficionados. So we'll see if they kind of want to go towards that supportive role once more. But again, just having that AP is always good. And right now, I just want to see Top Esports. I was just about to say, kind of maybe focus in on that mid lane, get Dream on something he's just a little bit uncomfortable on, and try and make sure that Rookie again has a good laning phase.
And again, you've already got the setup through mid jungle. I just want to see what comes in Ultra Prime's way, because last game it was Viego. Nocturne was left open, but this time Top Esports banning it away as the dive continues with its thematics. Zaya actually banned against JackieLove, but you know what? Now that JackieLove's lost all those champions, he's mad. Look at him. Oh my god. He's going to murder someone. And what goes well into Kai'Sa? Asheen, you're the color caster in this one. Tell us your analytics. What happens in the bottom lane?
Wow. Hey, Asheen, I need you to cover. I'm also going to throw you under the bus whenever I see possible.
Did you say Ash? Oh, man, you're on it. Really good for the range.
So there, just absolutely was going to say Ash. Like, no other pick really there. This is an interesting one, actually, because if you look at the kind of community sentiment around Ash, especially off of the series from JDG recently, Ashe is kind of a weird one in the sense that if you go Triforce, there's not a huge amount of burst kind of damage coming out from you, and you're kind of not really able to kind of burn through people as quickly as we've seen in the past, something like a Kai'Sa or an Aphelios. So the Ashe is, be curious to see if JackeyLove wants to go the Triforce build or maybe back towards the Crypt build, a bit more traditional in that sense. But yeah, I mean, on the other side, Ultra Prime, I actually quite like this. You know, you get the Silence coming in here to be able to steal away things like the Ash Arrow, the Nature's Grasp, and of course the All Out. So these are nice little things there, and it's just good again pick potential or all in potential, which are front to back, because Ultra Prime kind of built themselves a pretty beefy front line here alongside the Kai'Sa just to kind of do damage in those team fights.
But I tell you what, Brom against this comp, that's going to be fun to watch it out, because Ultra Prime, when you see so much dive again in a different kind of format, you just see Brom as an easy kind of counter. Keep the space again for TES. Ultimately, we know that now Ultra Prime want to get this mid lane rolling. And as you said, melee for the Sejuani in both lanes here, plus also in support. There is a lot of setup, but is it going to be enough to stave through this early game skirmishing again and find top esports out? Because the laning phase was good last game, Machine. It was great. You know, Ultra Prime showed up massively. TES kind of dunked it a little bit. But the problem is, I think this Brom is just, you know,
yeah, it's just really. And I think the big thing with the Braum and why it's such a great pick now is not only does it kind of negate a lot of the all-inning on the bot side, but in general, like, the Braum is going to have so much kind of presence to be able to put down those concussive blows, get that Glacial Fissure out to stop the Poppy, the Sejuani, everyone from jumping in on top of your carries' faces. Should Mark find himself in a decent position, which, you know, as a top 3, top 4 support in the league, you would imagine he should be able to do, he will be able to just kind of negate a lot of what Ultra Prime are trying to do in these team fights.
Well, as we get into game number 2, Ultra Prime playing spoilers here, keeping top esports grounded if they can find a game win at the very least. Top esports with a win will move to 11, and that will give them a chance of not only hitting 3rd, but maybe hitting 2nd if JDG continue to be a little bit surprising. Now, they got WE later. That's when they lock in top 2 regardless, but hey, TES with a win. That's what you want to see if you're a fan of theirs, because LNG have themselves pretty easy schedule, and they need to falter to give up that top 3 position themselves. Shanghai.
That was little Gios. That was fun.
They cut off, you know, we don't let them go on, because they definitely say LGD quite a lot after we disconnect.
It's actually interesting that they don't do that, because I know in like LEC and LCS and stuff, and even LCK, they like keep the crowd mics on, but like we don't really get the crowd mics in the regular season. We only really get them for playoffs. Yeah, it's weird.
Even finals, we don't actually get them, so it's just different.
Yeah, that's true.
Different vibe.
It's kind of sad. I like the crowd mics.
I've dropped my pen. Well, Asheen. Invade.
I love how he's like, I dropped my pen, and it sounded like he went a million miles away.
Oh, I did indeed. Are you ready for a level 1 versus a Brom and an Ashe? I would not level 1 against this team, as Tien actually got the smite. Here we go. Ning's about to flash. Is he? No. JackeyLove can't get the last auto. Shouldn't predict anything, as bottom lane is just zoned out, and Tien looking to stay on this side of the map, because right now he's got the level advantage. He got the smite down, and Ning, this start is just so rough for the 2v2 down bot as well.
And that's really big there from Top Esports. Just recognizing, look, Braum probably the best level 1 champion in the game with those concussive blows to be able to kind of stack up. And the fact that they get the full bot side now, which means we're going to see Ning having to kind of focus towards his top side. And unfortunately, you don't really want to be doing that. Oh, Sword Art, cool. Having a moment there on the crash down. But you don't really want to be, you know, kind of hard focusing on this Cassante. We've seen it so many times how difficult it is. And Dream in mid lanes are taking a lot of hurt.
Oh, I mean, with the sapling down as well, Dream forced to go back. He's going to have to teleport in. By the way, Tien got that damage down, so he's either going to get poked out or might have to make an early reset as bot side. This is what I'm talking about. Brom and Ashe. What a fun duo, and especially if they get the level 2. Sword Art and Doggo just have to pay respect.
Pay as much respect as you can, but I mean, this bot lane is going to become oppressive now for the Ultra Prime side. And you can see Ning, yeah, he recognizes Dream can't reset. Dream resets right now. He's in so much pain. As we're going to see a flash engage. Ning throws everything backwards. And I play-by-play and went back into some old habits. Hysterics, I promised I wouldn't be the shouty man, but first blood.
Yeah. Don't worry. If it happens, it happens, man. I'll take a break. I'll eat my chicken, which was a little bit dry. Thank you, wife. She left it on the stove. I set it up. I did everything, and she left it on the stove. She didn't stir it, and so now it's just like the sauce is on the chicken, but it's not thick. It's not that, you know, butter chicken. You like the sauce. It's a curry. Where's the curry sauce?
In this mid lane, because Ning be cooking as he was looking to try and get the flash out of Rookie. Good follow up there as well. And this is exactly what they needed from Ultra Prime to try and negate that early game start that they kind of went disastrously for them.
I don't blame my wife. It's my fault. I should have put it on a lower heat setting. I put it on 4 instead of 2. Everyone knows when you're walking away, 4 is a simmer, 2 is keeping it warm. It's my fault, guys. Look, that first blood going to Ultra Prime sets up Dream here on this Silas when we knew the lane was already going to be pretty hard to deal with what we've seen. But let's see what happens next, because Ning has now burnt the flash. Bot is still in trouble here, Mr. Ashin. How do you mitigate bot?
I mean, it's kind of come down to you need to be able to try and all in on them. Without Ning having his flash, it's harder to make it really work because there's just so much disengage between the passive from the frost shot of JackeyLove. You've got obviously the concussive blows and the Winter's Bite. You can see it there. Anytime they try to get any sort of control here in this bot side, Ultra Prime getting pushed back, rightfully so, because, I mean, Top Esports should be able to continue to put this in and maybe even look for a dive.
How good's Maokai? Because he gets free wards at all levels of the game. Saplings just give you insight into the brush. See if Ning's coming. Give Mark and JackeyLove the freedom to continue this push and almost get another plate. I mean, Doggo and Sword Art, Ashino's coming into this one. And I was talking a little bit of smack because I think they have been one of the worst duos in the LPL. It's not to just pay out on them. It's the fact that they have not been a strong duo lane at all. And now,
hysterics.
They're going to die. They're going to die. It is Doggo who is going to die. He cleanses away. Ignore me for the time being. Maybe it's Sword Art who flashes away. JackeyLove matches. And as they get the stun, they're waiting for Tien to slow it down with the Bramble Smash. It is Sword Art in the end who dies to the Ignite to Mark. As he takes up, he stops the back. And bot is kaput.
Yeah, this is crippling now for the side of Ultra Prime. Not only are you getting all of this wave denied, you're already getting so much denied against you as well. As we can see, JackeyLove, 2 plates now to his name, 20 CS up, and they're just losing so much. They're hemorrhaging on this bot side. It's going to take Ultra Prime getting Ning around the map, you know, trying to go for something else, maybe in mid again to try and make this one back, but I just don't see them having control over bot side in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
You don't even get mid because the lane is naturally going to lose out, as you'd expect. I mean, Rookie got the shove in. It looks like Dream got poked out yet again and had to reset without that teleport. So he's missed a full wave now. And despite that kill, I mean, Rookie's not in the worst spot possible. So, as you were saying, Ultra Prime need to mitigate through some of these lanes. It's a 1k gold lead towards TES here at the 6-minute mark. Ning can't do anything with this wave state unless Sword Art gets a dive. But look, oh, hi, Mark.
Mark is just sticking around. Doesn't really want to go for anything too crazy. I feel like Rookie is in a pretty safe spot, even with the 2 mounted aficionados up in that coming up to try and deal with him. One riding a horse. Actually, technically not riding anything. That's just metal. Well, maybe they want to try force bot.
Hey, in this year 3100 that we're in Summoner's Rift, you know, horses built in a body of metal, they're like Transformers. That's what Rel is. Rel is literally a Transformer. She's Optimus Prime's stepdaughter. And look, Ashin, let's be real. In the year 3100, this is probably more commonplace. There is no way in 1,000 years we won't be riding metal horses. Wait, isn't a metal horse just a motorbike? Isn't that what they call a motorbike?
Is it? I mean, yeah. I could definitely see the logic, but I don't know if that's what they call a motorbike. I could see it though. Okay. You were on horses recently.
I was on a horse indeed. My horse was kind of like me in game 1, a little bit schizo, you know. My horse was running sideways as Wayward. Okay, wait, he's gonna get ulti. Cassante, so much damage. Wayward doesn't have flash available, but the ghost is a ticking. Onto Harry, the flip up is flashed away. Holy dooly. And that's just what you expect these days. Yes, I was on a horse machine. Great call. Horse ran sideways, did a fast trot. If anyone rides horses, they know that a fast trot is apparently very hard. And man, I was almost thrown off. Like, it was looking at me like, dude, what are you doing? And I was just holding on for dear life.
Much like Ultra Prime in this bot side, just trying to win. I'm trying my best, man. Like I'm getting new to this, you know. I'm not really a color caster. I'm not great at transitioning.
And then you're stuck with me. You just whatever I'm saying is complete cuckoo.
Trial by fire.
You know? Yeah. It's just, and you're about to cast 2 more series. You've got to conserve your energy.
True. That's why. That's why I woke up. This is actually what happened. I woke up. I was going to stop myself.
Okay.
We might have a bot lane dive.
Yes, we might. Sword Art, is he still dead? Ladies and gentlemen, would you like the answer to that question? Of course you would. Sword Art is dead, by the way. He's got no flash available, and Jackulov now picks up the kill. This is happening on repeat. I mean, this is why I'm saying Tien, speaking of woke, this guy has been out of bed for the whole split.
I don't really know where to go with that. He's good. He's good. I've never heard it really said like that. But yeah, I mean, Tien's been having such an exceptional split, himself and Kanavi. I will say the one time I praised Kanavi was in the last IG series, which they then lost because Kanavi just didn't really have an impact. So I'm not quite sure how powerful the caster curse is. But I mean, yeah, Tien's looking like he's always been. Like we talked about it so many times over so many seasons. We talked about me and you being in the LPL for so long. You're in your 5th year of the LPL, but I know it's been a while. It's been an absolute while. But I mean, Tien has just been consistently, you know, top 2, if not top jungler. And China Crystal Arrow gonna stop the back and be very annoying.
Just super annoying. I mean, look at the timing, Sheen. The wave's gonna be pushed in. Doggo now wants to back all the way here. We're on locked cam, just watching him. He's already 30 CS behind. That is a wave denied. That is a beautiful arrow. Like, Jackulov, that was chef's kiss, you know?
I mean, it's just, we see it so many times with Ezreal's, Jinxes, anyone with really a global that they're not really caring about. They can just throw it, see what happens, and I mean, denying the back gets you off, you know, kind of off timings. It means you're not able to kind of go for any kind of crazy rotations. There are no objectives up. The Rift Herald was confirmed by Ultra Prime, while the Dragon was taken by Top Esports. So you're not really worried about any of that kind of stuff. But, I mean, it's still really rough right now for Doggo in this bot side. Only sitting on kind of, basically Berserker Greaves behind Jackulov. So Ning may be thinking he needs to start doing something in his bot lane.
Well, with the Rel, it's a possibility, but look at that ward in lane. I mean, who thinks the ward there? Who goes, oh, there's definitely a lane ward? They've just been that pushed up. They've had that much pressure thanks to Tien that there happens to be a ward in that one brush spotting Ning walking up the lane. And so now Top Esports, with further vision towards that Krug camp, know that the jungler's there, as Wayward has decided to all out over this wall, but it's so hard to do anything. Still will pressure. Harry is taken away from a minion. But Wayward going all the way out.
This is why we see the Poppy into the Cassante quite a number of times as well. Not quite sure how that hit the wall, but it did. It's just that you're able to pop up the steadfast presence. If he gets you over the wall, you know, generally towards the tower, you're able to kind of move back around. They're not really in much danger, to be perfectly honest. So it's generally seen as a soft counter to the Cassante. Basically means you don't get pseudo kind of solo killed. It's why we haven't seen the Sion, basically. Sion's kind of been dead in meta, to be perfectly honest, for so long because of the Cassante. Because of the way the Cassante can literally just solo dive you, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, look, Cassante against any tank these days, I guess apart from the Poppy, as you were just mentioning, absolutely gorgeous. How good is Cassante as a champion? We're close to getting him nerfed, don't worry. Tien, meanwhile, nerfing the bottom lane. Ning is mid, and he's spotted out mid. They know that this ball rider with its tongue sticking out is just trying to hover another lane, and Top Esports just keep using the information well.
Might see them go a little bit of slaps on the top side, but yeah,
you know,
I mean, I don't expect much more.
I just, for some reason, I thought, man, all out against that wall, you take him to Mordor, all the way over the wall. Wouldn't it be great if there was a Cassante bug, where if you all out against the back
Ning
wall?
needs to use his Rift Herald. Ning needs to use Rift Herald now, like right now. Is he gonna?
Oh.
Okay, he got it over. I
He
think he
got it.
just got it over. It was literally
did.
like a half a second or so. Jesus, that was close.
It was indeed. You're getting the color casting game a bit, aren't you? You know, you're adapting. Hey, what
Getting
else
there.
can you tell me about timers on Summoner's Rift? What else is happening there in your, geographical sub-chart down there?
Well, 10 seconds till Dragon, using that Rift Herald to take control of mid, get that pressure down. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see a 5v5 as both top laners have their cooldowns off on the teleport.
What's Dream's hijack? I want observers to look at hijack as Arrow again. Same
Deja
spot.
vu.
Ah, I've been in this place before. Higher on the street. Dude, that's what we need is LPL pre-music for playoffs. I'm going to write a letter, Rasheen, to our production. Can we get gas, and deja vu?
Who made those songs again?
It's Eurobeat. Hang on. Gas.
Eurobeat,
Initial
that's
D. Initial D.
Yes,
Initial
yes,
D.
yes.
Dude, imagine going as Jackie Love. Woohoo! He might be dead here,
Yep.
and he's dead, isn't he? Yep. Okay. Next, Mark. And Dream uses his hijack, just like that. Jackie Love may have given away a kill that shouldn't have been given away.
And this is what Ultra Prime need. They need to start catching people out, use the power of this Rel and Sejuani to build themselves some kind of like side lane picks. Gotta be careful though Doggo! Doggo! Why are you always in that bush? Why?
Oh my god, Mark's ulti. That was clutch. Mark ulti the spot for the killer instinct. That was so close. I mean, respect to Mark. Dude, that was almost ingenious. That would have been player of the week, Sheen.
Swear to God, though, if Doggo recalls in that brush one more time, I'm gonna scream. Like, it was just unnecessary. It's so frustrating. It's like you get the pick, you're able to kind of go for a reset, no problem. Why are you going to the same brush 3 times in a row that they know you're gonna go to? It's just so frustrating. He doesn't die, but he does lose his summoners. Bot lane turret gets taken while Ultra Prime kind of reset themselves towards the top lane, so they'll be able to get themselves a second Herald, get themselves Shirley instead of Shelly. Maybe, though, Mark might think of a little bit of a re-engage, but without having the Nature's Grasp and the Glacial Fissure, I just think it's information the top esports are looking for.
I just got completely distracted because on the Chinese side, I think Durex is now a sponsor of the LPL.
Can't say their name. They're not sponsoring us.
Well, they should. I'm just trying to work out what other products Durex own because, I mean, if that conversation was going to happen, obviously that's where it ends.
I mean, I can tell you a couple, but I don't think they're broadcast safe.
No, they're definitely not. But, hey, props to LPL, man, dude. I need to go back as, wow, that arrow was on point. Dream flashes away. Mark is here again. What a sponsorship, honestly. I need to probably chill a sheep for the sake of the job. For the sake of making it to playoffs as a caster and not a spectator. As Ultra Prime, he's just going to get zoned out. Here we go again. Followed up is Ning. Mark, angle, great. Ulti almost up. Teleport angle, oh man. They are in it, aren't they? That poke from Rookie, huge as well. All out separates. This was so perfectly orchestrated. Top Esports take a quick 2. Set up off the back of Tien's ulti. That's what you want in a top 4 team.
I mean, it's just so picture perfect there from the side of Top Esports, just knowing exactly where and when they needed to try and pull the trigger. Perfect TP coming in, and now they get control over the rest of the map. They can push in this mid lane. It's going to be very difficult for Ultra Prime to hold this. I will say, it looked like they're kind of backing away for this for the moment, so it's looking like it's just going to be those 2 kills as there's no actual objective afterwards. But, I mean, getting that extra bit of gold, pushing themselves into a much more favorable setup here for Top Esports. And Jackie Love looks like he's going towards that full crit build.
Is indeed. As you'd expect from a man like Jackie is... Look at this again. I mean, it's off the back of Tien's ulti. It's Mark's angle and Wayward's flank.
I mean, yeah, what are you supposed to do here for Ultra Prime? Doggo lost his summoners because he got caught out in that bot side, as we saw before, which means he's pretty much dead, nothing we're going to do, and then they scatter to the 4 wins to try and just salvage something. The fact that they don't lose all 3, I think in that situation is a little bit of a win.
Scattered to the 4 wins. All I'm thinking for some reason is Earth, Fire, Air.
Bit of Avatar.
Long ago, the Wayward, out he goes. All right, good cut. Arrow doesn't connect. It was a stolen one from Dream, if you're wondering where it came from. As He kites away again. Wayward has got his MJ shoes on today, I tell you what.
Moonwalking. Getting himself away in style as we see Rookie just kind of pushing in this bot side. And this is the thing for Ultra Prime. You're kind of relying on picks. You're relying on Dream to get, decent ultimates away like the Ash Arrow or the Nature's Grass to really make anything work here. And Rookie's not going to be afraid of Harry in any sense of the word because he knows he's got backup up in that jungle as well.
I have to say to you, as a color caster today, or at least for this first series, I'm not sure if it was Ulk Battery or if it was Nymera, but one of them said, "Oh, Harry is poggers." Now, Asheen, if you said that, what would you expect? Do you get the reference? You know what I'm talking about? If Harry's poggers,
Harry's poggers. I mean,
Harry
it's just
poggers.
great.
Harry poggers, yeah, good.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
hey, okay.
There it is.
Yeah. I just needed to ask.
He's Harry Poggers, not
Yes.
Harry's Poggers.
No, not Harry's
Got it
poggers,
now.
yeah. Harry poggers.
Harry's
That's right.
Poggers sounds like it's something slightly different in my eyes, but or in my ears. But
And your eyes are hearing. Oh, doggo, hang
Yeah.
on, Asheen. This is me, not you today. It's our top esports moving into position. Asheen trying to take my job. But Dream, as he jumps back in, can he do what Asheen could not? Can he take it away? Here's the ulti from Tien. Zoning out, Ultra Prime are separated. Sword Art running for his life as Dream's ulti actually might be better. Absconded Duck rolling in. Autobots, wow!
Ooh.
All in. Ultra Prime might have found the fight, but it's all onto Mark as he all out separates. And Top Esports once again have free access to damage. It looked great, but when you try and hit Mark just fires back. Goodbye, doggo. Top Esports pick up another double, and it's a 5k gold lead all of a sudden. Ning is about to die. It should be an execute if things go well, but even Sword Art's running for his life. Oh, no. Bye, Ning.
bully circle, bully circle, bully circle.
Give him
There's
a wet
nothing
willy.
you can do. Oh, yeah, a little unfortunate there for Ultra Prime. They thought they could get the turnaround, but now Top Esports, they don't even have to go for the Dragon straight away. They can sort out this mid lane, finally get that tower down, maybe kind of, push down the bot and the top to confirm it. I mean, 20 minutes onto the on the clock, they're 5,000 gold up, and yeah, I mean, this replay looked like it was going to be pretty disastrous for Ultra Prime. You can see immediately Doggo has to get caught, but it takes them. You can see Top Esports after their Ash Arrow goes down, it takes them a long while to actually catch up. They don't have great engage tools. They have great re-engage tools with the Maokai ultimate, which they finally throw out. But if you can separate yourselves like this on Ultra Prime, you're not too worried about it. It's when here we think that Ultra Prime are able to bring it back. They do get a very good chokehold, but I mean, they're just so far behind, even with having the Magna Storm and everything land on the key carries. Top Esports are just too far ahead.
Oh, Wayward taking Ning out every single time. When you have 3 melee champions, that is about the best thing you can do as Doggo chase down, knows there's no way out. And as he takes out Tien, he is in turn taken out as well, as Ultra Prime now looking for this third dragon. Top Esports getting out of there. They don't have their top laner for the time being. His Arrow for the re-engage. Mark for the ulti down. He's bopped out of there, but that will matter not. As Dragon is stolen by Ning, or at least getting it is great. But 2 members already dead. Asheen getting scared because the more Ultra Prime stay, the more bullying, the more atomic wedgies come their way.
I mean, Baron is almost certainly got to be started here by Top Esports. You're 5v3. You know that a lot of things were just used there on the side of Ultra Prime. I will say Ning, though, trying to see if he can maybe sneak himself around the back. They don't know exactly where it is, or maybe they do. They're kind of pinging something. Now they know exactly where he is, but I don't know if he's going to be able to steal it or not.
This Monster Hunter over the edge. He stands. He's poked out. Wayward spots him out. He's got an all out. And if you want to say the word out one more time, just see Wayward climbing with Ning up towards that top side. This will be a solo kill because of Kasanteing. Actually, wait. There's damage. There's damage here from Ning. But the problem is there's a turret in the way. As he gets flipped. Oh, Wayward with the solo kill. I think we could be looking at double MVP. I think that's good. I think this is Wayward's series, Asheen, and we don't say that often.
No, it's not all the time we get to praise Wayward, so when we get an opportunity, we will absolutely gladly take it. I will call myself out and say that Jack Love actually went straight back into the Triforce build, so getting an extra little bit on hit. But for the mid game, this is, kind of huge. It is more of a late game. You want the crit will have a bit more of a better time. Harry goes for the engage. Don't know if they have the damage, though.
No, they don't. And Tien's also over the wall, but Dream here, maybe they do. Okay, once again, Nature's Grasp, but the rest of Top Esports are flying in. JDG with the slows and the arrows and the bells. Oh my lord. You know what, Machine, after this, I might go and watch The Simpsons. I'm not sure why, but I'm feeling sentimental after watching Top Esports perform like this. It's a throwback for me.
I love the conversations that you have in your head that then lead to conversations in real life, and you're there kind of going like, she knows what I'm talking about. We had this conversation, but it was just you. You had the conversation, and nobody else kind of was able to contribute to it, but that's why we love you, Hysterics. That's why we, OG GOAT of the LPL. And this could be the final fight.
I mean, Mark has just gotten a great ulti. Ning tried, but Carry on My Wayward Son has joined in as well. Top Esports have taken a quick two. They were the ones slowly aggressing. Mark? Okay, all right. Good for him. Just being himself. You can't be anybody else, so why not be yourself?
I mean, look, he had to make sure that Wayward got that MVP, the only man not to die so far now, as it was himself and Mark. So Wayward's kind of maybe showing up a thumbs up to his support there. And yeah, look, Bates is being cracked open. 24 minutes is Top Esports looking like a pretty clean 2-0 as they look to keep the pressure on JDG. We gotta puts on it a little bit, but JDG is still very much favored to get to top 2. If they get a 2-0, I believe, against WE later, they guarantee it. But, you know, always good to be looking over your shoulder. And even then, you know, LNG on 10-4 as well. So teams sitting around that end of the season mark as we kind of hit the final week.
And then we have like a little break, and then it'll be playoffs again. So
it's like 3 days.
Yay!
It's like 2 days.
And then it'll go for a week straight. Now, all the fans out there know LPL format's not confirmed yet for playoffs, but you know the style it's going to be. It's going to be a cheeky week straight, then a little bit of a break, then some more games, then finals and regionals, and then we get to get hyped up about sending 4 teams to Worlds. It won't be Ultra Prime going to Worlds. That's a spoiler. Sorry, it's in the script. Harry, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. As Wayward, again, is in the middle. What is Cassante? We all want to know the answer. As the ult comes through from Tien, they're just trying to finish this deal. Remember, it was Mark who set away as Ning's ulti. That hit Tien on the box, but it doesn't matter, does it? It really doesn't. Wayward's still in ult form. How long does this ult go for? And he gets a new mana buff.
Re-engage.
Harry's dead. Sword Art, great ulti, you would say, if Doggo can do anything about it. But Rookie, as he jumps on top, it's still a Top Esports favored world. They all get out just to die another day. And I ain't talking about Pierce Brosnan. As TES now with 3 left alive, won't have Jaculov. They don't really have much damage here. But maybe they can still have. They got demolished. And these 3 beefy blokes, these guys that have eaten 500 grams of beef, are going to set up for this 2-0. Ning trying to delay the inevitable. And even if it doesn't end here, TES are going to find a win, sure enough. And a 2-0 regardless. I mean, let's be real. That shows that TES are in playoff form.
Yeah, look, it was great from Ultra Prime to try and throw in one last-ditch effort, but Wayward's just a monster. You can see even when they took out Rookie and Jaculov, there's just not a lot you can really do. And this is a great Magnet Storm. Doggo gets onto the back line with the ultimate, and it's just nothing else you can really do about it. It's just, you know, you're so far behind, and Cassante doing Cassante things.
God, Ning's trying so hard. Flashes for his old teammate. But there's not much he can do when, as you said, so far behind. We know this is over, and Ashin, it might be good for you because it means you don't have to exert your voice. You save yourself for the AL OMG series, the WE JDG series. You know, you got Jamada by your side. He'll tell you things about the game.
It's a blessed day, though, you know, for me and for the loving public that watch us, because they got you as a solo cast. They got the rarest of duos between me and you. You know, very rarely do we get the duo. It's been a fun time. Not quite sure how Sword Art found himself there, but TP, this could be the last fight.
It could be a Sheen.
Oh, God.
You can't hear the organ, but the 3-man knock-up is huge. Wayward. Oh, my God. Probably don't give him Cassante again, Sheen. I think that's pretty fair to say. As he rolls through. Doggo's the last alive. Do you hear that, Sheen? Do you hear it?
No, but I'm assuming you're playing an organ chord.
So it's the bells ringing for Ultra Prime. Their days are numbered. Top Esports. They've done it.
Well, I mean, domination for Top Esports, what you expect to see from one of our top 3 teams, potentially top 2, to get themselves the 2-0. Great to see Wayward really stepping up here, and honestly has been kind of one of the bigger question marks for this roster coming into us, because you look at some of the best teams that we have in this league, even some of our top teams. You're looking at Bin, 369. You have, the Shy, who's kind of getting a bit more form to himself. Shanji. These guys are coming in. You have to be able to perform at the top level. And Wayward finally kind of proving to himself that he's able to do those carry performances. I will say though, Cassante is just so I still don't know why teams think it's okay to let go. Just ban it. Drop the ego, just let it go. You can't deal with it.
Look, they left it open. I mean, even after game 1 where he got MVP, he's getting it. Game 2, there's no way Wayward's not picking up MVP. He was so deserving of that organ as well. I mean, it was like church was in session. We're talking about PP God here. We're talking about Wayward, the Church of Wayward. Maybe just established there. To be fair, I think Orcs kind of established it when he started dropping emotes, but Wayward has since been off his emote game, so that's kind of sad.
I was going to say, Ox is the pope of Wayward, but Wayward doesn't emote anymore.
He doesn't. What happened to him, man? What happens to you to want to
stop
stop
He got humbled real quick. I believe Top Esports bombed out of groups last year, and I think he got told, hey, maybe you don't really need to be emoting all the time,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that'll do it to you, won't it? Either way, look, at least the gameplay there, at least the form's there. Starting off our LPL last week, we get to see Top Esports in great form in their penultimate game because they've only got 1 series left, and that is up against AL. The fact that they beat Ultra Prime so convincingly, you'd expect the same against AL and Asheen. That would move them to 12. We're talking about the battle for top 3 today. That could be enough. Depending on how LNG go, of course, but LNG do have a little bit harder on the matchup scheme.
Yeah, I think Top Esports also locked themselves into a top 6 with that. I believe no one can really catch them on that side of things. So I just looked at the camera there as you needed to eat your pen. But yeah, I mean, look, great to see from Top Esports. Good to see them kind of still keeping pressure and presence around JDG. I still favor JDG to locking their top 2 today when they play WE and kind of get themselves onto their final. I believe that will put them onto their last 2 series after that WE game, which is RA and TT. So for JDG, yes, they lost against IG, but I mean, we're still expecting these guys to do exceptional things for them. So we'll see how that kind of goes there for later. But for Ultra Prime, so close yet so far. 4-10 now, 2 series left to play. I mean, they're out of playoffs, but they're looking for the best possible finish. And I mean, going from dead last in spring to not dead last is definitely an improvement, regardless of whatever way you put it.
Yeah, I quoted wrong last time that, Ultra Prime, their performance last split wasn't too bad. Asheen,
it was the worst.
It's not good to lie. It's not good to lie. It's gotten better. But, I mean, look, Ultra Prime have gotten better. I'm pretty excited to see what they do with Dream in future, how this roster develops in the offseason. I will say, maybe it's worth exploring the, support pool or the 80 carry pool. Sorry if that's the truth, but again, truth is good to say.
Sometimes it's not good to tell the truth either. If you've nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's what my mom taught me.
We talked about bullying, but this is not bullying. This is reality. Now, there were some really good engages, mind you. I think there were some really good engages from Sorta, but unfortunately the whole team wasn't on board. Doggo, was able to clean up some of them, but just a little bit sad when you see such a big name, one that represented us to Worlds and, got the furthest got one of the furthest positions that LPL got outside of winning the championship on Suning, but unable to really live up 3 years later. Ning feels like the blood of this team. That's what I'm excited for. The fact that Ning, Asheen, he hasn't washed. He's literally, he's dirty, and that's great. That's what we want. We don't want people to wash here.
I mean... I don't know. I want to take that one, but I mean, honestly, yeah. The only kind of real 2 shining lights I will say for Ultra Prime so far this play have been Harry in that top side and Ning in the jungle. It does feel like Ning. The one thing I will say is that he's incredibly formulaic. He goes for very obvious kind of things. We didn't see it in this game, but in their previous series. But he does tend to go for a lot of the same things over and over, and teams can exploit it.
And again, over and over is Asheen. Guess what? MVP. Bring it up. Bring it up. Hey, was it Mark? Did I hear Mark actually? Was it Mark?
I think it's
Mark?
interview.
Oh, interview then instead. Forget the MVP. We'll be right back.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Mark, the support for Top Esports. Congratulations on your 2-0 win. Actually, the result of this game is just as what we have expected because that you performed pretty good recently. So from your perspective, did you expect a 2-0 victory? Because coming to the end of regular season, each game matters a lot. 欢迎 Mark 选手来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜滔博在这局比赛当中2-0战胜了对手。那么其实来到了常规赛尾声呢，每一分都是非常关键的，每一个小分都至关重要。其实大多数人会预测今天的比分，你们还是2-0稳稳拿下。所以在赛前，你们对于这场比赛的一个预测啊，或者说是心态是怎么样的呢？
就是赛前的时候，我们就肯定是要以2-0去拿下，因为我们要争前4嘛。然后就是心态放好去打就行了。
Before this matchup, we have expect a 2-0 victory because we really want to make top 4 of regular season. So we just play this game with this kind of mentality. And coming to today's matchup, I want to start with game 1 because in pre-match interview, Rookie said, you know, Ultra Prime always play around their jungler, but you banned 4 AD champions, Akali, Sylas, Annie, Twistana. So why do you guys targeted on their mid lane so much in game 1? 那么其实在今天第一局的时候，我们在赛前采访有看到 Rookie 选手说，对面 UP 是围绕一个打野带动节奏的队伍嘛，但是在第一局的时候，队伍好像4班了中单，想问一下第一局这么针对中路的一个选项的原因是什么呢？
因为一开始我们看到对面也搬了中单嘛，然后我们就觉得肯定要跟搬一些什么119啊，然后什么安妮啊，因为这个是我们教练当时临时发挥嘛。
So actually, in the ban pit phase, we saw our opponent banned a lot of mid champions firstly, and we just follow the strategies. Maybe this is kind of strategies made by our coach in ban pit strategies. And coming to game 1 was very shaky, and the situation was so back and forth. There were so many kills, skirmishes, and team fights. But how did you guys manage to stabilize the situation, especially coming to the mid to late game? And your Nautilus really did a great job engaging. So what was your focus point coming to the late game to make sure that you can take game 1? 那么在第一局的时候，整体的局势，特别是前中期，我们可以看到非常多的人头、小规模团战和团战，整体局势比较焦灼的情况下，滔博这一边在中后期的重点是怎么样的？你们是如何稳定局势，确保能够赢下第一局的呢？
因为第一局我们很多失误嘛，前面，然后就到中期的时候就发育一下，然后看对面给不给机会嘛，然后对面给了一点机会，然后我们抓住嘛，然后就慢慢打就赢了。
So actually, maybe we have made a little bit errors or mistakes in the early game, and coming to mid game, we just want to try to farm as much as possible. And coming to late game, maybe our opponent just gave us a lot of opportunities, and we try to manage to punish them by these opportunities to win the game 1. Coming to game 2, I want to touch on your bot duo picks because it is the first Ashe for Jackie Love in this summer split, and you did a really good job on Braum. I know your bowling is very creative. So could you please tell me why you guys picked this body, especially in today's game 2? 那么来到第2局的时候，下路这一边队伍是选出了艾希和布隆的组合。其实看了一下之前 Jackie Love 的这个赛季的一个情况，这是他在这个赛季的第1场艾希嘛？你会觉得你们拿出这样一个组合，特别是在第2局的契机和原因是什么呢？
因为寒冰这个英雄就是进可攻，退可守嘛，然后伤害也比较高嘛。因为现在就是寒冰维鲁斯什么的。各种就是下路基本上有能选6、7只、7、8只吧，所以寒冰还是一个不错的选择。
I do think Ashe is really good options because she can both play very aggressively or she can play very stably. And maybe like, you know, some Ashe, Varus, these champions are still popular in this meta. And the final question for you, you have only one game to play of regular season, which is AL, and you are going to go to the playoffs. So what's your expectations for your only rest of game and even for the playoffs from your perspective? 那么最后一个问题，常规赛对于滔博来说还有一场 AL 需要去打。刚才 Mark 选手也提到了，你们还是想争前4的。所以说，对于这一场常规赛最后一场比赛，以及可不可以跟我们展望一下季后赛，希望队伍能拿出一个怎样的状态和发挥呢？
我觉得常规赛的最后一赛肯定是也要有好的思维，就是
要重视对手，然后到季后赛的话，我们应该也会准备很多。然后季后赛，我希望我们的就是走到更远，去走到决赛的那个舞台。
So first of all, we will never underestimate our opponent, even though we have only one game to play, and we will definitely take down a win because we want to make the top 4. And coming to the playoffs, we will also be well prepared, and I hope we can make to the grand finals of summer season and even go far further. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢 Mark 选手来到我们的赛后采访，也期待滔博之后精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Mark doesn't ever really smile; just looks at you and
It's
you know,
the
got
LPL
that look.
interview way. You just have to like look at the camera, look at nothing else. You just stare at the camera and not never at the interviewer. It's a bit jarring, a little bit jarring.
A little bit, but hey, look, while we're in that interview, just a side note from Mark, you know, kind of expecting today, is that Wayward picked up MVP. Now, that probably wasn't the expectation for anyone at home, nor any top esports players, but Wayward, look at him, man. Oh, look at the size of his heart. 3 MVPs, 2 were picked up alone today. That's what this tells you about the top liner.
Yeah, I mean, just doing Cassante things, but doing them well, I think is the best way to put it, because this teleport here, like, again, makes things work, makes his team kind of comfortable to go for these kind of fights, and just, again, I just feel like teams need to start respecting Cassante in general. We have too many S-tier top laners from, you know, in our league to let this guy just get, you know, be free to roam.
That's right. I mean, look, we're staying on 13-12 for the rest of the split. We have unconfirmed rumors that playoffs could be 13-13, but again, it's unconfirmed. So if we stay on it, bad Cassante, and it's not even just top esports that play so well with it. Like, you know, 369 is a great Cassante player. Even Bin, this champion is just great in so many hands. So, as you said, it needs to be taken away. As top esports, a 2-0, this one a little bit quicker, but the series in under an hour. Asheen, you stepped in. No one expected you to be the hero today, but you were. And not all heroes wear capes. Some of them wear
I was
Hawaiian
not the
shirts.
hero. No. I was not the hero today. The real hero was you, and the real winners are whoever got to watch that first solo cast, man. That was... if you didn't watch it, go back and watch it. Go onto YouTube, go onto the link, and go relive it. It was something to behold.
Look, it was a pleasure. There was nothing about today that I didn't enjoy. It was only one series cast. Now I leave you all in the capable hands of Asheen and Jamato. Asheen's going to swap cameras somehow. We don't know how he's going to get over to my place.
Technology.
But he's going to have to move all the way over here. And then when we return, Jamato will also join us. Thank you again, folks, and I will see you another time while we get on with the rest of the show tonight. My LCO team just made playoffs as well, so let's go, Asheen! Let's go, Vertex! And see you for the second series.
I 会给你看几个游戏内的操作的片段，那么你需要给这些片段里面的这些主角的操作打分，从0分到5分。
OK， 可以。
Be a kill. He should easily be able to get. Apollo has to flash this.
Oh, I will dominate with the sick flash of the body slam. Here comes Quaz as well. Knocks him in. Completely earned.
给个5分吧，5分吧，满分。 실수를 하긴 했는데 결국 잡았으니까 상관없지 않을까.
满分5分就打5分啊，这波挺帅的这个一闪，
肯定得给他满分。
在去gank前就能把所有的事情全部想到，并且做出相应的操作，我是比较喜欢这方面的操作的，我可以给他5分。
酒桶的意识很好吧，提前预判到了，第一时间就跟上了闪现。4分呗，操作还是挺帅的。
我觉得没必要这样操作，我感觉走过去他就死，不过操作很帅，满分5分我给4分。
1到，然后跟到寒冰的闪现嘛，然后炸回来，但他的 Q 丢的有点可惜，给他打个4分吧。
打个4分吧，这挺好的，但是就是空了个 Q， 美中不足。
如果你觉得你来这波，
我来肯定满分。
但是我来玩的话，应该可以杀得更快。3分吧。
这酒桶我给他0分啊，他一点都不懂观众到底想看什么。我说实话，
这个酒桶绝对是0分啊！他这个一闪 AR 的爱惜有闪交闪就跑了。
他还操作还不够完美，
他这操作哪只是不是完美啊？他就纯傻操作啊，0分啊，6。
Dragon advantage as well. Ready to take a fight. Flash over. How do you?
这样1v4分
这反应还可以。
我觉得 EJ 这波这反应还可以吧。
那必须是满分，反应人快。
如果那边没那个马尔扎哈的视野的话，感觉这 EJ 有点像脚本。
反应挺快，但就不知道蚂蚱第一时间能不能。这个是评价蚂蚱的操作还是 EJ 的操作？
给对面的打分吗？
给这个马尔扎哈打分。
闪现期被解了，然后沉默3个，看一下。
我们来看看到底是发生了什么样的操作。
哦，自己打断了，
自己把自己的打断了吧？我就开始以为这个什么脚本水银嘛，然后发现他自己把自己打断了，挺好的，给满分这个操作。
哦，看到了，最多给1分啊，这个是低级失误。
这个马尔扎哈是应该太久没玩了吧？技能投放顺序错了。
那这不是要打负分吗？
那你给他打个分。
这只能打0分了。
那只能0分
啊！
厉害呀，0分，1分吧。
你知道他做了一个什么样的操作吗？
霸王取消了吧？
打断了自己大招呗。对，闪现1R，然后感觉是按快了。对，
确实挺凶，把自己大招打断了。
你给他打几分？
某种意义来讲，这个是满分。
节目效果5颗星吧。节目效果上面肯定是炸裂级别的，我给他满分。
4分吧，就因为总会有失误的时候嘛。
其实可以给个3、4分吧。虽然看着失误了，但是我感觉可能开到也赢不了啊，就是为了让队友不打嘛，帮他洗一下，给个3分吧。
就看着是有点意思，但是打他队友我觉得有点折磨啊，所以只能给1颗星吧。
Connects on Perth, cleanse, instant again. Looks like he's trying to bait it. Flash forward. That dredge knight hit the wall, didn't it? That was a face plant of note. The box comes down from limit as the curtain is called back and Perks.
这3点不会是我吧？我觉得2个都是1分吧。
为什么呢？
都是有想法，但是没操作出来。
感觉1分吧，有点抽象。这已经可以入选饭堂 top 1了。
这个野辅的配合吃饱了，满分呗。我都没想到 Q 闪。
就我不知道泰坦能不能 Q 闪，脚个能 Q 闪不？那不能 Q 闪的话，就应该是纯失误了，打3分吧。
这个我绝对得给满分，
也是5分，感觉他整的不错啊，2个卧龙凤雏啊，真的，这个就是卧龙凤雏了，这2个人的操作就是给5分吧，最多1分吧，他们2个人。
마이너스 5점.
왜什么呢?
딱 봤을 때 그런 일이 일어날까 상상만 했던 일이 진짜로 일어났어.
挺好的，挺下饭的。就观众们一定会给他打5分。
我觉得5分，就没有人可以再复制这个操作。我觉得。
你知道这个盲僧的操作者是谁吗？
我不知道。不知道。
我不想知道。
是 G2 的打野 Yankos。
牛。
我挺喜欢的。他。
那我觉得他应该是在搞节目效果吧。
他们玩得挺开心的。
这是比赛吗？这不是吧？rank 吧？
这是比赛。
好吧。
我一般队友发现这种操作，我就疯狂点表情了，给个2、3分。
你知道这个盲僧是谁玩的吗？
这是比赛上的。
对，G2 的打野 Yankos 玩的。
那我只能给满分了。
第一波盲视野大招接 Q 的话，我是认可的，非常漂亮，我可以给他打个满分。然后后边的话，感谢一下对面，
给个3颗星吧，因为这个操作确实，我觉得那没该有的操作。
炮丢的准，没什么其他的吧
？1分吧，因为前边的2兄弟的发挥才配拿5分，他只能拿1分。
还不错，就是卡视野给的技能给的很好，给4分吧。
考得很好吧，也是满分，就每个技能都放得很好。
满分吧，让他们的操作。
那没5分吧
？5分吧，我觉得他技能释放的都是特别的准确的。
完美，不用秀手，完美的。
大招接 Q 啊，包括他的 Q 的命中都是就是挺准的，应该能打个5分。
综合评分吧，打得这么认真干嘛？
那没4、5分了，他玩的好狡猾。
这个娜美嘛，感觉玩得很好，就是她每个炮都炮到2个吧，然后就走也很逼近她了。
跟你比起来怎么样？
跟我比起来嘛，应该就这波操作应该比我猛很多。
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you play with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight. I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part, had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
It's in my blood to live
my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero that died in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am the bearer of bad news. Unfortunately, hysteric solo casts are done for the day. You are going to be stuck with just Oshin, but I've been making it a little bit better, and I'm bringing in the absolutely jubilant Jamada to try and bring back some of that energy. Jamada, we've been seeing each other a lot recently, and you know what? I think it's take it to the next level. I think we gotta the last date we had with JDG and IG, that didn't go so great. Later on, I feel like we can make amends.
Okay. I was wondering where you was going with that line. I was like, been seeing each other a lot lately.
Problem with improv. You got to figure it out on the fly.
It's like, it's time to take it to the next level. Yeah, we'll see about that. JDG
Will you
series
marry me
later on.
for my Irish passport? Yes. Thank you.
In a heartbeat, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, for sure,
Anyway.
man. Get that EU citizenship. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Look, very excited to be back with you, brother. Excellent job in the analyst slot last time around in the,
Thank you
in the
so
previous
much.
series. Not a problem. And I'm looking forward to this OMG AL series. Even though it technically has no weight for, actually not technically, it has 0 weight for anyone's legend. For OMG, in a bit of a tailspin, this series kind of means almost everything to them, right? You end up losing this series, you could fall down out of the top 6. Like, there is a real possibility here that some of the rest of those mixer teams who have gotten to that 8-win mark actually leapfrog you into that 5th, 6th. So you need to beat AL here, and I don't think it will mathematically lock them in. I'm bad with all the numbers, but it will all but, right? And
yes,
come on, it's anyone's legend. They're out of playoffs, they have nothing to play for. That does, however, typically make our LPL teams the scariest to play against. So we'll see how
As
OMG
we saw with
get
IG.
on. As we saw with IG. So we'll see how OMG get on. But this is a huge moment for them in terms of where they were, maybe 6 series ago when they were 7-2, to right now, they have to try and at the very least turn things around in this series just to keep them in that position of skipping the first round bye and to actually give them a little bit more time to prepare for playoffs.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is that for OMG, 3 of their 5 losses have come in the last 4 series. Like, it's not been great. And look, for the top esports series, they went 2-1, you lose against the 3rd place team, you're okay with that. But then some of the other ones are a bit egregious, losing 2-0 to TT. Yes, they're on a little bit of momentum, but it does feel like it's kind of one of those moments of like, okay, what's really happening? They lost to LNG pretty definitively, and then even before that, 2-1 against FBX, 2-1 against LGD, 2-1 against WE. These are very close series for a team that's looking to try and solidify themselves as a top 4 team, as a team to go to Worlds, and all of a sudden, we started off the split as a, I think they were at one point, 7-2, and we're kind of going, my God, this is a top 3, top 4 team. Now down at 8-5, we're starting to have some big question marks come into this. And yes, OMG are fantastic to watch, but they've lost themselves a little bit. They don't feel as comfortable or as definitive as we've seen them in previous series.
Yeah, and I feel like one place that you can definitely start is, to me, it's the draft, right? I think that, was it the top esports series, or was it the one before that, I think, where they were against WE? It was either one of those 2 series where they just genuinely lacked a clear sense of who they typically are, and it felt like they were just giving themselves the hardest uphill battles that you could ever imagine in terms of execution, rather, and they just didn't really make it easy for themselves. And I feel like in the last series that they went into, things were definitely a little bit better for them in that regard, but still, I feel like they're not necessarily even drafting that the same way that they used to, right? Shanji on carries, a lot of enabling from the support role, and then for me, like, mid 2v2 typically has been one of their stronger points, surprisingly, right? Aki is a great facilitator alongside Cream on more assassin picks, and it feels like they've kind of lent off of that just a touch more than I feel like they would like to. So hopefully for them, they start to actually bleed into that a little bit more, because yeah, OMG have not really looked like themselves for the last 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, and it does feel like we're not even getting the Kasanji performances either on the Kasante. It feels like even the things that you would like lean back onto to bring you into a, kind of back out of the slump, to dig yourself out of the hole, if you will, just isn't really working out there for the side of OMG. On the other side of this one here, of course, we do have AL, like you said. They're out 4-10. There's quite a lot of teams on 4-10, actually. I think there's like 6 or maybe only 5, but there's quite a few on the 4-10 journey. But it's unfortunate for them. They are still kind of building themselves up, of course, and we're kind of seeing where they can go on from here. I do think that we are going to try and wait to see, you know, how AL kind of come into today, because there has been some really nice plays coming out from this roster, and I am curious to see how they kind of develop it in, because yes, you're not going to be able to play until basically 2024 at this point, which is honestly quite a long time if you think about it. It's July 17th until, like, you know, arguably like the second week of January. That's nearly 6 months of no competitive league outside of like the odd cup or two. So they need to kind of get the most out of this.
Yeah, they really do. And I feel like many as well, if we're, you know, sort of, how do I say it, anyone's Legend enthusiasts or just fans, right, at the end of the day. True. You also wonder how much of this roster is going to be here next year, right? What changes will come. I feel like the LPL is always having roster swap-ups and changes, and I feel like anyone's Legend isn't really going to be, you know, immune to that fact either. So I'm curious about where they go moving forward. I feel like there's been a lot of progression, from my mind, out of the top side of the map, like specifically ZDZ, Xiaohao. Xiaohao, actually, especially in my mind, I think has probably been the standout performer on anyone's Legend, and I hope that not only they can hold on to him and he doesn't end up slipping off to another, you know, LPL roster that's perhaps sort of same-ish expectations, right? Middle of the pack to sort of, you know, maybe like top 8 at absolute ceiling, and then not makes playoffs. I hope he actually sticks around this anyone's Legend roster, and alongside, you know, potentially ZDZ, Harder or Pinzi. I think that's the other thing they need to decide on a mid laner, because they've kind of gone between both a little bit. It's definitely been a lot more Harder this split, but last split it was a lot of Pinzi. Maybe actually land on a mid laner, keep him in there, and ensure that you start to build out that synergy even further than, you know, occasionally swapping out Harder for Pinzi and vice versa.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that you look at certain rosters that have been able to keep their teams together. OMG, WE, these are teams that kind of build with the momentum, just kind of maybe eking out little small things here, just kind of around their star players. I would love for AL to be one of those teams. I would love for AL to become one of those rosters that are able to build up and constantly, you know, kind of, you know, building into a you know, as you say, a top 10, top 8, maybe even a top 6 challenger, as we see now with WE and OMG. But again, it's been a tough season for AL. They are looking to play spoiler. OMG are locked into the top 10, but they do not want to be starting from round number 1. Remember, it goes from the end of the split on the 17th of July, which is next Monday, just under a week away. And then you get 2 days off. You get the 18th and 19th, and then you're straight into the 20th. We have 8 days of non-stop best of 5s. I maintain that the LPL playoff format is the best playoff format in competitive League of Legends, bar none. Not even close to anybody else, just the way it all works out. And it's just so exciting to watch. But yeah, for OMG, you do not want to be going into this now kind of going, great, we get 2 days to prepare, and then we got a best of 5.
No, you want those extra, like, 2 days, 3 days, excuse me, that you will get from potentially finishing in that top 6. And again, this is kind of where I suppose OMG want to do it. They do have RA at the end of their season, but, you know, even in saying that, they have EDG after this, right? If you can open the gap back up against EDG, you feel a lot better, right, in terms of your prospects. And I think that's really the big thing about the fact, or the, you know, the sort of side note of their poor performances is they've kind of rolled a poor opponent at the end of the season, because it is the other team that can actually snatch the spot away from them. You win here, you open up the gap, and then at the very least, even if you end up losing against EDG in a few days' time, then even if you once you win your next series, assuming EDG don't win everything, because they also still have Weibo to go and they have one less game in general, that's it. You should be fine, right? So this last week or so is going to be a bit of a scramble for this last top 6 spot, because EDG are also playing, actually, yeah, they're playing OMG and Weibo, so they're playing the teams directly above them. If you win this series as OMG, you feel practically secure in the fact that you should be top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big moment here for OMG, and of course, see how they're able to kind of go for it, but I want to see them kind of, I suppose, build back into their comforts. I want to see them look a bit more decisive, and I think the thing is that we think of OMG is, especially in late, their games have been becoming very scrappy, very all over the place. I think back to spring, and I'm like, well, when OMG looked at their best, there was like maybe 3 kills at 22 minutes. They were controlling, suffocating out teams, constantly kind of saying, look, with Cream on something like the Tristan in the mid lane, which was at the time a little bit of a pocket pick for him. This was the kind of style that we saw for them. Just kind of cool, calm, collected, not getting, dragged into skirmishes they didn't need to. It was more BLG that were kind of the architects of that particular style of play. And it does feel like in recent days we are seeing them kind of dive into those much more scrappier affairs where they're taking 2v3, 3v4s, whatever way you want to put it, odd numbers, even numbers, all that kind of jazz. So for me, it does feel like I want to try and see OMG just calm it all down, get back to your basics, know what works for you, and just bring yourself back to your roots. Because unfortunately, I do feel like if this goes into a very kind of hands-diffy kind of setup for them, even into playoffs and beyond, they're just not going to be able to stand up to some of the talent we have here in the league.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem for me with OMG, right? Because I feel like the way that they burst, like this iteration of OMG, like this very exciting version of OMG, from summer of last year to right now, the journey has predominantly been about the fact that they have had that individual and personal flair, right? They've had their own, unique play styles and champion pools, and they would occasionally hand check teams that were, higher than them in the standings, are big staple name teams here in the LPL now. And it's going to be a bit awkward in that same breath of, like you're saying, right? You want to see them calm it down, but it's not really in their MO to be calm, right? And it does make you wonder in terms of, okay, you're on this tailspin now. How do you get yourselves out of it? And typically the answer would be, okay, go back to fundamentals, play your front-to-back team compositions, play bread and butter. Their bread and butter has nothing to do with front-to-back, nothing to do with anything like that. It's typically
winning
just
lanes.
like, it's straight up winning lane and then like street fighting for scraps until you're the king of the hill, right? So I do kind of worry for OMG in that specific facet in terms of, okay, they are such a scrappy team that the reality of the situation is that their like slow version of League of Legends is still like a faster version of League of Legends than most teams in the LPL. But I hope that they can find that gear because, like you say, once we get into playoffs, right, the best of fives are even more ruthless than the best of threes at the end of the day. So if you can't find yourselves in these next 2-3 series and then the small break that you'll have next week, OMG won't last that long. I'm sorry, that's kind of the how things are in the LPL, right? One of the teams that is hungrier in that 7th to 10th spot will come through into the second round and beat your ass for not necessarily playing at your ceiling. So I hope that they can find that gear because otherwise they're going to be in for a very, very short playoffs appearance, which is going to be a shame considering how high up they managed to finish in spring.
Yes, top 4 in spring. And obviously, we've been on screen a hell of a long time now, Jamada. We've set up the stakes very, very nicely. We are dealing with a slight delay on the players getting onto stage. It happens in the Shanghai Stadium a lot more often than we like to say because you do end up having one team playing first and then they got to get the next team on. And then there's a whole thing with setups and chairs and all these different little things that players need to kind of readjust for themselves. So once we get onto stage, I'm sure we will be letting you guys know. I'm sure we'll just go straight to it. We don't even know most of the time. It's just kind of they just change the camera and throw us in there. But I mean, look, obviously we got a couple more things we can bring up here. I think the big thing that a lot of people are, myself included, I'm sure you're part of this party as well, that we are delayed going on the 13-13. We were supposed to jump onto that yesterday. Unfortunately, there is a couple of game-breaking bugs on that patch that we cannot really go into a competitive integrity setup.
No, and obviously Riot had their break week as well, so I mean they've come back now, but I feel like obviously it's just kind of an issue. I'm wondering also, oh god, I've just had a very strange thought. Obviously the LEC also has had its break. They go on to 13-13 this coming weekend.
That's right.
I wonder if the issues are going to be fixed by the weekend or if it's just a very LPL specific thing, right? They might be on entirely different TR clients at the end of the day, going from Europe to China. So I do hope that those same game-breaking bugs that are preventing us from going onto the next patch aren't happening in the rest of the world, or at the very least in Europe as well, because they're supposed to be going over to the next patch too. But yeah, I suppose for a lot of our teams, probably a better scenario to remain on, this 13-12 patch because they're familiar with it. In this very strange way, I think teams will probably be happier to stay on this patch for the remainder of the regular split and then wait to go into playoffs. But Also, at the same time, then they will have no stage experience on 13-13 going into playoffs. So there's actually, you know, there's pros and cons to this. But yeah, it definitely does kind of suck, doesn't it? Yeah, hopefully for the sake of, you know, integrity, those issues are fixed, and we do happily move on to 13-13. But I do wonder what the bugs are, because sometimes you get, you know, you get patches where stuff just breaks. Like, and we're gonna start to tangent now, because like we've kind of mentioned, there is a delay.
Of course.
We haven't really got much of.
I check my phone. I'm gonna see if
Oh,
I get any info. You're also checking your phone. I love how we
I'm
both
also
decided
checking
to
my
check our phone.
Yeah, we both did it at the same time. I'm not gonna say what I saw, but I'm sure that we will soon be getting underway at some point.
What did you see?
Well, don't worry about what I saw. But yeah, there was that when Ivern got reworked. I'm not sure if you saw, but people casting abilities in his brush stopped them from recasting abilities after they did that. It was specifically
Yes,
like
I did see that.
on hit triggers, so like things like auto attack empowering abilities, right? Anything that
Yeah,
can
so like
basically
Ezreal Q.
Yeah, Ezreal Q technically counted because it applies Sheen. Anything like that, basically. You think about like anything that applied Sheen, your ability would just stop working if you cast it in an Ivern brush. It was
Damn.
not ideal, to say the least.
No.
Yeah, so anyway, that was fixed, thankfully. Never at some point it was fixed. And we've moved past it. But I do wonder, whenever you hear something as big as, the patch is so broken that we can't move on to it.
Yeah, normally
what is
it's
hiding
like,
in
look,
that patch?
Yeah, I was gonna say normally it's something like, you know, okay, if it's just the Ivern thing and we know about it, then okay, Ivern's disabled. We can't use that. That's just the way it is. You know, we've seen it plenty of times. But when a patch is so busted that in terms of competitive integrity, they're just like, we can't run with this. Unfortunately, it would be so much stuff. And it probably also comes down, the only real reason, again, this is all hyperbole. This is all my personal thoughts on the whole thing. There's no actual, you know, reasoning behind this other than my own thoughts. But I imagine it's one of those things where like they just don't know exactly what's going to happen. So all of a sudden you play on a patch where, you know, this bug and you think you found them all, and then another one pops up or another one pops up. You're kind of going, oh, wait, hang on. Are we just going to reset every single game? Or these, you know, again, as we've heard, they are game breaking.
I mean, look, if you ever have watched like a game dev like documentary on most games, they literally treat it like a Hydra. They'll be like, man, we fix one bug and then 3 more just like magic themselves up in code. And you know, I do imagine that is technically what happens in League of Legends too. There's no reason to doubt that it doesn't. But yeah, it is a very rare occasion that you get straight up held up a patch because there are issues with it. So yeah, I hope that is fixed. And again, it does, like, in my 5 years of like competitive involvement, I don't think I've not seen a patch straight up be delayed. So
denied,
like,
if you
denied
will.
even. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see how it ends up going. Obviously, we are waiting on any kind of official confirmation of what's going on right now. Hopefully, we'll be jumping into the game very, very soon. We do apologize for any kind of delay. The good thing is, and this is the beauty of the LPL, because we have several different venues across China, is that the third series is in Beijing. It's in it's off the thing. So if they have no issues, even if we're a little bit delayed, we should be able to catch up fairly quickly. But yeah, I've just been told in my ear, we're going to take a quick break, give ourselves a little bit of a rest, and hopefully see you guys very soon with an answer.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I died in my own life. praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping this. That's like that. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Now we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping this. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail beautiful.
Harris, the longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder!
Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie. And, you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some, he's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid wave crushing, they've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay,
last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the Mendel. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1XA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1XN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Cal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Cal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死，阿比打到第5个人头。
最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来 ，BRG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。JK Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 JK Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到 陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊， 包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，那一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q 3杀，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。
很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到了5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，挺进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。
对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有了，接近了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝就了，4杀5杀嘛，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 OMG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Once you see my bad side, push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. looking straight ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away there. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone new. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay
会给你看几个游戏内的操作的片段，那么你需要给这些片段里面的这些主角的操作打分，从0分到5分。
OK， 可以。
Kill. He should easily be able to get. Apollo has to flash this.
Oh, I will dominate with the sick flash of the body slam. Here comes Quas as well. Knocks him in. Completely earned.
给个5分吧，5分吧，满分。 실수를 하긴 했는데 결국 잡았으니까 상관없지 않을까.
满分5分就打5分啊，这波挺帅的，这个1闪。
你得给他满分。在去干咳前就能把所有的事情全部想到，并且做出相应的操作，我是比较喜欢这方面的操作的，我可以给他5分。
酒桶的意识很好吧，提前预判到了，第一时间就跟上了闪现。4分呗，操作还是挺帅的。
我觉得没必要这样操作，我感觉走过去他就死了。不过操作很帅，满分5分，我给4分。
1到，然后跟到寒冰的闪现嘛，然后炸回来，但他的 Q 丢的有点可惜，给他打个4分吧。
打个4分吧，这挺好的，但是就是空了个 Q， 美中不足。
如果你觉得你来这波，
我来肯定满分。
但是我来玩的话，应该可以杀得更快。3分吧。
这酒桶我给他0分啊，他一点都不懂观众到底想看什么。我说实话，
这个酒桶绝对是0分啊！他这个一闪 AR 的爱惜有闪交闪就跑了。
他还操作还不够完美，
他这操作拿的不是完美啊？他就纯傻操作啊，0分啊
6。
Dragon advantage as well. Ready to take a fight. Flash over. How do you?
这样的ED 4分，这反应还可以。
我觉得ED 这波这反应还可以吧。
那必须是满分，反应人快。
如果那边没那个。 马尔扎哈的视野的话，感觉这EZ有点像脚本，
反应挺快，但就不知道蚂蚱第一时间能不能。这个是评价蚂蚱的操作还是EZ的操作？
给对面的打分吗？
给这个马尔扎哈打分。
闪现期被解了，然后沉默3个，看一下。
我们来看看到底是发生了什么样的操作。
哦，自己打断了，
自己把自己的打断了吧？我就开始以为这个什么脚本水银嘛，然后发现他自己把自己打断了。 挺好的，给满分这个操作。
哦，看到了，最多给1分啊，这个是低级失误。
这个马尔扎哈是应该太久没玩了吧？技能投放顺序错了。
那这不是要打负分吗？
那你给他打个分。
这只能打0分了。
那只能0分啊！
厉害呀，0分，1分吧。
你知道他做了一个什么样的操作吗
？2完取消了吧？
打断了自己大招呗。 对，闪现1R，然后感觉是按快了。对，
确实挺凶，把自己大招打断了。
你给他打几分？
某种意义来讲，这个是满分。
节目效果5颗星吧。节目效果上面肯定是炸裂级别的，我给他满分。
4分吧，就因为总会有失误的时候嘛。
其实可以给个3、4分吧。 虽然看着失误了，但是我感觉可能开到也赢不了啊，就是为了让队友不打嘛，让他洗一下，给个3分吧。
就看着是有点意思，但是打他队友我觉得有点折磨啊，所以只能给1颗星吧。
Connects on first, cleanse, instant again. Looks like he's trying to bait it. Flash forward. That dredger hit the wall, didn't it? That was a face plant of note. The box comes down from the limit as the curtain is called back and Perks.
这3场不会是我吧？我觉得2个都是1分吧。
为什么呢？
都是有想法，但是没操作出来。
感觉1分吧，有点抽象。
这已经可以入选饭堂 top 1了。
这个野辅的配合
吃饱了，满分呗。我都没想到 Q 闪。
就我不知道泰坦能不能 Q 闪，脚个能 Q 闪不？那不能 Q 闪的话，就应该是纯失误了，打3分吧。
这个我绝对得给满分，
也是5分。感觉他整的不错啊，2个卧龙凤雏啊，真的。
这个就是卧龙凤雏俩，这2个人的操作就是
给5分吗？
最多1分吧，他们2个人。
마이너스 5점.
왜什么呢?
딱 봤을 때 그런 일이 일어날까 상상만 했던 일이 진짜로 일어났어.
挺好的，挺下饭的。就观众们一定会给他打5分。
我觉得5分，就没有人可以再复制这个操作。我觉得。
你知道这个盲僧的操作者是谁吗？
我不知道。
不知道。
我不想知道。
是 G2 的打野 Yankos。
牛。
我挺喜欢的。他
那我觉得他应该是在搞节目效果吧。
他们玩得挺开心的。
这是比赛吗？这不是吧？rank 吧？
这是比赛。
好吧。
我一般队友发现这种操作，我就疯狂点表情了，给个2、3分。
你知道这个盲僧是谁玩的吗？
这是比赛上的。
对，接触的打野 Yankos 玩的。
那我只能给满分了。第一波盲视野大招接 Q 的话，我是认可的，非常漂亮，我可以给他打个满分。然后后边的话，感谢一下对面，
给个3颗星吧，因为这个操作确实，我就是纳美该有的操作。
炮丢的准，没什么其他的吧。
1分吧，因为前边那2兄弟的发挥才配拿5分，他只能拿1分。
还不错，就是卡视野给的技能给的很好，给4分吧。
考得很好吧，也是满分，就每个技能都放得很好。
满分吧，这纳美的操作。
纳美5分吧。
5分吧，我觉得他技能释放的都是特别的准确的。
完美，不用秀手，完美的。
大招接 Q 啊，包括他的 Q 的命中都是就是挺准的，应该能打个5分。
综合评分吧，打得这么认真干嘛？
这纳美4、5分了，他玩的好狡猾。这个纳美嘛，感觉玩的很好，他每个炮都炮到2个吧，然后就走也很激进的了。
跟你比起来怎么样？
跟我比起来嘛，应该就这波操作应该比我猛很多。
Harris, the longer they're gonna have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohu wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder. Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and maybe some Jackie love as well. Got to give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Yukal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Yukal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死！阿比拿到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，
来 ，BRG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。JK Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 JK Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的， 他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说经理我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q 3杀，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打街的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，迎进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥得不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有吗？接近了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝又来了，4杀5杀嘛，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 OMG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是
觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
我会给你看几个游戏内的操作的片段，那么你需要给这些片段里面的这些主角的操作打分，从0分到5分。
OK， 可以。
Be a kill. He should easily be able to get.
Apollo has to flash this.
Oh, I will dominate with the sick flash of the body slam. Here comes Quads as well. Knocks him in. Completely earned.
给个5分吧，5分吧，满分。 실수를 하긴 했는데 결국 잡았으니까 상관없지 않을까.
满分5分就打5分啊，这波挺帅的，这个一闪
肯定得给他满分。
在去gank前就能把所有的事情全部想到，并且做出相应的操作，我是比较喜欢这方面的操作的，我可以给他5分。
酒桶的意识很好吧，提前预判到了，第一时间就跟上了闪现。4分呗，操作还是挺帅的。
我觉得没必要这样操作，我感觉走过去他就死，不过操作很帅，满分5分，我给4分。 1到，然后跟到寒冰的闪现嘛，然后炸回来，但他的 Q 丢的有点可惜，给他打个4分吧。
打个4分吧，这挺好的，但是就是空了个 Q， 美中不足。
如果你觉得你来这波，
我来肯定满分。
但是我来玩的话，应该可以杀得更快，3分吧。
这酒桶我给他0分啊，他一点都不懂观众到底想看什么。我说实话，
这个酒桶绝对是0分啊！他这个一闪 AR， 这爱惜有闪交闪就跑了。
他还操作还不够完美，
他这操作都拿的不是完美啊？他就纯傻操作啊，0分啊
，6。
Dragon advantage as well. Ready to take the fight. Flash over. How do you?
这样的ED 4分，这反应还可以。
我觉得 ED 这波这反应还可以吧？
那必须是满分，反应很快。
如果那边没那个。 马尔扎哈的视野的话，感觉这 EZ 有点像脚本，
反应挺快，但就不知道蚂蚱第一时间能不能。这个是评价蚂蚱的操作还是 EZ 的操作？
给对面的打分吗？
给这个马尔扎哈打分。
闪现期被解了，然后沉默3个，看一下。
我们来看看到底是发生了什么样的操作。
哦，自己打断了，
自己把自己的打断了吧？我就开始以为这个什么脚本水银嘛，然后发现他自己把自己打断了。 挺好的，给满分这个操作。
哦，看到了，最多给1分啊，这个是低级失误。
这个马尔扎哈是应该太久没玩了吧？技能投放顺序错了。
那这不是要打负分吗？
那你给他打个分。
这只能打0分了。
那只能0分啊！
厉害呀，0分，1分吧。
你知道他做了一个什么样的操作吗
？2完取消了吧？
打断了自己大招呗。 对，闪现1R，然后感觉是按快了，对，
确实挺凶，把自己大招打断了。
你给他打几分？
某种意义来讲，这个是满分。
节目效果5颗星吧。节目效果上面肯定是炸裂级别的，我给他满分。
4分吧，就因为总会有失误的时候嘛。
其实可以给个3、4分吧。 虽然看着失误了，但是我感觉可能开到也赢不了，就是为了让队友不打嘛，让他洗一下，给个3分吧。
就看着是有点意思，但是打他队友我觉得有点折磨啊，所以只能给1颗星吧。
Connects on first, cleanse, instant again. Looks like he's trying to bait it. Flash forward. That dredge hit the wall, didn't it? That was a face plant of note. The box comes down from the limit as the curtain is called back and Perks.
这车展不会是我吧？
我觉得2个都是1分吧。
为什么呢？
都是有想法，但是没操作出来。
感觉1分吧，有点抽象。这已经可以入选饭堂 top 1了。
这个 F 的配合
吃饱了，满分呗，我都没想到 Q 闪。
就我不知道泰坦能不能 Q 闪，脚哥能 Q 闪不？那不能 Q 闪的话，就应该是纯失误了，打3分吧。这个我绝对得给满分。
也是5分，感觉他整的不错啊。2个卧龙凤雏啊，真的。这个就是卧龙凤雏俩，这2个人的操作就是给5分嘛，最多1分吧，他们2个人。
마이너스 5점.
왜什么呢?
딱 봤을 때 그런 일이 일어날까 상상만 했던 일이 진짜로 일어났어.
挺好的，挺下饭的。就观众们一定会给他打5分。
我觉得5分，就没有人可以再复制这个操作。我觉得。
你知道这个盲僧的操作者是谁吗？
我不知道。
不知道，我不想知道。
是 G2 的打野 Yankos。
牛
我挺喜欢他。
那我觉得他应该是在搞节目效果吧。
他们玩得挺开心的。
这是比赛吗？这不是吧？rank 吧？
这是比赛。
好吧。我一般队友发现这种操作，我就疯狂点表情，给个2、3分。
你知道这个盲僧是谁玩的吗？
这是比赛上的。
对，G2 的打野 Yankos 玩的。
那我只能给满分了。第一波盲视野大招接 Q 的话，我是认可的，非常漂亮，我可以给他打个满分。然后后边的话，感谢一下对面，
给个3颗星吧，因为这个操作确实，我就是纳美该有的操作。
炮丢的准，没什么其他的吧
？1分吧，因为前边那2兄弟的发挥才配拿5分，他只能拿1分。
还不错，就是卡视野给的技能给的很好，给4分吧。
跑得很好吧，也是满分，就每个技能都放得很好。
满分吧，这是纳美的操作。
纳美5分吧
，5分吧，我觉得他技能释放的都是特别的准确的。
完美，不用秀手，完美的。
大招接 Q 啊，包括他的 Q 的命中都是就是挺准的，应该能打个5分。
综合评分吧，打得这么认真干嘛？
这娜美4、5分了，他玩的好狡猾。这个娜美嘛，感觉玩的很好，他每个炮都炮到2个吧，然后就走也很激进的了。
跟你比起来怎么样？
跟我比起来嘛，应该就这波操作应该比我猛很多。
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 우선 방송의 그 거부감을 좀 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고 그리고 도파 형이랑 주면서 우선 재밌었고 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的赛啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께 하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3比2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班 ，IG 轻取 SKT。
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
主体在侧边等待进场。 对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是拿到了台2，
被刀了，给咱被秒了，没给出来。
赛自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇지 않은데 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까. 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的晒。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각하기에 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第一天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们现在才打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
Sandbox is just saying, well, you guys aren't going to go on Elder? Well, I'm going to win this game. Well, that is going to be a Glacial Prison on Dewilla. He's taking a lot of damage, or is he? He's a pretty tanky boy. He's dead. Oh my god, he Gale bosses them. It is just destruction.
The show that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out. They flocking to me like I won the lotto.
It's all going to be about Light, what he's able to do.
That's
Infernum. They're all grouped up. He's got Infernum and he's going to burn through the whole team. Kano popping off on the opposite side, trying to end the game. Jump straight on towards Light, but Light turns it around. No,
it's over.
Finally falls in the end. Kare's got 1 HP. Wei doesn't have any damage to the Nexus is bare. Wei is buying time. Xiaohu's up in just 5 seconds. And Kare doesn't have the damage to actually finish the game here. Xiaohu respawns. Home guard flashes forward and finds Gare. He saves the game.
It's back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves, I shows they binging.
まだ3コアというところは到達してないですから、ここのちょっとダメージ差というのも気になりますね。さあ、バックラインのテレポート、前からはグレイシャルプリズン。さあ、まずはナップへフォーカス集めていきました。10の判定、上のマジ完璧だ。さあ、リッキーが到達した頃には3キル獲得成功。クレストゲーミングアクト、家臣がボイドラッシュで追っていって、ホグレットリッキーが空こそ取り返してキルするものの
I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it. I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals.
스피드만 받았고요. 그리고 전령은 아직 마무리 지금 이제 되고 세주안이. 네. 날리지 못했습니다. 실비. 메이커가 살짝 피했고. 나를. 저항 임상
살기 바쁩니다. 동생 이미 히트가 됐기 때문에. 네, 근데 선제. 추가적으로 쫓아가다 든든을 잡았다. 타워도 보고. 지금 전투력. 몰아붙여. 에이스 띄우자. 데우스 위험한 상황에서 초식의 타이밍도 너무 좋았고. 계속 구매라.
I gotta get it on my side.
Gonna spot the players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side, and LWX is here as well. But the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
What a huge play coming out from the Shy.
You ain't gonna go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace.
Arsene TPing down. Can finish for the flank. Has the proto belt. Is a minion. Larson looking to secure groups as a melee minion. From Larson on the flank. Knocked back Astralis' hopes. Torn to pieces with a single press of his R button. Just running out of time.
Oh no!
Cup comes flying in. What a way to achieve 1,000 kills in the LEC from Larson.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathe every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands.
that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of the kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate, cruising a Ferrari. Let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life. Yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
You're pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hazy. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright.
일단 서머 시즌 저의 평점은 한 7, 8점 정도 되는 것 같고 스프링 시즌보다 확실히 좀 소통적인 부분에서 좀 알아듣는 게 있어서 그게 좀 많이 바뀐 것 같습니다. WA팀 경기 본 적 있고 모든 팀이 다 압박이 있다 생각해서 압박이 있을 것 같습니다. 재밌게 게임합시다.
下场我们打京东的话，大家都知道京东是最强的战队了。然后打他们的话，我觉得就不会有压力吧。然后就去用平常心跟他们打的话，就应该可以。我觉得下场打 net 的话，我觉得 net 大家也都比较熟悉吧，就是他是已经连续好几年是那种比较强的、比较稳的中单了。然后打他的话就没什么好注意的吧，就注意的地方可能太多了也，就直接平常心打吧。我觉得这个赛季自己的打法跟之前其实没有太大的变化吧。然后自己的进步的话，就是跟队友的沟通配合会比之前让队友来的舒服吧。
Hello! Welcome back, everybody! Oh, we missed you so dearly. Myself and Jamada literally have not moved. We have been stood here for 2 hours.
My feet
If you've been in the Twitch chat, we've been having a bit of fun. Jamada, you have been working so tirelessly to make sure we get ourselves a little bit on time. But we have a positive update nonetheless.
We do. From our understanding,
yes.
JDG still going on. Woo! Let's go. The issues were fixed in time to not have this match postponed. So unfortunately, it seems like we're not gonna have OMG AL today. That will be rescheduled and happen at
I have the
date.
official announcement if you want me to read it verbatim, if you will.
Yes, go ahead.
Received an update that the technical issues have been fixed after urgent repairs. The match between WE and JDG, originally scheduled for 1900 Beijing time, will be happening at the Beijing venue and will resume very shortly. Please stay tuned for our upcoming match. So we're just going to completely skip AL versus OMG. That is postponed for sure. That will be happening almost certainly either tomorrow or the next day. We will get to that when we get to that. But today, we still have JDG coming up onto our rift, coming up today against WE. It is going to be in the Beijing arena. So a rare away game here for WE. And oh Lord, Jamada, it's been a trying time. We were in, then we were out, then we were back in, and now we can finally start to think and talk about this game, this next series.
Huh. Man, I don't know. I feel like it's been 2 hours. This has been a bit of an experience, you know, not just for us, but for chat as well.
Yeah.
Again, thank you guys for sticking around. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still a bit loopy after, you know, I had to go through the tunnels all the way from here to Beijing and then get behind the servers.
8,500 kilometers away, like
look, you know,
crazy.
I had to, you know, I don't like to flex the powers, but I had to get over there to make sure that the viewers could still have a game for today outside of watching Top Esports absolutely spank Culture Prime. So, WE, JDG, a matchup where for WE, you know, they're probably, I'm not going to say they're locked into, I beg your pardon, they're not necessarily locked into 10th to 7th, right? If they do win here, they definitely do put a little bit of pressure on OMG and on Weibo, but I feel like the reality of the situation is, given the fact that, you know, WE have this series here, and then they also have BLG to round out the split, the likelihood of them taking down both teams and then also stealing a win straight up off of FPX to make it to 11 wins, kind of low. But I do have faith in their ability to, at the very least, try and put pressure on the teams above them. And JDG, this is my big concern, Ashin, on the opposite end, just lost the series to IG. It was, to say the least, probably a little bit embarrassing. I feel like they're going to be angry, and I feel like they're going to come out and, you know, play to win from start to finish this time around. That is my big concern about this series. If we just get a really mad JDG who just realized that they've probably lost first place regular season because of some shenaniganery, you know? So I'm cautious about how optimistic I want to be for WE, because we know how good JDG are when they want to play the game and not play ARAM and get hit by 2 hooks back to back when they're facing up against the list rank.
Yes. I think that's the big thing. Also, look at Kanavi's champion pool. Just want to point that out right there real quick. Just absolutely monstrous. But I think the thing is that the JDG versus IG is a blip in the radar unless we start to see some issues coming in. And I will say for IG, they did have a very set in stone way they wanted to play it. We talked about this at the end of the series. They picked hard split pushing. They picked a formula that is not really seen so far in this meta. And it did put JDG into a little bit of, oh, we can't just go into our regularly scheduling, you know, kind of broadcasting right now. We have to think about this, and they were punished. However, it's JDG, and I don't think JDG are a team to take a loss like that lying down. So it's they've, as we said in the last broadcast, only 4 teams have actually beaten JDG so far this split. One of them being Weibo. The other 3, I think, are IG, EDG, and I can't remember the 4th one off the top of my head. But again,
wasn't it randomly?
Yes, it was OMG. You're absolutely correct. So, I mean, we'll see what they're able to kind of do here today. But I'm scared for WE because WE play a slow, methodical game, and they're not really ones to try and throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks.
Look, here's the thing, right? When it comes to JDG, when they care, they are a thinking man's team, right? They characteristically fall behind, like drastically sometimes, and they still out team fight you. That is my big concern here. So if you're WE, you need to have a really, really extensive plan to actually, you know, not only outthink JDG, but then you also still have to outhands them to a degree, right? So I feel like a lot of it will certainly start. I like that the key players here are actually Hung and Kanavi, because I feel like Kanavi, there was a lot of sort of pseudo criticism around him throughout spring and even at MSI, where the few times where JDG do lose and they have losing lanes, Kanavi looks a little bit lost. So I like that this is the key matchup, because for me, Hung is a true facilitator through and through. He likes to play around lanes regardless of lane state, and he'll just throw his body at plays. And I feel like if he starts to get into a situation where he's actually enabling his lanes to be winning to a point where Kanavi then has nothing to lean on and actually look towards, then this is maybe an angle where, hey, for WE, this is something they can look towards. Make the game super chaotic, right? It's kind of how JDG ended up in the situation they did against IG. They ended up in a chaotic game state, and then they also ended up against the composition where it was mostly split pushing, right? And JDG were trying to show up to Dragons occasionally, and then realizing, hey, you know, IG are all over the place, and then the times where IG did show up, the setup was so good from them that JDG could not feasibly contest.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well, and I love that we see this highlight coming in onto Hung, because in their last series against RNG, yes, it was a loss, but he came out with some of the most god-tier flanks that I have ever seen on this Vi. He was skirting around perfectly around Vision, constantly getting in onto the back line, and he's going to have another performance. And the sad thing is about that last game, or last series, is that despite him having such a great series, he did unfortunately lose it 2-1 to RNG. So now, WE, they are locked for playoffs, but like we always mentioned, it's not just about playoffs, it's about kind of fighting for that top 6. If they lose, I feel like it's going to become nigh impossible for them to try and get anything outside of the first round. So now we kind of come back into this setup where it's looking towards these key players for WE to stand up and be counted. But again, I mean, if I'm WE, I'm so scared of JDG coming to this one here, because there was a lot of stuff said about JDG after that loss. You know, people overreacting, as people always do on the internet. But like, I mean, WE, they might be on the receiving end of a serious punishment here from JDG venting their frustrations.
Yeah, and look, there's 2 ways that this can go, and especially because, you know, I feel like when you kind of get an understanding of how the cultures are for the, you know, highest achieving teams over in China, in the LCK as well, you lose a game like that, there's one of 2 roads here that occurs, right? It's JDG on full discipline behavior, and they absolutely demolished WE in like 2 25-minute games. Or that was actually the start of like something that is potentially unprecedented considering where JDG have been for the entirety of the year up until that series. Because the reason why we big up this series as such a keystone moment is because JDG haven't really tripped up like that, like, the entire year. So this really is kind of the situation of, okay, you know, they've lost against some of the big teams. There was one upset against OMG. EDG were on form, that's fine. But IG were 3-10. Like, this is a bit of a moment now for JDG to just come back out and say, hey guys, we were having fun a couple of days ago. We're still fine, right? That's what this series is now about. For WE, it's just about trying to solidify a slightly better seeding, right? If they can continue to, you know, trip up a potential JDG who are maybe at the start of their fall.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that, you know, it's a little bit of a stumble for JDG over IG. Let's see if it's a proper fall on your face, or if it's just a swing back to add more momentum into a punch.
I've got the perfect anecdote. You know when people are like, when it's been snowing and the pavement is iced over, and then you see people start to like slip. They do. They're doing that.
Oh yeah, the little double slip. It's kind of like
that's JDG right now. That's where JDG are at. And now it's about whether or not JDG are going to fall flat on their face or recover. It's one or the other, right? So
it's either going to be a beautiful recovery and no one's ever going to question them again, or it's going to be a real hard flat in the face kind of vibe.
and even worse, then JDG are going to RKO WE as well. Like, it's not even going to be. It's not even going to be. You know, it's going to be kind of.
It was a slip, but it's one of those like WWE, like, oh no, I'm falling. Never mind. Bang.
Yeah. Just catches him off the top rope, right? So yeah, this is definitely a bit of a big moment here for JDG. Whether or not to decide this is like, you know, a minor trip up or actually the beginning of a. Hopefully what I, you know, as an LPL rep now, a brief trip for JDG where they can at the very least still recover. They're all but mathematically obviously locked in for top 2, right? They've got so many games in hand over the teams below them that the likelihood is they will probably still enter playoffs as that top 2, which means they're going to have plenty of time.
They would need to lose the last 3 games, basically.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And it's not very likely. They're against RA, TT, and WE. WE probably being, quote unquote, the hardest of those matchups. But, I mean, look, we'll see how big it's going to be. Jamada, I'm getting a little nervous, all right? It's been on us for a little while. And
I don't want to. No, I didn't want to curse it either.
I know. I didn't want to mention it.
Look,
but it has been on us. But hopefully, it's just small updates.
Okay. Listen, guys. Chat. Just.
Sorry, I'll leave. You need to have a private discussion. I'll go away.
We can look. I think that we should be fine. Okay, we should be okay. I'm gonna stop whispering. That's probably weird for the headphone users. I apologize.
I never know.
I imagine the players are on stage. We just haven't cut to it yet. That's my assumption. We haven't had an update. Check my phone. We haven't had an update yet. But our announcement was that we will be getting WEJDG. We have had the lineups flash up. So deep breath, everyone. Lock in.
Everyone together.
I have the LPL chat open and they're spamming surely, man. No, don't do it. Look. We've waited 2 hours.
Who I feel bad for? Do you know who I feel bad for?
Go on.
I feel bad for Dom. I will dominate.
Oh man,
Dom is an OMG believer, if you're not sure.
Throw a bone
and Dom woke up, I believe, at 4 a.m. his time to stand with his team of OMG.
He never
and
went,
then they didn't even play.
he never went live though, right? So
I think that's what he was waiting to do. I think he was literally waiting for the game to start, but he was awake because I'm pretty sure I saw him tweet about it. So Dom, we salute you. Get wrecked, unfortunately, but
yeah, man.
Yeah,
throw some 07s up to I'll dominate, man, because that's
big up to that. His time zone is not friendly to to the co-streaming.
I think
LPL.
he's Central Time in America, so I think he's -6 on us. So actually, yeah, it's horrible. I was in Texas recently, and I remember I was going to bed at like midnight, and the first series of the day was like. Basically, you guys are waking up for tech checks. And I was just like, wow. It would be horrible to be an AM2 LPL like this on the flip schedule. So also, I guess, shout out to, Mazel and Barry, who have been Ogbarry's obviously been guesting recently, working on those schedules because it is rough. They're even further west as well. I believe they're both in LA. At the very least, Mazel I know definitely is on that time +8 to us, so it's an even bigger swing. But yeah, goodness me. Sucks to be in those time zones if you're an LPL fan, I guess. We are still waiting on confirmation, if you're wondering why we're babbling on. Scruffy wants confirmation and all.
Scruffy demands
Dude,
an
is this the point?
answer right now.
Should I just go get? I'm gonna go get him.
Go get him.
We've
Go get him.
We've had a
Go
2-hour
get the
break.
dog.
I'm gonna go get him.
Yeah, go get your dog. Go say hi. Yeah, we get Scruffy on broadcast. So we are gonna say, it's all a green screen. It was all a lie. It's not actually a perfectly blue and purple wall. We're learning all the truths about Yamada. Thank you for sticking with us, by the way. It has been oh, there he is! Look at him! Look at him! Oh, he is so scruffy. So cute. Oh, chat. We are blessed. We are blessed. He's such he's so cute.
I realized very quickly I couldn't put my headphones on whilst carrying him.
It's all good. I was just to say I was just telling the chat we're blessed.
Yeah, we are. We're
it's
blessed.
It's blessed, but yeah, we got a dog.
got a dog.
I've texted our
producer
and asked if there's any updates. I'm getting more nervous by the minute, and hoping and praying that we kind of come into it. But you know who are the real champions of all this? As much as we said, you know what, sucks to be dumb, but okay, we have been given an update by our director. We should be ready in 2 minutes. Hopefully. So it's now 30 minutes gone.
I don't like that the operative word in that sentence was should.
Yeah,
that's what I'm worried about.
Italics.
Now, Prage, we can hope that it's fixed. If it's not, then guys, we're in for a long podcast, and we'll start breaking out the chat questions. I feel like at that point, because I don't know where else we can go.
I was just about to say, our real champions of this are the people who stuck by, who stood with us in chat, in YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever the hell you may be, and stuck with us through this. So you guys, you the real ones. Thank you so much. I think Jake Hysterics earlier today said the chat are the. Hang on, I have the quote because Nymera talked about it today. It was from Hysterics. It was, I know you're all on 6-figure salaries. You're the most attractive people of our generation. And they're not only the most attractive, they're the most dedicated here in the LPL. So you know what? Hysterics is onto something. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We're going a bit loopy. It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
we were vibing off screen, obviously, during the 2-hour break as well.
I cannot promise that the quality of cast is going to necessarily be any much further away from loopiness as we're here!
Yeah! Why are we doing the team intros? Just get us in the pick and ban! Oh my lord! Why do we need this fanfare? It's been 2.5 hours!
Well, actually, if you think about it, for the Beijing folk, they've only been there half an hour. They've only been delayed 30 minutes, so, sucks for them, but not. Well, sucks for us, but not for them. They've got.
They've only been there half an hour. They were like, slight delay.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I can't believe this game is starting 30 minutes post time. Man, I might get home a little bit late tonight. That's gonna kind of suck. Maybe. You know what? Actually, because I'm on the JDG hate train because Kitty is of course JDG's biggest fan in the world. Hopefully, W can send JDG home a little bit early, and then we don't have to worry about the delays, right? That's what we're thinking today, right, guys? That's how it's going.
It's yeah, I mean, we'll see. We shall see. We are gonna have the teams coming out here. Like you said, this was our later game. That was, oh my lord, excuse me, I'm just burping now. I downed an energy drink during that pause, and now it's coming back to haunt me. But so these guys aren't feeling too bad about it. This was a slight delay on their fronts versus our, collective 2.5-hour delay. But we are getting the teams now onto a WE, like we said earlier, in a rare away game. They do normally play in Xi'an, going to be playing in Beijing for this particular one, and it's going to be interesting to see because, like I said, it's a new setup here, and it kind of feels like when you have your own stadium, you get very used to those setups very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's an excellent point. Something that doesn't really get spoken about a lot is actually home crowd advantage in the LPL, right? And like you mentioned, I can't remember the last time WWE played an away game, right? Like almost all of their games are in Xi'an. So I do wonder how the setups and just like the general vibes and feel are going to be for them traveling over to Beijing as well. A fair distance too. I was learning a little bit in the break about Chinese geography, just because
our director,
I was like, yeah, via our director, because in my head, having competitive experience, I was like, well, if there's TR issues over in Beijing, even though I didn't know where Beijing was compared to where Shanghai was, so I was like, okay, depending on how far away these two, depending on how far away these two venues are, there is a chance that we might actually have separate issues and they could be on different TR servers entirely. It wasn't the case. They were suffering from the same issues across the board. And I found out that apparently they're only 2,000 kilometers away. I say only, but that is a long, long way. And Xi'an, a little bit further for WE. So, you know, for them, it is a big trip. And typically, playing at home does mean that we could see a little bit of, I wouldn't say nerves, but, you know, it's one of those things that you don't tend to get to consider for WE, as they are almost always in Xi'an.
Yes, exactly that. So we'll see if that has any kind of big effect. Of course, JDG only kind of recently enough in relative terms, got themselves set up and ready in the Beijing arena. As we do have everyone kind of making their way onto the stage, giving their hellos. And hopefully we will be getting into picks and bans very, very shortly. It feels like an eternity since the last time we saw some League of Legends, and it does feel like I will say though, actually, to be perfectly honest, time flies when you're having fun, and we were definitely vibing our time. Next time we should just do a 2-hour podcast, you know, do full LCK on that stuff. It'd be, I don't know how fun it would be at the end of those 2 hours, but it would still be fun.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be fine. We'd be able to, you know, I'm sure things would be totally sane and nothing terrible would happen by the end of those 2 hours. Everything would be lovely, right? So, yeah, maybe next time we get to podcast, right? You know, maybe, oh my god, Bevies with the boys. Why don't we get that going again? That's
right.
LPL broadcast, you know?
There you go.
Well,
we got Munchables already. We just gotta bring Dagda back.
Just gotta get Dagda over. Yeah, like just figure it out. You know, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. He'd be totally down for that. Yeah. There's always
not like he's coming towards the end of the LEC season or anything, you know.
Oh yeah, not as if there's like potentially you know, a little bit of time. Oh well, I guess his time was kind of over, but you know, because they had the break for the LEC, everyone was on a little bit of time off.
I think he went on holidays, I believe.
Yeah,
if you follow him on Instagram, he went off to Spain.
Yeah, exactly. Went over to Mallorca, I think.
Yeah, Mallorca, I believe.
Yeah, decent bit of land over there. There's somewhere that the English love. Somewhere that the English specifically love to go. The English love their holidays over to Spain, don't they? It's quite the
Santa Ponza.
Yeah,
you got
Benidorm. Benidorm. God, I love the proper English accent, people. Anyway, we're partly distracted because we're kind of loopy, guys. Can you blame us? It's been a long pause. We've technically, in Ashin's case, you know, he was here casting the first series as well, right?
Yeah,
so
been here a while.
You know, he's been here for like almost 5 hours now at this point. I've fortunately only been here since the end of the first series, rather. We didn't have the second series. So yeah, again, I can't attest to the quality of what you're going to hear for the next 2 to 3 hours, you know? But what I can attest to is that the quality of the game itself should be pretty good. Unless JDG, again, we go back to that anecdote of slipping on the ice, right? You know, they're doing the cartoon slip where they're kind of running on the spot right now and they're losing a bit of balance, and this is about whether or not they can actually keep a straight back or whether or not this could be the Flace plant moment.
Yeah, this could be it. We have to wait to see kind of where things end up kind of going for these teams. And coming back in, as you mentioned, to this series, for JDG, this is to kind of re-solidify themselves. They were all but guaranteed a #1 spot in the regular season for 2 splits in a row. Don't forget, they were #1 in spring as well. Good to see some kind of, you know, happy faces between the guys here as they wait to go into picks and bans. But for them, they need to start kind of reaffirming to people. They'll blip on the radar, whatever. For WE, if they were able to take a scalp off of this, if they were able to turn around and say, hey, we're actually going to be able to take, you know, a series off you guys, then I start to kind of reshuffle my playoff expectations of WE, because in recent form, WE have looked okay, nothing amazing. Maybe they win the first round, it's a close kind of call for the second one, but after that, I don't really see them going much further. If they are able to kind of take down JDG right at the end of the season and build up that momentum, there's a very different conversation to be had here for WE going into the later stages of that playoff run.
Yeah, I do totally agree with you because, you know, WE have taken a couple of decent scalps this split in summer. So it does make you wonder when these guys are playing at ceiling, if it's the right kind of day, you know, what's the percent of the humidity, how fast is the wind blowing,
where they aligned,
what is the, you know, what stage is the moon in its cycle, right? Like for a draft! Oh my god, let's go!
We did it! We did it!
For WE, this could be, again, this could be a keystone moment, not just for their own personal performance, but also for the split. Because if they can actually take down JDG, if this is a stumble, which is going to continue post-IG series, you know, JDG, it's going to look real sad on JDG's Leaguepedia when it says 1-1-1-2, and then, you know, whatever they place in Worlds, right? So let's see how things go. We're into picks and bans. Nico, Tristana, Vi, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa. I'm happy that all of these picks are, for now, off the table, and I imagine that JDG could follow this up with a Jace ban or an Azir ban. Pretty common into Shanks, as those are pretty much his biggest comfort picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll see how it ends up kind of all unfolding for the moment, but gonna have the last one be that Jax ban coming in here. So not letting Cube go into that kind of uber comfort. Then Nico still being banned away alongside the LeBlanc and Tristana means that we're still waiting on some kind of key mid laners to kind of go for. I feel like you could still go for something like the Cassante here for Cube and just get him something that will do decently in the 3-6-9.
Yeah, Cassante, first pick, wouldn't be too bad. You've got a couple of different jungle options as well. Rel, first pick. Wow.
This could be a Rel jungle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, really good. Great call out, actually. So, obviously, I think Kanavi is the only person in the world at tier 1 gameplay that has picked the Rel jungle as of, like, maybe a week and a half ago. So, this is actually a pretty big takeaway, because for JDG, that is something that they flexed. It looked pretty damn good. And also, it's just a very irritating champion to deal with when it does end up in the jungle role, right? So, interesting that WE opts to take this away. They now see the Rakan. This could just be paired up instantly with the Xayah if JDG want to, and then they've got a very confirmed strong 2v2 on the bottom side of the map, and then they can look for jungle on 3, or of course there are plenty of mid lane options up on the table as well, which I feel like in the case of JDG, Jace's Knight is pretty much synonymous with each other, so I'm not surprised that they go towards that, and they can still look towards their AD carry on 3.
Absolutely, it will be a denial here if Hope wants to go for it, but again, you'd have to kind of really either put that Rel down that bot side or look to try and combo into something else. We'll see what WE want to try and work with. As they look for, it looks like no, they're just going to go with the two mounted riders here of WE, looking for the Sejuani and the Rel. They're going to lock that one in, so that is a Rel going into that bot side, and Shanks going straight back to the Azir. So comfortable on this, but it does indicate to me that WE are looking to go back towards, you know, their tried and tested. Don't even go back towards it, but to kind of lean on it more frivolously of that. They want to go late game. They don't care about those early game skirmishes. They want to try and see what this game will look like at 25-30 minutes.
And it does make me kind of a bit concerned, right, for WE in that sense, because for JDG, again, they are, you know, let's not put words, they have at times very much been the best team fighting team in the world over the last year and a half plus. So I feel like this is definitely a pretty big gauntlet to throw down against JDG, where you're just going, hey, you know, Azir Sejuani, mid-jungle, we're not going to do anything for the first 6 levels at least. Bottom side of the map, you've got this Rel, you're going to have a couple of aggressive options definitely into Xayah Khan, but they're going to be trimmed away, right? Things out of Hope's champion pool, but even then, Hope is more known for things like the Jinx, the Aphelios, right? He is the big hyper carry player on WE, so I feel like JDG are just going to remove those away and then kind of hamstring Hope from there. So again, I feel like JDG right now have plenty in the locker that they are yet to show. They've got jungle counterpick, and then they're going to have topside counterpick as well for R5 369, unless they really want Cassante. As WE, they're moving away junglers because they know that is absolutely the place where they want to try and trim Kanavi's ability to match up against Hung.
Wait and see where they want to try and bring this one here, like the Maokai ban coming out from WE, get rid of some of those AP options. Of course, 369 has got a fairly decent champion pool for himself, so not going to be too worried about where his, you know, kind of maybe if they want to go AP, could go the Kennen. Hasn't really been seeing much play on 13-12. And we'll wait to see where the next kind of position is here, because WE, yes, they'll have themselves 2 picks in a row, but they're kind of unfortunately putting themselves in a bit of a hole, because they're just not really able to kind of go for this. I love the Ivern Band, get this off of Kanavi. He's proven it time and time again that he is exceptionally comfortable on this particular pick. And we'll wait to see how JDG want to try and round out the comp. I imagine they'll pick up their jungler here and look to try and lock in the 369 counter pick on that last pick.
Yeah, I think it's just the most standard route to go, right? There's no reason to show your card super early. No way. I mean, they hovered it, right? WE hovered it on the other end, so are we really going to get a Lilia game? I mean, unless it's just another rehover. Jungle Pool's pitch.
Yes!
It's going to be a Kanavi. Okay, Kanavi Lilia.
Okay, this could technically be a top lane Lilia as well. We'll have to wait and see.
Right. There is also the option for Lilia top. Fortunately, you have one of the best people you could have had by your side for this Lilia game, if it does end up in the top lane as well. It's Varus here for WE, and maybe Cube. Again, you know, you think about the Cassante, right? It's still up, it's available, and if this does go through, then anticipate that 369 will go towards the Renekton, and then that'll just be the very standard matchup that we see on this patch. But Lilia is super exciting, right? We haven't seen her in the meta for a little while. I don't feel like she's had any direct changes for a hot minute either. So this is just something that Kanavi has been cooking up and is ready to show here into WE. And again, we kind of mentioned the whole how angry are WE going to be, right? Or how angry are JDG rather going to be after the loss against IG. They're running on in the top lane for 369, a fresh and relatively untried jungle pick in Lilia on this patch. I feel like not only are they cooking up, but they're gonna kind of come out and try their best to absolutely put out a statement game here in number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this is the first Lilia in the 4 major regions. I could be wrong on that. I'm gonna have a quick check on that, but I mean, it's such a kind of a side pick. It's definitely the first one we're having here in the LPL. No doubt about that in my mind, but great to see just how flexible JDG can be, and just Kanavi as well.
Yeah,
the thing is, we're going to be looking at it's like how quick this clear is. Again, we don't really see it that often, but the Lilia just burns through camps.
Yeah, so like again, when we had Kanavi bust out the rail, I believe I was with Mazel, and I was kind of commenting on how, for me, when I look at a team's development, especially when they're on the higher end of the spectrum, right, like JDG are, the way that you gauge how well a team is starting to actually develop to the next level is when they start to mess around, specifically in my mind with jungle picks, because I think like specialized jungle picks are the hardest to execute typically, and now Lilia is not necessarily the hardest execution champion in the world, so don't, you know, mix my words there. But what I mean is, if you're a team that's already, I wouldn't say overperforming, but you know, you're dominating your region domestically, you're going to internationals, if you start pulling out picks like Lilia, picks like Jungle Rail, which sure, strong on patch, but no one is really playing it, you kind of get a pretty good feel and gauge for where JDG are in terms of their own personal development as a team. They are cooking, they're in the kitchen, and we'll see exactly what kind of gourmet meal Kanavi potentially has for us in this game number 1, as despite the delay, as you can hear, those Jayos, pretty loud crowd in Beijing, ready and excited for this series.
I'm sure we'll get a stat at the bottom there to see how many days it's been since the last time we saw Lilia here in the LPL. But have a quick look at it. You want to go for the Conqueror as well, because the thing is with the Lilia, you get that extra movement speed off of your Q. You're constantly, and your passive, of course, you're constantly looking to try and, you know, build up towards the Liandry's Torment and the Liandry's Anguish and the Demonic Embrace. And that's kind of your whole thing. You want to in and out, constantly be moving in and weaving in a fight. So you get that Conqueror stack very, very quickly.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different options for Kanavi in terms of build paths, right? We've even seen more tankier variants of Lilia this year in comparison to previous years, where it was a lot closer to like kind of glass cannon, right? Sometimes we're even seeing almost like borderline drain tank builds with like Jack Show and Demonic Embrace, right? So I'm curious about where Kanavi's going to go, right? Because there's a lot of frontline dive on WE, so some kind of, you know, drain tank variant of Lilia could be pretty interesting to see here, but I expect, given that he's the sole AP damage dealer on the team, that he's more likely to dip a little bit heavier, like you mentioned, into Liandry's, and then maybe even the Demonic Embrace. Typically, I will say, I don't like when ranged champions double up on the burn items. There's like 2 champions in the game, where I feel like it's fine. One's Bran, and then the other is actually Lilia, so we'll see if Kanavi does that.
technically triples up because of his passive.
Exactly.
But yeah, I can confirm on my little bit of research, is the first Lilia we are going to be seeing at all in professional stages of League of Legends, from the top leagues, if that makes sense. So including LJL, PCS, VCS, all those CB LoL,
World qualifying
everybody
regions,
just yes, Worlds qualifying regions. Thank you. This is the first one we are having in the summer split. So we'll see what the side of JDG can do. So I'm going to be keeping a very keen eye on where this Kanavi can go. And I like what Hong is trying to do right now and saying, look, if I could just figure out where this Lilia is going to go, I need to stop her from just getting a full clear going.
He is brutalizing this jungle clear, by the way. It's 240. He's on the blue buff already with 4 camps down. Hung's only cleared 3, and he's just made it to the blue buff for the invade. So it's definitely going to slow down what Kanavi's going for with this invade. He's going to find Hung here, but he's got no W, so this could be a bit awkward for the trade. He'll have first move from Missing, though. This is the thing. Even though Hung is here on the invade, the first move, just because of the geography of the map, means that Missing is a little bit faster to rotation. So pick up this Gromp. Can they re-engage is the big question. I feel like they have to just kind of go leave here.
I mean, the longer that fight goes on, the more you could see that Kanavi was just starting to ramp up with having that red buff, and of course the Q just constantly on people. That Conqueror can do exceptional work earlier on in the game. I mean, yeah, I mean, he's got Missing in tow as well, but the flash, or the smite comes in. Kanavi's just doing really well at kiting these fights and making sure that nobody gets to have any kind of fun with him. Good stun here by Iwandi, but they're going to continue to push in on top of him and make sure he does not have any health bar to kind of contest this wave.
I'm really curious about how aggressive Kanavi wants to be, because he's actually gained a lot of passive information about Hung, his first clear, and where his jungle camp's going to be, because he should have seen, obviously, Hung did 3 camps and then came to his blue buff. Given the timing, he'll know that it's likely the bottom side camp, so he should still know that Hung is on the bottom side of the map. So don't be surprised if he does blue, maybe even a reset because of how long this time has been. Go up towards the Scuttle Crab and then invade the top side. He's got priority here from 369. Knight's just teleported back, and this wave should slow push back out. So if we're looking like 30, 40 seconds into the future, this is a pretty viable path for Kanavi to look into to see if he can actually steal away some jungle camps, get in the face of Hung, who could have an extended outing. He could also just Kanavi go and clear those 2 top camps and just get those cycles going ASAP and look for the CS for minute.
We'll wait to see. Obviously, a slow and steady game is what WE like to do, but against JDG, I don't know if that's the ideal scenario. You do have the Azir to kind of keep going on top of this as well. So the Halo Blades on top of Hope. Curious to see what build path he really wants to go for. Is Missing and Iwandi exchange blows for the moment, and it's actually interesting as well when the Kais kind of have a moment here. I don't really think there's going to be much action happening as both junglers kind of clear up their top side. Knight and Shanks just shading back in the mid lane, but for Ruler as a an AD carry, it does feel like he is very much finding his own flavors, if that makes sense. And the reason why I bring this up is that if the Kais is not available, which he has been exceptional on regardless, it does feel like he's very, very comfortable just going straight back onto that Xayah. He's been really favoring it so far on this patch, and it's honestly been fantastic for him to give him all those self-peel tools.
Yeah, I mean, he's using a skin, right? There's a reason why he's so comfortable on it, Ruler. He's done the dance all the way through. Once upon a time, wants to do it again with JDG, and like you say, yeah, looking just towards that comfortability. And I feel like if you ever do have a situation where your champion pool is being pinched, as it so often is when your name is Ruler, then why not, right? It's not like Xayah's out of the meta or anything, and he's a very, very proficient player right now. This is starting to set up really well for a Dragon takedown, and Knight's reset earlier on as well, I think, kind of signaled that. They got the 1 wave crash in, reset, that would force Shanks to then reset afterwards, most likely, unless there was a play for WE on the map. And then he would still, once he comes back, not have priority, and if that wave crashed, this is why JDG is starting up this Dragon. WE technically have the room to contest.
Moving, though.
They have the room, but I mean, I feel like they lose this skirmish.
They have level 6 on the Shanks, so they would be relying very heavily on him to get a big shuffle, but they've gone off it, and that's a smite steal coming in. There's going to be the disengage off the side of this one here. Missing gets jumped on. Hope is kind of putting in the auto attacks as the Varus tries to put down some blighted quivers. Heal comes out there to make sure that Shanks doesn't go down. And WE just recognizing they were in a stronger position here to go for this fight, getting a lot of poke off, and the fact that Shanks drew so much pressure to him on that top side meant they could just go in, waltz in, take the Dragon.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for JDG. I think just the fact that they were really worried about Iwandi having a really big engage and then being followed up on kind of meant that they had to yield a little bit more ground than perhaps they were willing to. And Kanavi, very focused on trying to chunk out Shanks, meant that, yeah, we ended up in this pretty awkward scenario where they end up kind of just leashing Dragon for WE. So not the best in the world. Knight finding a trade. Shanks has mana, but Knight has less health, so has to use the flash. Pretty nice from Shanks there.
I mean, Shanks is, again, just putting a little bit of respect on his name. He's an exceptional Azir player. Kanavi is going to try and go for this one here. Hung as well. They're both about the same HP, but difference is level 6 for the Sejuani, no level 6 for Kanavi, so no lilting lullabies, and this, you know, great to see that the Lilia is able to kind of come out into the wheelhouse, but if it doesn't work, if it's not as effective as you think it to be, that's when you start to have questions about whether or not the validity of the pick. So far, it's been pretty well kept. We do see a little bit of a stop of the back, I believe. I think it was the Varus looking to try and recall there. Immediate cleanse was burned by Ruler.
Yeah, that's how Ruler lost his cleanse. Okay. Pretty good there. But I do like what you're saying. I do agree. I feel like it's just that specifically the setup for some of these plays where Kanavi has been involved has just not necessarily been, you know, ideal, right? Dragon setup there, not necessarily the best for him to thrive, and then the fact that Hung picks up the Dragon also means that he obviously gets the XP from it, and then has him be at level 6. So it kind of just been this small cascading effect through and through. Maybe Kanavi can get down here, but I think the Herald is dead, yeah, so definitely wanted to try and look for it, but WE first to the punch right now. You're even going to try and find a bit of a cheeky invade here, or even just outright kill Kanavi as he looks for this camp.
Oh, from each side, you've got everybody kind of moving in. The lilting lullaby, but the crash down keeps him in place. Kanavi still no flash, but he's got decent damage and decent survivability. Now you've got the support coming in here from Missing and Knight. And everyone just kind of backs away. At the end of it all, it's actually just a flash burnt there by Hung. Not really coming out with the result that he wanted.
Yeah, not necessarily what he wanted, but you're seeing there as well a little bit of information with the Lilia, right? So obviously, oh, hello.
Good shuffle. Stops any kind of re-engage, and no quickness, so Missing couldn't get the charm out.
So one of the things that Lilia did actually have changed with her kit is the passive and the healing, specifically when dealing with champions, but also just a touch as well on the camp healing as well. Scales a lot better into sort of the mid game. So even in moments like that where Kanavi was hitting the camp but then also hitting two different champions at the same time, able to tank up a full combo from the Sejuani and Iwandi on the Rel. So it's definitely, you know, an awkward champion where other champions you'd imagine in that position probably would have died and just got one shot. Lilia, not necessarily the same. Looks like she's going towards the Demonic Embrace, Kanavi. So it could be this more drain tank variant with Demonic Embrace into something like the Jack Show, but again, still have to wait and see. Zhonya's is also very crucial to Lilia's gameplay style of wanting to flash in, get that 5-man ultimate. If you've got the Jack Show build, then maybe you don't need the Zhonya's, you don't need that stasis, right? If you don't feel like you can get one shot. So curious about where this build is going to lead us, but for now it's WE who are kind of leading JDG around a few portions of the map on the plays. Finally Kanavi will get a Skull Crab, but that's also another cleanse floating out from Ruler.
That's the big thing. You're thinking about the cleanse and how valuable it is for the side of Ruler. Yes, he has still got the Featherstorm and the Flash, but having the idea that the Chain of Corruption is going to be up much quicker, you still have the Glacial Prison to deal with and to kind of consider in a lot of these situations. So your last line of defense is your ultimate. You can see Ruler just kind of being pinned back. Still up in CS, so let's not get it twisted. He's still doing very well, but I will say Hope has kind of been in this lane a little bit 1v2 for a lot of it, so not really surprising to see him take a little bit of a backseat when it comes to how this lane is honestly panned out.
Yeah, like you mentioned though with the cleanse, like that's the big issue. The art is supposed to be that last line of defense. You want to be able to use your ultimate to, you know, effectively really dish out a little bit of extra damage, right? As opposed to having to use it to dodge out on an ultimate or something like that. It's a little more ideal to get it out for that damage, but of course with the cleanse you have a little more freedom, so not having it is a big benefit for WE. And I think because of the resets, Ruler is really being harassed here. We could just see this dragon go over pretty much uncontested because Ruler's not been able to get it back in.
And this is fantastic for WE, picking up dragons, slowly getting themselves up to relevance. This is significant, but 369 wants to change that at the start of this one here. There's still a teleport onto Cube. Will he be able to get here in time? That is the question. They're resetting off this a little bit too late. Now they're going to look for the dragon to be taken. It is secured. There's a Magnet Storm there onto 4 as Shanks tries to make his move down here as well. Teleport right down into the middle of things. Cube just to try and maybe dissuade everybody else. Iwandi will be sacrificed, you would imagine. They might have to commit a flash. They do. Finally, First Blood comes in at 12 minutes into the game. But JDG, they wanted so much more, and they only get themselves 1 kill after that. They're going to have to pick up a couple of plates to make this more worth.
Yeah, definitely. A couple of plates will ease the pain of losing that dragon and using so many resources to not really pick up too much. Herald's going to be dropped here in mid lane, though, to trade. So this will be very close to 3 plates. Should just be 2. But not necessarily the best for JDG, all things considered, losing out on the dragon. What I will say, though, all right, I'll play half glass, glass half full here. It's Cloud Song, Cloud Rift.
Yep.
And we've got a lot of champions who like to move quickly in this game. So I'm actually kind of excited for it. You know, I was the big Cloud, Dragon, and Soul shill guy last year. And I still am. But this time around, you've got Lily and Rakan. If you can get a couple of those Cloud Dragons stacking now as JDG, you feel really good. As take a look at the replay. And again, the resets were a little bit late from JDG. They did still want to contest in the sense of a fight. But Iwandi's counter-engage, whilst 369 was looking for a combo to Hung, kind of just means that the focus is kind of solely taken away from any follow-up on the mid or the jungle of WE, and they have to just look for the slow rundown onto Iwandi, which they do eventually find, and Kanavi picks up that first blood.
So blew the flash from 369 as well. Cube TP down, but was only just to kind of deter any kind of re-engage. When we come back in, it is a static Shiv coming out here for Hope, so it looks like it is going to be that more AP variant as we move into the later stage in the game. And that's where the game gets a little bit harder. You're looking at an Azir and a Varus with this extra wave clear kind of up on top of it. How do you really get in onto these towers? Your sieging power is very nullified here on the side of JDG when you actually look at how short-ranged everybody is on their composition.
Yeah, it's just Knight, right, working with those Shock Blast. He's the only one with significant amount of range, so once he hits that 2 iron mark, they're really going to have to use their tools efficiently, right? Maybe like using things like the Ornn ultimate to kind of force WE back if you're trying to siege on a tower and then try and very quickly burst it down. Things of that nature, but it's not really the best way that you necessarily want to have to use your Ornn ultimate, so hold on to that one. We'll have to see. WE, they're starting up the Herald. They've got mid lane priority. They don't necessarily have top side priority though, so maybe Knight can send in some Shock Blast, but look, Kanavi's pathing bot. I don't think JDG want anything to do with this Herald. And they'll at best just cross-map this tower on the bottom side of the map. WE holding winning out on the objective game right now. JDG don't have an answer to it.
And the first one was, Chain of Corruption goes wide, but the first dragon was just WE contesting and saying, look, we're stronger, we know we can go for this one here. They're going to see the Rift Herald being dropped in this mid lane, actually not even going to need it, so a little bit quick on the trigger there, I feel like, Heng, as he gets knocked up by missing. Now they're going to be able to take it. That's a little bit of a waste, if I'm being totally honest. They could have moved that up top side and get that turret down a little bit quicker, but for the moment, it is a pretty even game. Couple of 100 gold lead here for JDG, mainly off of Ruler's CS lead, you would imagine, and that 1 kill, so for the moment, it's definitely looking like a good start here for WE, but JDG are starting to ramp up this. We saw this in the IG series where JDG start to feel like doesn't matter how the first 15-20 minutes of the game go, they will be able to just capitalize in those mid-game skirmishes. So WE got to keep their wits about them.
Yeah, they do. They can't fall prey, as so many teams have before them, to the mid-games of JDG and how strong they can be. I mean, hey, look. Back at MSI, sometimes I feel like many of us, analysts and pundits, etc., were watching some of those games and thinking, look, JDG looked beatable throughout a lot of the tournament. Their team fighting was, of course, very superb, but there were cracks in the armor, which could have been exploited, but pretty much weren't. And we'll see whether or not this is a vulnerable moment or game for JDG, right? They are very much, you know, I'd say, even though they're up a couple hundred gold, this game state is still pretty much even, right? Everyone's scaling up, everyone's at 1 item, and most of these champions here hard spike on 2, so for JDG, they can leave this next dragon, you know? Much like Game 3, or Game 2 rather, in the IG series, where JDG didn't have to contest the dragon, and Kanavi checked into the river, like he did just then, and died. We'll see whether or not they fall into the same pattern or not. There is one thing I would like to highlight, it's that Hung doesn't have the fully upgraded, oh no, it just upgraded off Kit and Skull, so I'll take that back. Got a treat, so
close,
I was going to say, was almost going to be working with the 900 smite compared to Kanavi's 1200. Won't be the case, as now both teams jostling for priority here, but it's WE that are in the river first. And as JDG, you don't mind because you can engage, but you have to pick your target and you have to execute them immediately.
Hope gets hit by an accelerated shock blast, so he's already peppering down a little bit of damage. Doesn't want to be tanking up too much of this Cloud Dragon. So see Iwandi looking for a bit of an engage himself. Heng is not on the dragon himself, so he's looking to try and maybe catch somebody out. Crash down over the wall as Iwandi wants to keep himself safe. Here we go. Bjornhorn comes out to try and set this whole thing up, but he gets stopped immediately. Now missing. Tries to go in for a bit of an engage, but he gets shuffled apart. And Iwandi kills off the JDG support. 3-man route after the fact, but good flashes away there. But inside of WE, they recognized there was a lilting lullaby, and they did not want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Dragon still about 3,000 HP. These health bars are low. You feel like with the poke coming in, gonna try and steal this one away. There's gonna be a great steal for JDG. Now can they go for the fight afterwards? The all-out comes in right onto Knight, but can Cube get out of his life? He cannot. Flash in, knock up. 369 trying to go hero mode, but he's not quite able to do it and will fall down. Not quite able to finish off any more of this. There's going to be the Shurima's Legacy coming in. This is risky for Kanavi, but he gets the smite down. Oh, that Magnet Storm was just a little bit too late. And JDG get themselves a dragon, and they get themselves 4 kills.
Yeah, a little bit awkward from 369 on the flash on the back end, but the rest of the team eventually follows through and they pick up more kills. They get the dragon as well. Huge swing for JDG. Because we were starting to worry a little bit, right? The trends had been WE picking up all these objectives, and the start of that fight didn't look great from missing either, right? A bit of a botched engage on top of 369's ultimate, which wasn't actually able to be recast from a great glacial prison. Yeah, like, he gets one shot, he gets 2 ultimates chucked on top of him and a knockback. This Liverpool. Actually, the threat of Kanavi flash queuing there is why the members of WE flashed back, so it might look a bit silly, but trust me, if Kanavi connected on that, it would have been lights out, no pun intended. It would have been put to sleep, and WE, a little bit too scattered. Cube, unfortunately, not able to flash out and find his way out. Again, 369's engage here. You know, it wasn't necessarily the worst, but no one on JDG's side besides Kanavi could follow through, and thankfully he did, as on back end he helps clean up some of these kills.
We'll wait to see how much this is going to affect the gold. Yeah, 2,000 here for JDG and the Dragon as well to stop that stacking. So nicely done there by them. And you got to start to see the power of this Lilia coming into those long extended team fights where she's coming in with the Qs and just constantly getting blooming blows out. So curious to see where this, you know, kind of build goes. As you said, it could be a bit of a drain tank. Looks like he's going back towards some more AP. So happy with the green smite and the little bit of demonic embrace for a little bit of HP. But after that, looks like he's going to be going towards, not looking like definitively going towards a bit more of a full AP.
Yeah, don't mind it either, right? I mean, like, again, you know, obviously Ornn's dealing a lot of magic damage, and, you know, we know the memes. He's the bruiser, tank, assassin, mage, you know.
What is with top laners and getting completely overloaded with their kit?
So,
Cassante,
I mean, look,
Ornn.
hold on. Everyone knows that top lane is the most useless role in League of Legends. And that's just fact. That's just fact. That is just fact. Until Riot find a way to give it more agency as an individual, the only way they can compensate is by giving them broken champions. And let's be real, when you actually think about it, the top lane pool is filled with ridiculous champions that can take over games. They're just not played for, you know? Like, that's kind of just how it is. You can't tell me I'm wrong. I know I'm right, Ashid.
Yeah.
you can't contest
I mean, I'm not trying to contest you. I'm not trying to change anything about this. I just think that it's you know, it's a little harsh sometimes, you know, when Olaf was in the meta for a bit.
Look, you know, funnily enough, I think the time when this was spoken the truth the most was actually, I think, Adam in Spring Split. Yeah, in Spring Split last split. When, you know, he had that Scion game, you know, the what is now dubbed the BDS strat as, okay, this is gonna go in and miss. But, you know, we've seen those kind of Scion invades before, just not to that level, right?
Yeah.
And he felt like 5 levels behind and still won the game. And then he brought him on for the interview and he's just like, yeah, you know, top lane is a useless role. And we leave it at that. Because it can be in competitive, right? So anyway, that aside, give top lane more agency. Stop making the champions broken and obnoxious. Give the role a little more, you know, something to do, you know? Anyway, zooming back into the game. We run it for 4 minutes, and there's another dragon spawning. So we'll see how JDG feel about contesting this, because across the board, they're pretty much at 2 items. Just Kanavi fishing for that Leandres, and he's probably going to be quite close. Maybe a bit worried about a Baron startup, because there's a pretty big lack of vision, and to be fair, it has been started by WE, and there's a teleport from 369.
Yeah, they're going to be right in behind everybody. Imagine there's going to be flashes burnt here. They throw out the Glacial Prison, but the Shurima Shuffle is good to try and stop them from getting in on top of this one here. Lilting Lullaby hasn't been picked off just yet. Now a TP coming in from Cube. There's a lot of ultimates have been burned, a lot of flashes as well. Hope had to use all his summoners and the Chain of Corruption just to make sure he did not go down.
Yeah, exactly. A lot burned, so Hope is going to be super vulnerable, and I'll tell you firsthand, as we don't typically see enough Ornn, in my opinion, in this meta. Immobile AD carry, and there's an Ornn in the game, that guy's dying next team fight. I'll tell you for free. Just about how WE can actually
only
defend.
if you have the Ownort, though. I mean...
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, look, you send that Ornn over the top, missing finds his mark. That's all that has to happen. Then all of a sudden, there's a deer on top of you.
Cube doesn't care.
No, he doesn't.
Cube wants to jump on a 369 there. They're keeping him in check completely.
Oh.
He's taken out, burned out, and ready to go. The Magnet Storm forces Ruler to go into the Feather Storm. Iwandi may have sacrificed his life, but is it worth it? Missing just about gets out, but Ruler is not that lucky. Hope picking up that kill, and all of a sudden, WE may look for this Baron again.
This is all just started because they were jostling for vision in that brush. Now with 369 dead, there's no core engage, and with Ruler dead, there's no DPS from JDG. Oh, he sniped him!
Sniped him! Knight gets a huge kill there, but Kanavi was nowhere near this one here. They're going to have to give it up. And that's going to be Baron confirmed here for WE, but they trade 2 kills for the Baron. That is 100% worth.
Absolutely, and again, the questions start to loom for JDG. Is this a trip or is it a fumble? Knight.
Oh, the shuffle and the kill. Now it's a 2v2, but you do not really have the DPS to go in for this one. Missing, trying to run away. If he goes down, they would have no way to contest this dragon. You have no real engage after that fact. So now we come back into a WE. They're keeping it fast and loose, and they are keeping JDG on the back foot.
Yes, they are. I mean, JDG have Knight with a teleport in 30 seconds time. They started up the dragon, I think, just for the sake of maybe considering it. 369 here with Olma again. Hope no flash, but he's coming out from base, so he's not going to be the immediate core target. How do JDG feel about actually looking at this dragon here? Do they feel like they can buy enough time? They can send an Olma over the top right now through all those members.
For it. No lilting lullaby, so they wouldn't be able to follow up immediately with a quickness. Just come off of cooldown. Kanavi looking for a bit of a flank, but now he's away from the dragon. Does he want to try and fight this one here? They don't burn it down just yet. TP coming in. That's going to be Knight jumping back in on top of this one. It's a 4v5. Looking for a 5v5. Dragon's still at 4,000 HP. They're trying to burn some people down. Iwandi finds missing, so there will be no flank from JDG on the backside of this one here. They're still toying with this idea. Good healing coming out here from both sides to make sure they're not taking too much poke damage. But here we go. Ornhorn in. Soul point confirmed by WE. Hope goes into stasis to make sure he does not get knocked up. Gets hit by the Swirl Suite and immediately goes into sleep stasis. But they had a Mikhail's Blessing onto Hung. He pops that one immediately and keeps his AD carry up and ticking. WE get themselves out with the Dragon Soul point, and they are able to keep everybody alive.
God, what a strange sequence of play. WE got the Baron so long ago that it's only got 60 seconds left on it. This all bled into that Dragon back to back. Where is this replay even going to stay? Okay, right. So, I mean, again, kind of just, they walk into each other. They're just trying to find a little bit of extra vision, JDG that is. And Cube lands on the back. That gives Hung the ability to find the stun, and he gets taken out by Hope's arrow. This engage here from Iwandi is huge because it forces out the Feather Storm, and then the Q flash from Cube is perfectly timed. Ruler doesn't really have an opportunity to do anything at that point, and even if he could, he certainly would have died as quickly as he hit the ground.
This is blind.
Yeah, this is blind. Wow. And it's just threads the needle. That's one of those moments where you're playing AD carry, you let out a sigh after that death. You're like,
yeah, like what could he have done differently? Off of vision, back in the pit, like nowhere near what you would assume is the distance, but you just get hit by that sometimes. It happens.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
It does. It does. WE, they're finding a couple more towers as well off the back of this Baron. This feels pretty good. And they can even get this tier 2 as JDG are a little bit slow to react. So, honestly, WE doing a great job. And we posed the question, how do you really feel about picking a slow scaling composition into JDG? The answer right now is looking pretty positive.
Very positive for the moment, as my voice takes a little bit of a crack. Wait to see. There is a 70 CS lead here for Ruler over Hope at the moment, and there is a pretty small gold lead for WE as we do come up past the 27-minute mark. It's 3 Dragons to 1. Maybe 1,500 gold lead in favor of WE over JDG for the moment. But the big thing is that the plays are being more... they're going to look for... just a little too late to pull that trigger. But I mean, with these resets coming in and with everyone kind of away from this mid lane, this could just be a tower in that mid lane. Tier 2 gone. Yeah, it's dead. Oh, Hope, though.
Engage.
Okay, so engage. Chain of Corruption does come down. That tower gets taken, but will they be able to get out alive afterwards? Cube is going to be hit up here by plenty of damage here by the Lilia. Kanavi hasn't finished off the job, and he's still on a Cassante. You have to finish him off when you can. Finally, they turn everybody towards him around that red buff, and they will confirm the kill. But WE did get their tower. They got their prize. They won't be unhappy with the trade. Just wish it was a little cleaner.
Yeah, exactly. Just wish it was a bit cleaner. JDG still hold on though. Dragon and the Baron. A little bit off sync, but effectively spawning in 2 minutes time. Those will be the next big objectives. Shanks and Hope both just picked up Zhonya's. Those are huge for dealing with these engage tools of JDG as Glacial Prison flies wide. This ultimate stopped here by a really nice path maker from Cube. Really well timed. Does give over his life for it in the extended, but the re-engage could have been so huge for JDG if that ram gets sent flying through the entirety of WE. So after he does die, he sacrifices himself, honestly, for a pretty good cause, because I think JDG could have rolled over that team fight with the setting that they had. As, oh boy, 369. Where have we seen this before, Ashin?
Yeah. He has been, this is a little bit of deja vu. JDG not really looking that great right now. And this would be 2 series in a row. But they are starting to feel a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit of a, kind of weaknesses in the armor. Not exactly an exceptional performance here. And again, WE very cleverly just kind of constantly catching them out.
So Ashin, I've been grazed a really long time during last split in summer, last year rather. Yep. And I was led to believe that, JDG are known for a little thing where, sometimes they don't perform like how we know that the JDG lineup can perform. And I'm starting to wonder if this is that curse, because this is not the best look right now for JDG, and I am a little bit concerned, to say the very least. We are only in game 1 of this series, and there could be an additional 2 to go. Or maybe 1. This game's not necessarily decided yet. WE certainly in a really good position. They denied so much vision that JDG really don't have much idea of what's going on. Kanavi, I'm surprised they did not pull the trigger on him, but they know he's got stopwatch. He can't really be one shot straight up. Very difficult still. But it's tense. It's really tense.
Missing on a great flank, and they're going to look for him without him, though, so they're going to look for a 5v4 for the moment. Shanks goes into stasis as Kanavi uses his stopwatch as well. Here we go. They're going to try and jump in on top of him, but he gets his Emperor's Divide out. It's a great flight for JDG. They now can jump onto Iwandi. He flashes away, but I don't think he's getting out of this one alive. He will be falling down to Scout. Kanavi picked up a kill there as well. Hope is kind of caught between no man's land. Does not get knocked up here, so should be able to walk away. I say that they are kind of chasing him down. Another accelerated shock blast. Oh and another attack you cannot flash away from JDG. We're hearing us chatting some smack, and they were saying, all right, time to turn on the afterburners. We're getting ourselves this game.
Yes, exactly.
They could end.
They could end. There is a real world where they just turn this into a game win. Death time is super long. Ashin, I think your call's right. I think they're ending this game.
I mean, you double AD carry effectively. WE, I think Heng tried to go towards that dragon to try and he could get himself a soul point or up the soul, but yeah, now it's just down to Iwandi. Only a couple more seconds until Shanks, but I don't think Iwandi's going to be able to do anything about this, and you blink and you'll miss it. JDG gonna end this game. What looks so promising for WE. JDG just saying, nuh-uh, not today, so we let IG have that. We're not letting you.
Wow, that is brutal from the side of JDG. I mean, they weren't in control of that game for pretty much all of it. There was very few times where they really had control of that game. But one team fight and a mid-wave, and they end. That's gonna feel rough for WE, but even then, we still, I feel like, have the questions about JDG, right? Because that was not the most coordinated JDG that we have seen ever.
For sure.
By a long shot. So I'm still pretty apprehensive about giving, you know, conclusive, this is the downfall. JDG are going to start tripping even more. But that wasn't necessarily the same IG. Well, it wasn't the same JDG.
Not the same IG.
It's not the same JDG that we saw go on that 11 win streak, right? So I'm very excited in the sense of, you know, Kanavi's busting out more picks that we haven't really seen super frequently throughout the entire year. And I believe, though I was kind of scanning through WeChat, didn't quite get the message read perfect, but still, I think World's qualifying region, first one that we've seen throughout.
I can confirm that one for summer, for sure.
Confirm that one for summer for sure. So yeah, I feel like JDG are still at that point where they are so developed as a team that they are now starting to get to that, like, hey, we've got flex picks through the wazoo, and we've got, you know, Rel Jungle, we've got Lilia now. What else is, you know, kind of under the hood and ready for them to pull out? I feel like for WE, surprisingly, a really solid showing, right? And I say surprisingly just because of the context of, at the end of the day, JDG on a miniature slump or not, still very, very positive showing. And very, very terrifying. So, yeah, I'm happy to see that they went out and threw hands. They took the first 5 objectives off the map without JDG really having much of an answer. So more of that. And even if you end up losing, I feel like this is a game and a series where there's still a lot to learn from, regardless of what the result ends up being.
Absolutely. And look, for WE, it's about kind of building yourself. It's about building up that confidence, that momentum. It is JDG at the end of the day. I think they have BLG to round out their split as well. So there is definitely, you know, kind of questions to come out of how much can we expect from WE to really kind of, you know, bounce back or bounce into these things. But again, very positive. They contested when they felt they contested, but when it came down to literally a 5v5 team fight, it's why we questioned it so much. If you're looking to try and out team fight JDG, you best be coming in with a serious plan, because these guys just know how to do it. And that is an LPL goal graph if I've ever seen one.
Goodness me, it is. Yeah, I mean, as the saying goes, if you go for the king, you best not miss. And in this case, WE, let's say if they took a shot, it took an ear, but it didn't take the head. And WE, like you say, it's certainly a really, really big gold graph. Classic to the LPL. And, you know, I'll rephrase what I said earlier. I suppose there was a portion of that game where JDG did have, I suppose, a gold lead. But in terms of how the game felt, it didn't feel like it at all, right? Until really the back end. So definitely still some kinks to iron out. But JDG, at the very least, take this win and still have the foresight to go, hey, we just won this team fight. There's a mid-wave. Let's go end the game. Because that felt like that was going to be a Baron dance into another dragon for at least another 10 minutes. This one was very much finished up very quickly.
Yeah, it just, like, one mistake, one small opening for the side of JDG, and they were able to run into it and go say, yep, cool, that's fine. 93% kill participation there for Knight, and it really felt like when WE were building momentum, when WE were able to try and, you know, keep JDG on the back foot, it was those small little moments. It was the accelerated shock blast onto Hope that meant he didn't get the Baron buff, his death timer was then delayed, that kind of led into the next dragon fight, that let these little small moments that can just be the difference makers for a lot of these teams. A lot of the time, you know, you don't get that clean macro. Cool, we know exactly what our timings are, and we know exactly how we want to play this. So little things like that, I would not be surprised to see if Knight is our MVP. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have picks and bans for game number 2.
Harris, the longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder! Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and, you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some, he's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid-wave crushing, they've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay,
last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in. Jackie Love trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as
He's being turned on for the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beitwan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Don't care what they say, yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Ooh, yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way, get out of my way, get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone new. Whoa, I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get.
这个赛季的话，给自己8分吧，因为就正常发挥，然后应该这个赛季比那个配合更好一点。现在下一场打 W 的话，应该去抓护肤吧，因为护肤是好兄弟吧。红选手的话，其实帮队友帮得比较好的，野炊的话其实会跟你碰见吧。对护肤说就小心一点，小心被抓。
to the LPL. We are coming into our second game of our technically third series, but we didn't have our second one today as we did have a massive delay, which we actually weren't going to have anything at all. So it's just good to have some League of Legends. We got to talk about our MVP, Kanavi. I mean, he did do the damage at the end of it all. Wasn't the orchestrator
Jungle
of a lot
lives
of
matter.
it,
No, I don't want to hear the Knight slander. No, talking over
No.
you. No. It's all of... No, you are right, though. I feel like, to a point, Knight was... He was kind of robbed. I will give it to Knight. Knight had a fantastic game.
But he wasn't gotten it, so we got to talk about Kanavi.
No, exactly. It was Kanavi that pulled through. And hey, you know, he pulls out the Lilia. It's definitely a bit of a, you know, out there pick, and that's why we're seeing him pull up the MVP vote. I feel like, right? It's not something we've seen for a little while, and for all of that, he did perform quite well. And there were a lot of team fights which were really impossible. It felt like for WE to navigate, just because he existed in team fights, right? Even at the start of this clip, the fact that he stepped up briefly for a moment, blew 3 flashes, I believe, from WE, could have been 2, just because of the threat of the flash lilting lullaby. So yeah, definitely a very, very powerful pick. And I'm curious about, you know, JDG's willingness to show something like this again, or even into a you know, another higher in the standings opponent, or whether or not this is just a, hey, you know, we've been cooking this up, let's see how it does on the stage kind of moment.
I mean, look, you're at a pretty much a point now where you can confirm your top 2. As much as we like to kind of big up the #1 spot in the split, it is kind of the same difference. You get yourself into that Guardian Angel, you get yourself that double elimination bracket right up until the end of the splits, and you're also guaranteed a top 4 finish in the playoffs, which is also good for those all-important regional championship points when we start to talk about, you know, qualifying for Worlds later on. Of course, I think it almost but guarantees them. I think if they get top 4, maybe even top 3, that they are going to have enough points to get themselves at least second in that kind of discussion. But wait and see. Obviously, plenty of League of Legends still to come in this particular one. But for WE, we praise them so much, and we want to continue to see them do exactly what they did in that first game. Try and keep pressure on JDG in that early game. Try and just clean up those little small team fights, because it did feel like in those, you know, kind of moments, they were doing very, very well. It's just JDG, unfortunately, are JDG and can just capitalize in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I feel like the important sort of footnote from that last game is keep the pressure high, and if possible, try and make it a bit messier, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we didn't really see first blood until almost 14,
minutes.
15 minutes into the game. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it happened at 13 minutes, right? So, yeah, maybe you try and look a little bit more aggressively. I think that's, you know, the kind of feedback I'll be looking at if I was W, because JDG showed some weaknesses, right? You know, Knight was kind of taking pretty heavy and aggressive trades. Maybe you can look to punish that. Those trades were for a reason. JDG were trying to eye up early dragons, but they never really quite had the perfect setup for it. And I think if you can try and look for punishes on those moments there where, you know, JDG are looking to kind of overextend, to look forward to a play after that extension, you can, you know, very much kind of cut the, or like kind of nip the play in the bud before it even really gets started. So I feel like for W, that's where I'll start to look first.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do feel like if you can kind of maybe catch a little bit of tempo lead off of JDG, that's where you're going to really find most of your success. And that's honestly where we saw it as well. They caught 369 out a couple of times in that river. They were able to kind of build Dragon or Baron control from there. So we'll see how we kind of bring this one back into this fray. But we are going to be jumping into game number 2 very, very shortly. It does look like WE going to be swapping over to that red side as JDG take over the blue. And we'll see if anything kind of changes. I would like to see kind of Kanavi maybe get something a little bit more, you know, meta. But again, didn't play badly on the Lilia. Was very much kind of saying, look, it doesn't matter if you ban away all these things. We still think that we have options for the Jace here, even if you do ban away things like the Maokai and the getting, you know, onto a tank top.
Yeah, right. I mean, I feel like, for me, the reason why I like Kanavi on some of these picks is because it does actually enable things like those tank tops to come out. And for me, I still feel like, even though we have, you know, kind of silently pushed away from it, we are very much still in this AD carry meta, where the AD carry is pretty important. There have obviously been some changes, with Felios being brought down in power and Zeri being, thankfully, basically kneecapped right now. But AD carry, mid lane, those two carries, super important. And I feel like if you can run that kind of carry-esque-ish jungler, for you as JDG, it enables a much more aggressive playstyle where you get to run, again, more engaged tanks, which have, in my mind, slightly more heavy hitting abilities, which are a lot more disruptive than what you can find in the jungle at times, if the Maokai is off the table and if the Sejuani is also in the hands of Hun.
And we'll see what they want to go for now. We do see the Azir being banned away. I do like the respect from JDG saying, look, Shanks, we get it. You're pretty good at this champion. We couldn't really punish you as much as we wanted to in that early game, which, despite them trying a lot of different things. So getting that one off the board, and of course being on the blue side does lend them that. I was just about to say maybe the Jace comes in, but the Tristana has been left open. And the Vi as well. So maybe we're going to see a trade back. And the Kai'Sa, actually. I just remember so many things left open here.
Yeah, so I wonder if this is going to be for WE Vi plus Tristana, and then you look for Xayah on 3, or maybe even the Rakan, right? I think those are all your options. That way, if you have the Tristana and the Rakan, you can hold on to the flex of the Tristana as well. I feel like those are probably going to be the things that WE are considering, because there is no way that you want to go to 2-3 with JDG and let them have Vi, Kai'Sa, and Rakan. That feels like a death sentence before the game has even started. Here's the Tristana. Let's see where WE's heads are at, because I feel like it has to be the Vi at the very least. You pick apart that, then, you know, you kind of do limit what Kanavi can look to in terms of those meta jungle picks.
I mean, the Tristana does come in. It is a bit of flex as well. Shanks could take that one there. I will say having Hope and Iwandi here with such an aggressive bot lane would also suit, especially when you're trying to go into something like the Kai'Sa. We'll see if JDG want to lock in the Nautilus as a, you know, kind of guaranteed pairing there. Again, the Rel can be a little bit of a flex if they do choose to have it, but would be expecting that one to be going into Iwandi's hands regardless of how everything else goes. JDG now thinking about where they want to try and bring the rest of their draft and see what they want to go for. Honestly, with the Jax ban, they might lock in their solo laners, just go with the Ahri and the... Or even actually, excuse me, I've just completely forgotten the Ahri and the Vi. Yeah, it's Vi straight away.
Still up. Like, this is such a strange level of prioritization on the Rel for me, for the WE side. I mean, I get it, Rel is a really powerful champion, and you know, even in its old iteration, right, before the rework, it did excellently at dealing with engage. In fact, I would actually argue it worked better as a counter engage tool than an engage tool. So a lot of misunderstanding of how the champion worked before the rework. But giving over again, you know, this pairing, right, it's still a very similar vein. I said Kai'Sa Vi plus the Rakan. Kai'Sa Vi Ahri still very much does the exact same thing and doesn't really need the Rakan for follow-up. You can still land on a lot of different champions here, so let's see where WE go. They go towards the Sedge. So this time, double mountain again, right? The engage and the re-engage. This time with the Tristana, so a little bit of flexibility, and maybe Cube ends up on, you know, a carry in the top side that they can work with. I'm kind of visualizing it now. I feel like W are going to leave Cassante up, try and bait JDG to go into it, and then actually look towards the Gwen on 5. I think that's what the angle is here from WE. Looking kind of far ahead, but if you're looking at bans, you have to remove the Rakan, right? There's no way you let this go up in terms of composition, and then you probably remove the Nautilus, and at that point, you've hamstringed missing enough, but he's still going to find something, surely, right?
Oh, the Alistar.
To find picks. Alistar's there as well. Yeah, exactly. So he still has options. Just feel like JDG are in a really easy spot to navigate, as they also read that it's going to be double AD carry, or at the very least, they want the Xayah gone, so the chances of double AD carry are a lot more limited.
Yeah, absolutely. They actually go with the Ornn this time around, so trying to get rid of that very safe thing here. And like you said, this does feel almost textbook Coach Jamada here on the chat, because this feels like WE are kind of saying, look, go for it, take this thing, because they're going to go for their mid, you would imagine now, to go into the Ahri, and then go for the Gwen.
I can see it. They're going to put Trist bot. Shanks is going to go towards Silas. They actually banned out Cassante themselves, JDG. That's really curious. So I feel like, oh, they are going to send Trist mid. Okay, so Varus then.
Still go with the Gwen.
Side for Hope, it seems like. And that still opens up for the Gwen on the top side, but the Cassante is banned. And I feel like this is actually quite smart from JDG, because now it kind of pushes WE away from that Gwen idea and towards something a little bit more like potentially that Renekton on 5 if JDG leave it up. So this is still saying to JDG that they have to go towards the Renekton as potentially a takeaway, unless they want to go for something like, I don't know, super dive heavy. You mentioned the Alistar, just this feels like a foregone conclusion, right? For missing. But it's about what 369 actually wants in the top side for me as well. As again, we're still considering, you know, more damage, more dive. What do you really want? The question will soon be answered here.
And if we're thinking about standard things here for JDG, could go with the Renekton. I was going to say, but just before he hovered it, 369's very, very comfortable on this champion now, and with the Cassante banned away as well. Love to see that from JDG, just kind of recognizing it. And it looks like WE just going to go with that more standard front-to-back team fight with the AP Varus in bot lane, get the AD Tristana in mid, and with the Poppy kind of joining in with the Rel and the Sejuani now locked, they are looking for, again, a very solid front-to-back team fight.
Yeah, front to back. I think this is probably the best way that WE could have rounded out, given a couple of the bans that are thrown out. I like JDG's read there. I think removing the Cassante from the equation actually you know, takes away that potential double AD carry plus the Gwen situation. So really interesting that they self-removed it when they could have had it themselves, right? And kind of opted in for more dive into double AD carry. Ornn as well taken away, just so there's less overhead from JDG's point of view. So Vi going to be working as that primary engage, right? And everything else from JDG is going to have to be followed up on, whereas WE have to basically deal with the engage. And I'll be honest, they actually have so many strong disengage tools that this is going to be an interesting game, right? It's going to be what I so often refer to as, hey, who's getting to objectives first? Who's able to set up first? Because if it's WE with all of this disengage, that's going to put you at, you know, a positional advantage a lot more of the time than if you have to walk in and then potentially get engaged on as well. So you kind of get to pick your fights a lot more freely. Priority around those objectives is going to be key for whoever is going to come out ahead in some of these team fights as we move into game number 2.
Gonna be very, very key. Good smiles and a bit of laughter coming out from the JDG guys there on the face cams, but for WE, you really need to try and start, you know, kind of building that momentum. Get a little bit messy. Look for those odd-numbered skirmishes that we saw them do in game number 1. They were able to try and, you know, confirm themselves to a lot of those kind of pickoffs, especially on the 369. Just unfortunately that the one team fight they took was late enough in the game that the game could have been ended, and that's all JDG needed. So not exactly the wipe that we expected coming out from JDG. WE definitely looking more competitive, but for JDG now, I believe they just get themselves this win, 2-0. 99% sure they will just be too far away for top esports and will confirm themselves top 2 as well. So this is to get into that double elimination, guarantee themselves that GA when they start off in their playoffs journey.
2-0 potentially does lock JDG. Still, I think we need official confirmation because our maths is always bad, right? But I'm pretty sure you're right. As oh, we're getting a dance? I mean, look, I don't. Oh, Hope!
Hope! You
broke
broke
the. Okay. No, that's right. No. You know, look,
JDG, execute them.
Yeah, execute order 66 right now. Yeah. Go on, full side, bot side, split the map. Yeah, don't let JDG play the game. Yeah, perfect. This, what a terrible. He just violated the Geneva Code.
The sacred code.
JDG,
the unspoken law.
This is right. Deal with this invade. Deal with it. Come on. It's going to be like Q flash from missing 3 people knock up. I want to see it. I want to see it. Make sure that they get punished for this. Because that's horrible.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they go for any kind of fight off of this one here. They are going to crash down. The smite comes in. They go straight over to the side of JDG. Flash for flash. But where is your auto attack now? Iwandi gets himself over the side of the pit. And you know what, WE? I have no sympathy. You broke the sacred code and you get punished because of it.
You know, and even worse, Hope ended up with the red buff, so for WE, this just sets Hung behind, because Kanavi's got a camp to immediately walk to. Hung's got to go from base back to jungle, and then solo clear with E starts to Sejuani and no smite on red buff. So he is going to be painfully behind. Kanavi could even do... Okay, I think they're going to cover it with a ward, maybe WE. I was going to say, they could even do
flash on
Crux into bottom side. They could also just punish the bottom side of an early gank here from Kanavi, who still has flash, and like you mentioned, Iwandi, no flash.
No flash, and they're going to wait for level 2. They're waiting for it a little bit more. Don't know why we're looking at the Sejuani. Right back in. Hope knows there is no hope. And they are going to get themselves a nice and easy confirmed second kill on this bot side. And wouldn't you believe it? Guess who has those 2 kills?
Yeah, it's Ruler. And do you know why we're looking at the top side? It's because that Kanavi's ganking before Hung's even cleared red buff. And do you know what I call that? I call that a jungle diff. All of a sudden, I'm now JDG's biggest fan because
we're very fiery today, aren't we?
Look, we had a 2.5-hour break where we kind of just sat around and spoke, and it was quite fun, to be fair, but it did make us a bit loopy, in all fairness. And yeah, just great setup from Missing, and Hope has no opportunity to really do anything. Good job, Hope, for auto-attacking Missing at the sacred ritual of the dance. Can't believe he's done it. I'm still a bit mad. Anyway, that aside, Hung has made it to level 3. And there is a wave stacking on the bottom side, and with no flash available, a little bit unlucky there for Q. Didn't quite time the steadfast presence properly. Typically, that Poppy W is quite liberal with the timing as well. Just for a little bit of additional information, as this trade sends Missing dangerously low, and Hung's in the area, so this could be a dive machine.
I'm gonna wait for it. I do have a question to ask you if we do after get this dive, because I'm curious to know if you have an answer. Missing, gonna look for the Hex Flash right back in on top of underneath this tower. Iwandi will tank 2 hits. That's a red buff on Ruler, and that pertains to my next question. Still got a cleanse available to him should he want to go for it. There's going to be the ignite. Iwandi's going to go down.
Oh my God.
It's a trade. Hung as well. Oh, it's disaster. That is 4 kills now to Ruler. He is not going to be unhappy with that. Sure, he loses a bit of CS, but that is definitely not the worst of trades.
Dude, that feels fine, Azruler. You don't care. You just got 2 kills worth of gold. Even if you're missing out on the wave and Hope's getting a plate, you're still trading up. So, good job, Ruler. Really, really well played to find the angle for the Void Seeker or the Prey Seeker. I can't remember what that specific W is called. I always get it mixed up with Rek'Sai.
I believe it's Void Seeker and the Rek'Sai one is Prey Seeker.
It's Prey Seeker.
Because Rek'Sai looks for Prey. I could be wrong, but I'm 99% sure.
Either way, missing. There's a Beef Burger reference in there somewhere. And then Ruler just able... I think if that minion that dies the tower is alive for half a second more, the Kai'Sa W hitbox is a little bit chunky. It could have honestly hit that. But yeah, ends up finding Iwandi. And then the trade onto Hung because he's still tanking tower. Excellent stuff from Ruler. And WE, their early plays haven't really gone the way that they wanted them to, right? They initiated that invade. Hope ends up with the red buff and Hung's on a very delayed clear. They try to dive bottom side. That goes terribly awry, and now they're going to lose out on this dragon, almost no doubt. Iwandi will watch it. Can they really get in? Maybe they look for a fight after the fact, but even then if they do, I feel like it's just a doomed scenario.
We'll see. Charm lands right there onto the Rel, and she is dead. A 3v4, but a jump in now on top of Ruler to try and burn him out before anything can happen. The resets are coming in here for the Tristana. Hop, skip, and a jump, but don't have the damage to flash away. Shanks really wants to make this one work. Finally hits level 6, but just not enough in the tank. Ruler tried his absolute hardest, almost goes down. A Knight still chasing down here. Maybe if he lands a charm. Yeah, Hope recognized if he gets caught out there, he is dead, so he has to flash away, but it ends up being, honestly, still a pretty even fight. But again, JDG coming out on top.
Yeah, that was a strange contest from WE, Ashin. I'm going to be honest. Loads of limit testing going on from WE, and specifically Shanks getting in the mix. Melee ranged, rocket jump resets, AoE damage, baby. That's what he was looking for. Get a look at the replay, because yeah, the reality of the situation is this is just a contest that's not happening, right? Iwandi gets chain CC, he just gets blown up. Great headbutt to stop Hope from following up on any damage. Hung then just kind of keeps on going forward with Ruler as the target. Shanks does find him, levels up off Kanavi, casts the Buster Shot, but not on to Missing to maybe get the chain stun away, and then Missing just... yeah, Missing gives him a taxi out. But yeah, the threat of the charm over the wall does make Hope blow his flash, so they still find a summoner spell. Definitely probably could have killed Hope on the other end of it. But hey, JDG still win out on the trade overall, and Ruler is above everyone in the gold department, 1,000 ahead of Knight. Only Hope is relatively close because he's been around all of this action too, but it's a 7-minute static shiv.
Yeah. It's a bit nutty. It's a little bit nutty. Now 5-2-1 here on the Kai'Sa, and look, you don't need to give Ruler any more advantages than he already has. It just feels like it's kind of just hindering yourself for the sake of hindering yourself. We will see though, maybe a little bit of a movement here on the bot side once these level 6s do get hit by both Hope and Ruler. Ruler should be hitting it just now. And that's when we start to think about where these kind of engages can come from, when you can either set up the engage yourself as WE with that Chain of Corruption, or shotgun yourself off the back of one. That is when this game gets very, very interesting, as we can see Knight using his priority in mid, just going to push in towards this top side and guarantee a red buff steal.
Exactly. Red buff. Kanavi. Hung is actually already level 6 though, so he's looking for a play on the bottom side, and Ruler doesn't have cleanse or flash, so we'll see if they can find the angle, but it's a very long way away, and they know that there's wards in both rushes. A bit awkward to approach, so it seems like he will just path on through. Surprised he didn't get clipped by vision there, but hey, really well maneuvered. Now all of the vision is gone. They're trying to bait Missing in to a headbutt pulverize. Kind of see by the positioning of Iwandi there, but didn't eat the bait. Now he's actually just going to show in the river because they're losing the Herald. They know they're losing the Herald, so they want to just try and force this play, or at the very least, make Ruler miss some of the CS. If he steps up for the wave, he just dies. Or they just kill Missing.
Oh, Missing just about gets out of the way of the Chain of Corruption, so they can't lair that CC. Flash for flash, Iwandi happy with that trade. And like you said, just constantly harassing now on this bot side. A reset from Kanavi off of that empowered recall after taking the Rift Herald means that WE are recognizing, look, our time in the bot lane has come to an end. Now we're going to see Shanks moving in here on top of Knight, looking to try and get some decent damage down here onto the mid laner of JDG. But WE not done with this game just yet. Yes, they are quite a few kills behind, but they're not giving up. Only 1,000 gold. Definitely not unheard of to see a team come back from this kind of a deficit. Oh, Ruler.
Oh.
Yeah, he's dead. Oh, he's going to ult. The flash in. The cleanse is going to be there as well. They can't keep a good man down. Missing did go off to a second there, and we're going to see them maybe look for a bit of a re-engage. He headbutts in after the Hex Flash, but now he gets brought in with a Magnet Storm. Missing. Really not thinking about the follow-up there, because I think Ruler was kind of like, mate, I don't have any summoners left.
Why did he Hex Splash in front of them? I don't get it. I'm so confused. You know, how far are we in to today, Ashin? Technically, like 7th hour for you. We're approaching. I think approaching like 5.
Yeah, we start at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Technically, we start at 7 a.m. And then go until now. So it's been like nearly 7 hours.
And you know, today I decided to eat a pretty light breakfast, so I'm getting pretty loopy. If I see something like that again, it's not getting analysis. I'm gonna be honest.
it's a silent protest.
It's you just stood there. All right. Anyway, Dragon's up, Ashin. So let's take a breath. That's the next focus, right? That's where both these teams want to go. WE have Ruler with no flash and cleanse. So he is a pretty free target if he can be hit by just about any piece of CC. So Ruler's going to have to play really defensively. And JDG, I want to see them be first to the punch on an engage for a change. They've got Vi, they've got follow-up from Ari and, of course, Ruler. Make it work. Let's actually look for a target here.
Oh, looking for a target right now. They're going to try and all in here onto Missing. Not the ideal target, but they are burning him down fairly well. He's going to lose that Unbreakable Will pretty soon. There it goes, and he's already down to about 10%. So little HP left for him to deal with. 369 made his way down here, has to flash away as there was going to be a Glacial Prison on his ass, and everyone now finding themselves on this bot side. WE feeling confident into JDG here despite the start, despite the kills going over to Ruler. He's just not that Kai'Sa right now. He needs like 2-3 items before he can really contest with this Varus wave clear, which is ironic to say as they both go Static Shiv.
Yep, exactly. It's just a lot easier to get through those waves as Hope. Now, WE, they're on the Dragon. Kanavi is here. He's put the Herald down to try and pressure them after the fight. And it's going to be bursting down. It's 50-50.
It's a 50-50, but it's secured by WE. Now 369 hasn't got really anywhere to go, and he is confirmed as well. Great Keeper's Verdict into the steadfast presence there from Cube to make sure that they not only got rid of Kanavi, but they also confirmed the kill here onto 369. WE find themselves on equal footing. We'll have a little bit of a push here as the Rift Herald did go down into mid, so they should be able to pick up 2 plates. But, I mean, WE, they are pushing back here against JDG and not letting them just have control over this game.
Yeah, I will say they are. Dragons one apiece. Ruler's trying to get a little bit of trade back here, and with the rotations in from Missing and from Kanavi, they will just force him away for now, but I think he's going to be able to come back with Iwande's side and actually collect this wave, so it shouldn't be too big an issue. Ruler, it's happened to the best of us, I know. And that's actually good. That's kind of big. He's not going to get a plate because of that. That's really unlucky, actually, as that minion was definitely in front of him, by the way. But hey, League of Legends is a game.
Yes, it is.
As we're in a replay now. Hello. So, Cube, great steadfast presence to remove Kanavi from the equation. He would have still been able to have cast a smite. In fact, he did. And yeah, then at that point, very easy to lock down 369 in this pit, who was trying to make a mess. As that's about it. That's all there is to break down in that replay. Really good stuff from WE. It's clean, it's concise.
Poppy things. Pops down the Keeper's Verdict. 369 does not fox out this ward and does not know that there are 4 members of WE now on this top side. We'll see the rel. So has probably a pretty strong inclination that the rest of WE are here. And yeah, he's going to be pretty much chased out of this one. Rest of JDG slow. This has kind of been the theme we've seen in the early game now for the last 2 series here from JDG. Slow to react, slow to really make a presence felt. Now they're going to look for it. Magnustorm brings everybody in. Chain of Corruption keeps them all in the same spot. And that's 369 being confirmed down all over a blue buff. JDG end up losing their top laner. Ruler is playing PvE on that bot side, but still, this is still great movements here from WE to make sure they're not just losing out on that side of the map.
Yeah, this is really, really good from WE generally. I mean, Ruler's getting this tower for free, sure, but I mean, they're kind of just doing everything right. They're rotating faster, they're responding quicker, and it feels like generally JDG are just on the back foot when it comes to a lot of these exchanges. Bar that very first one at the first dragon in the game, so props to W right now. They're putting pressure on JDG, they're making them sweat.
They're going to look for a little bit more of a trade back here. Missing trying to be a nuisance alongside Kanavi, but should be pretty easy there for the WE jungler to secure his own red buff. And now Shang's got to make a decision. He has got a full plate of summoners, but I don't think he really thinks he can defend this. Once the Demolish proc comes in, should be pretty easy there for Knight to confirm that. Now with the Rift Herald on the map, we might see another 5v5. You can see the Poppy of Cube already moving up from that bot side, looking to try and maybe catch over an overextension in that mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. See what they can find in the mid lane. Good push from JDG to secure that tower. Also, Ashin, I just remembered you had a question for me like 10 minutes ago. I hope you still have it in your brain somewhere.
I don't think it's in any way relevant. It was to do with the early game. I was wondering how Kanavi... I actually answered it for myself because Ruler ended up getting the red buff. What I thought happened was that Kanavi secured the red buff on that level 1 invade. But then he was still only on 9 CS after, or 12 CS after 3 camps or something like that, or 4 camps, and I was like, that's weird. So then I was answering it myself, and I saw that, yeah, Ruler had the red buff, and he killed Hope, so therefore, the deduction was that Hope actually took it, and then Ruler got it from the kill. That was my question.
You know, if we're going back to when Hope violated the League of Legends Geneva Code, yeah, very, very terrible that he also took the red buff. Now, it's a Herald that we're fighting over. Teleports are in. And
we're not fighting over, we're stealing it away. There's going to be a Cube to come in, immediately drops the steadfast presence. And yeah, you do not want to be in the middle of all this single target CC. They can even get in and take the Rift Herald. WE just not being afraid of JDG right now. We will see Kanavi still got the cease and desist over to the top of his own jungle, but not really in a position to kind of go for that fight just yet. The Rift Herald will get dropped down. There comes the ultimate, knocks back too, and now you just can't defend this as Kanavi. You don't really have the position here to do it. In 20 seconds till that dragon spawns, WE could leave it if they want to go for resets, but again, great play here from WE.
Yeah, it's really, like, honestly, if we're looking at these plays in isolation, if the nameplates are off and you said one of these teams is JDG, one of these teams is WE, I would assume that the red side is JDG, the way that they're outplaying WE at every single angle, but it's the reverse. JDG might just about get this dragon because WE had to reset, right? They expended their tempo on the steal and then dropping the Herald in the mid lane. And as ever, tempo is like a pendulum. Ooh, Knight. We'll just force out the Buster shot. Really well timed on the charm. So JDG, at the very least, strike back. Secure that Herald. Hung just walks in, doesn't he? Wow, that was smoke on 938. That sucks. Anyway, let's watch 369 get one shot as Chains of Corruption into everyone pressing their buttons on him, and the arrow to execute from like 700 damage. Sucks to be that guy. As WE then take that tower in the mid lane, so it feels really good to find that sequence of play, and now they can kind of just consider looking and waiting for this Baron to spawn up, right? And then try and create some pressure around there. This time, don't mis-execute like how you did in game 1. See if you can continue to kind of just, again, my best way to put it is make WE or make JDG sweat at each individual given the moment that they can.
We'll see. WE still now pushing in the pressure here. I love these offensive builds coming out from the Sejuani's, kind of saying, look, I don't need to be anything more than just a CC bot, a little bit of a wall in front of JDG to make sure that my team could do the damage. If the Tristana and the Varus are given time to put in their auto attacks, we see how much damage you can get with a explosive, you know, kind of a bomb on your head, a load of blighted quivers. So Knight, though, is going into that little bit more of split push mode, and they're kind of trying to see if they can deal with multiple different lanes. This is decent here from JDG just to try and regain control, and honestly, if Knight's left alone for another wave, he should be able to confirm that.
Yeah, he should be able to. Seems like WE will respond, though, as Knight is now very awkwardly in no man's land, but I think he should be able to just freely walk out. Ships in the Knight. Like you say, given a lot of space up there, we'll see if he can return surely, as I imagine JDG are just going to keep this same lane assignment. Wait for a couple of people to come back out on the map and then maybe look for aggression towards that side of the map. But again, JDG for me, Machine, they've just been on the back foot. I don't think I've seen Kanavi press his Arky aggressively, right? Not like in response, there's already a fight going on. I haven't seen him start a fight with it yet. So I would really like to see JDG look for that aggression. But at the same time, right, WE, their composition, it is pretty wholly built for dealing with dive and dealing with engage. So it is a bit of a nitpick, and it's very difficult to find angles when you're dealing with Poppy, you're dealing with Rel, Chains of Corruption from the Vi, Buster Shot, right? There are so many tools. Speaking of, Missing's going to have to use his ultimate to dissuade and engage from one of those tools inside the Chains of Corruption, but much shorter cooldown on the Chains in comparison to that ultimate from Alistar.
We'll wait. Kind of a bit of a lull in the action right now. Still a dead even game in terms of gold. 36k or just underneath it for both of these teams. Second items now coming through for most of the important carries. As WE now start to prioritize their vision around this newly spawned Baron. That's where they kind of started to fall away for them in the first game, and maybe it's going to happen again here in this one. We are going to see a perfectly buffered ultimate there from Shanks, and they punish here onto Kanavi. Both flashes by Kanavi and Knight used to try and make that play happen, but Shanks was as cold as ice. That was so well played.
Yeah, really well played by Shanks. Under the pressure there of being engaged on. Times the rocket jump well. And again, this is kind of why I was just saying, like, obviously a bit frustrating to not see JDG pull the trigger on some of their tools, but it's so difficult.
Ruler! He's dead, though. It was fancied, but he's going to die. That means that you now got 369 again in a terrible spot here, but with Ruler dead and a TP available for Shanks, they might look to try and re-engage on this Baron.
Yeah, surely, right? I mean, WE can start this one up. There's no ultimates available besides the Dominus. Teleport's coming back in from Shanks, like you mentioned, for the DPS, so 369 really has to pull out a clinic here.
Here we go. Charm lands. They can burn down the Sejuani to be huge, but that denial, the Keeper's verdict, and the verdict is no. Kanavi will not be able to get himself in on time. They're trying to get the resets in. Hope will have to flash over the wall. But for the moment, he's still going well. Knight has got himself a Spirit Rush, and they should be able to kill off the AD carry of WE. Now they can get Iwandi as well. What was looking like a perfectly clean-cut win here for the side of WE has gotten a little bit scrappy, but they still get themselves the Baron.
Still with the Baron. WE comfortable enough position. And because they died so quickly, they will be back out on the map just about in time for when the dragon spawns. They'll spawn as the dragon spawns. We'll see whether or not they can actually contest it. That's the big question, right? JDG taking resets of their own in the top side of the map. I imagine a 5v5 is still going to occur over this. If you're WE, you don't want to give JDG sole point. You want to pick this one up for yourself. Keep things as even as you can. As we're getting timing on this rocket jump from Shanks. It's just so well played.
Insane.
And yeah, I'm not... Ruler just... Okay, we're not going to get pro view on this. So does he just think he has 100 to 0? I guess?
Oh, he gets hit by the Chain of Corruption.
Oh.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. He obviously wanted to try and make some movement around it, but had to cleanse and immediately ult because he couldn't move. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, Poke kind of throwing it back in Poke. I mean, at the end of the day, even once Ruler goes in, Chains of Corruption or not, he's still getting hit by it. I think that's the thing. Still, very, very unfortunate timing for Ruler. A bit questionable for me. I understand he definitely has lethal if it's an isolated Shanks, right? But certainly not with all three members clumped up together. JDG did get that dragon whilst he was in the replay that I was talking about, so it doesn't really seem like a major contest actually went through for it. So, JDG at soul point. Maybe that Ocean Soul can kind of tip the scales. That was an attempt at fishing. That goes a little bit awry.
A little bit awry, but for the moment, JDG not out of control of this game. We need to keep up this pressure, and they are doing just that. Cube pushing in this bot side with this Baron. A lot more pressure and presence available for WE on this Baron pick, and they should be able to pick up at least one of these tier 2s. So, good rotations now coming in. No real objective on the map for at least another 4 minutes. Maybe even a little bit less because of the Baron respawning, but Overall, you're not unhappy with the state of the game for now for WE, but we saw this in game number 1, and even despite all these advantages, it's still only just under 1,000 gold lead for WE. JDG still had those 3 dragons, so it's honestly still a very even game despite WE making all these plays.
I've got it. WE, don't fight around mid lane if there's a don't fight around the lane if there's a wave, all right? Just let all of your fights be in the river or in the jungle and hope that there's no wave, and then you'll be okay, right?
It's technically a negative Baron power play.
Yeah, well, not technically. It is.
It's
just it's so far a negative Baron power play that it actually is just negative gold.
That's unfortunate.
So
that kind of
yeah,
sucks.
Not the best. All right, things were traded out tier 2 on either side of the map, top to bot from JDG. So yeah, again, you know, even though they didn't get away with that Baron, they got away with it, but they didn't even get the dragon to try and snowball a couple of objectives away from JDG. So things still up in the air, I think it's safe to say, given what happened in game number 1 of this series. JDG still have the opportunity to win it, even if it feels definitely super uncharacteristic from the JDG side to be struggling so much on the level of, you know, coordination, right? They typically are the team that are so far on the same page that it doesn't look right? It doesn't look human. Check him PC, that copy paster. Very far and few away.
It's not normal.
From that. Not normal. Not normal at all. WE definitely pushed JDG a bit. Ruler gets hit by that, and that's his cleanse.
Missing is gonna go missing as he gets caught out here. Cube stopping Knight from having any impact in this fight. And again, another great pick here for WE. No objective really to take after the fact, but just good to kind of get the cleanse out, gets the flash and the ignite out of the Alistair as well. So again, little small advantages coming in here for the side of WE, and again, just to kind of keep them in this series, they want to try and get into a 1-1, get that 2-1 victory and push themselves towards that top 6. If they lose this, they're almost out of that contention. Here we go. They're going to have a TP coming in. There's going to be an ultimate available there, but the redemption comes down from the side of WE. There's going to be the Keeper's Verdict. Going to be used off to the side. Not quite sure what Cube was looking for, but now Knight has to flash away from all this movement because Ruler tried to find some damage. A flash away by Hope as 369 looks to try and confirm his kill. Lots of burning flashes. Ruler tries to get the damage in, but that's a full tank Poppy up on that top side. It's again very scrappy. Lots of summoners burned, but JDG still looking more confident in these fights.
Yeah, they are still looking quite confident, aren't they? Ruler especially. I think he's going to be the difference maker. I mean, he's always the difference maker, but you can see how much damage he can deal to the squishier champions here, right? Shanks down to Iwandi. If he's left alone for even a moment, he's an assassin right now. I'll put it that way. So that's what they need to do. They need to try and break the fight apart as JDG. Maybe in this very weird way, right? If you try and front to back engage as JDG into WE's composition, 1-to-1, with how these comps interact, you should probably just lose. Maybe you look to really, like, be weird as JDG. Get creative, like flank from different angles but engage on different targets and let Ruler really pick. That's maybe how you break through this defense as WE. Because right now, they've got control of the river. If JDG do manage to secure this dragon, it is sold, but with Baron on the map, they could actually gambit, give this dragon up and actually secure the Baron instead.
That's what getting those early dragons secures you, the tempo decisions. So now WE recognize this and they're pushing in towards that mid lane. They've got a cannon if they wanted to try and push in to try and get that, but JDG already forcing them here onto the Baron. There's a good bit of damage onto Iwandi. He's already lost half his HP, but Knight loses the Spirit Rush. Baron still being taken here. Iwandi crashes down away from this whole entire fight. Baron resets. Good charm there, straight in, right on top of Shanks, who does not get the buffer, but eventually gets himself away. Now with the redemption coming out, trying to give back a little bit more HP to Iwandi. We can see them kind of fighting on two different fronts. Cube seeing if he can keep everybody away. Ruler goes golden, flashes away, just gonna get himself back out of this fight as Shanks goes in. One more auto attack as both Shanks and Ruler take each other out. It's a 2-for-2. These health bars are low, but you gotta feel with the long range of this Varus, it's all WE's time now. They know they've got themselves the jungler advantage as well, so they can look for this Baron if they truly feel it.
Yeah, if they can get maybe missing here, smite commit. It's not going to be enough slow. A couple more flashes, missing's gone. Surely, oh, healing from the passive. Never mind. A little bit too tanky, and that is actually just about enough time to probably stop WE from going towards the Baron. JDG, however, that fight is kind of along the lines of what I was talking about. We had that engage followed up very quickly from missing on that trio, and then Canavios on the other two members of WE, which gave Ruler the int. This is what I'm talking about. Make the fight messy. Actually try and break WE apart so they can't just pick off each individual target that walks in through the front door. Make it a multi-angled affair, and I think Ruler will have the ability to actually sneak into the backline. Issue is now with no flash, repositioning is going to be a lot more difficult. He's got cleanse, so he can blow away something like the Glacial Prison, but it's still going to be difficult on WE. I think after watching that one fight, could even try and adapt and just ensure that they stay on top of each other again.
No stopwatch this time, though, for Ruler. Has got the cleanse, but again, Flash was burnt as well. He might be going back to try and finish up that Zhonya's, and honestly, I think it's totally worth it. Yep, there it is. That is a very worth buy coming out here for the side of JDG. And honestly, even if they do give up this Dragon, I feel like having that extra security is just so invaluable. As now everyone starts to move in. WE do have the vision control for the moment, but they do have a ward sneakily on the back of that Baron or Dragon Pits. They know that this has only been started just now. Missing goes in to try and disrupt these tanks, this front line. Kanavi now jumping into the back of the pit as he looks to try and fight this one off. Cube so low, but the redemption comes out, keeps him alive. Kanavi finished off the Dragon, and that is the Ocean Soul as Ruler shotguns himself right back in the back of the pit. Oh, Jamada, it's game one all over again. One small fight in favor of JDG, and Ruler picks up a triple. It's a full house with trips on dubs, and JDG will be able to end the game.
And that's exactly what the cherry on the top is, isn't it? It's 30 minutes again. There's a mid-wave again, and JDG are winning a team fight in a game where they really had no right to do so again, and they will close out this series 2-0 against WE.
Not only will they close out this series, they will confirm themselves top two. 2-0 today gets them too much of a game difference for anybody to really be contesting them. And that means we are going to be seeing BLG and JDG as our top two teams here in the regular split. They will go all the way to the end of the gauntlet, basically, into the double elimination, as the MSI champions and the MSI runner-ups will almost certainly be seeing each other once again in those playoffs.
Yep, almost certainly. It feels like the battle of 2023 here in the LPL. BLG and JDG. That rivalry continues to brew, develop, and really continue. WE, I feel bad for them in this game.
Yeah,
JDG clearly off form. JDG clearly off form. Let's not, kind of not assess the situation for what it is. We've seen JDG slaughter teams right next to them in the standings, right? So for them to kind of still struggle a bit against WE is a testament to them being a bit off form, but also for WE to stand up to a JDG, off form or not, is still a really, really positive sign for them moving forward towards playoffs, right? And even though they will drop down now to, I believe, 7-7, and likely locks them into this 7th to 10th mosh pit, it does make me feel like, hey, any of these teams that they come up against around them, they have a very, very solid shot of, contesting and taking down, because it feels like they have found their groove, right? They have found what their, identity is as a team, W, and that is, around those sort of later game team fights and drafting things where they have enough agency to make team fights happen in the early game if they need to, but acknowledging that for them, it feels like to me, their understanding of team fights and how to play them out is relatively strong. I feel like in this game, outdone just by JDG's, well, again, JDG are just the best team fighting team in the world in my mind. I don't think there's really a team that holds a candle. You could argue BLG on form. You could maybe say...
I mean, you could argue it, but I mean, the results would tell you otherwise.
Results, exactly, right? That's kind of just how it is. That is the objective fact, is that JDG have not been bested in a best of 5 when it comes to those team fights, right? And that's just kind of how it's been so far this year. That's the story. But yeah, very positive for JDG, obviously, to 2-0 WE. Was it clean? Different story. And again, we're going to have to continue to track that. For WE, though, huge. And I am actually now kind of optimistically looking at them as a playoffs, contender in the first 3 rounds to potentially try and make some kind of small run towards round 3. And hopefully, for them, maybe make a couple of upsets happen.
Oh, absolutely. And look, for WE, it's a bittersweet moment. You played exceptionally well. I think that there was a lot of hope kind of coming in for this roster, but now 7-7, it's not ideal coming out here. You're kind of relegating yourself to really kind of saying, look, we're probably not going to be making top 6. We're going to be in that first round. And that means you're in that mixer. You're in that setup between the likes of, RNG, NIP. NIP still yet to confirm, but we'll see maybe if they can do that.
TT are going to make it.
TT is still going. They got to face JDG, though.
All right, because we're going to have a relatively extended-ish like back end of the show here because we don't have an interview. It's going to be us and just talking about the games, and we're waiting for the MVP results, etc. Let's talk about TT for a minute because TT have been on an upswing. I'm TT's biggest fan right now. TT have been on an upswing. They obviously lost their most. Yeah, I think they. No, they are just 3 wins on a row.
No,
still,
3 wins. 3 wins off the trot.
Yeah, I thought they lost their most recent series, but maybe I'm misremembering.
You're not
Either
even
way.
a fan. You're a fake fan. You don't even know the results.
So, no. They always needed 7 wins. Yeah, exactly. They always needed 7 wins. So, TT, right? Dealt with OMG. They have LNG, who, to be fair, LNG, they're LNG, right? So it's a bit tough to really say that they're going to lose.
Not impossible, but it's tough.
They did get pushed to 3 games by LGD, didn't they? So hey, maybe LNG are a little bit, shaky. And LNG have bad days. Let's keep it mixing. So they take down, LNG. It's an upset, but it's not really the most surprising upset in the world. But seeing JDG play like how they did today against WE, and then obviously lose to IG, get the tinfoil. We need an XDD tinfoil hammer or something. Anyway. I think it's not unreasonable for them to beat JDG if they're playing like this. I think TT are the perfect scientist team to do it and actually maybe snipe NIP out of playoffs.
So here's
if
the
NIP
thing.
stay at 7 wins.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's the thing.
If NIP stay at 7 wins.
Even if TT beat LNG tomorrow, because that is going to be our first series tomorrow, NIP go up against FPX, and you would have to favor NIP over FPX in that one. All NIP have to do, because actually, let me take a quick look at the maths. So there's a 4-game difference here. So if TT -2 go up to -4 and then -3, I mean, it's definitely still doable. But I mean, if all NIP has to do is win that series. You win that series either 2-1 or 2-0. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what TT do. Then, unfortunately, at that stage, they will fall to the wayside of everybody else. So there is only 1 spot left in playoffs. We'll have to wait and see. Both these teams are playing tomorrow. TT in our first game versus LNG, and I believe it's FPX versus NIP in our second. But we're going to talk about this game, and you can see there, JDG, they were losing until they won. And it just comes down to the fact that Ruler just kept trying to find advantages in these shotgun plays. He kept putting himself on the back line, kept finding things to kind of go for. And I mean, JDG now with that 2-0 lock themselves to top 2. They are guaranteed at worst a 4th place finish here in the LPL summer.
Yep, exactly. And we know who's getting MVP from this game, don't we?
Oh,
we know what's gonna happen. There's only
Missing.
one person. But yeah, it was still a pretty up and down-ish game for JDG. They were struggling to find engages, and that was by design of both compositions, right? In the sense of WE have a whole bunch of disengage and very strong tools to burst down one target. And I think, again, JDG kind of started to find the winning formula. And I feel like that was breaking apart these team fights and stop, kind of approaching from one angle. We never really saw 369 Kanavi on flanks. They were always kind of going in frontal, and that just made the lives of WE really easy to find those counter engages. As soon as they started splitting the fights apart, it immediately became a much simpler affair where WE couldn't really pick on Ruler, and that last recall to pick up that Zhonya's was huge to actually enable an aggressive play, and yeah, run over eventually by the engage. WE couldn't hold fast.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ruler at one point was 4-0. I think, 4-1 to be perfectly fair because he did die. But, I mean, when you get that kind of advantage over to someone like Ruler, it is just an unholy amount of damage to be able to come out from him. The man is, in my view, and probably in the eyes of many, he is the best AD carry in the world as of right now. And I don't think there's anyone really kind of vying for that right now. Maybe Elk, can on his day, could maybe go for it. But I think it's pretty safe to say that Ruler is still numero uno as we come into it. But yeah, I mean, look, it took us, maybe we started at 10, it's like 4 hours and 20 minutes, but we got one series done. Proud of you, proud of me. Yeah, this was, no problem, man. We sometimes waiting is the hardest part. But yeah, I mean, look, for me, this is a JDG that is still very much the team to beat. This is very much a JDG that is going to be still my favorites for summer playoffs until BLG can prove me wrong that they can beat JDG, because they have lost now 6 series in the year to JDG between best of 3s and best of 5s. I still have to value JDG as the #1 team.
after, and I still hold it to, like, JDG lost that first best of 5 4-1. It wasn't even 3-2. They lost it 4-1. But since then, there is no
I remember
doubt.
how mad you were. You were so angry.
Because JDG were so heavily weighted as the favorites, and this is before we really kind of understood how
BLG,
much better BLG had gone, right?
For sure.
Which definitely made it feel a little bit worse, I suppose. But since then, no doubts about it. JDG have been on top. They have been the best. They have been unequivocally unchallenged when it's mattered. And I think that could continue to be a trend until we see these two teams meet up again in playoffs. We'll see what teams make it out of those first 3 rounds, of course, because, you know, it's not like the LPL is just entirely BLG, JDG. It low-key is. But there are other teams.
We swear we're not a 2-team region. We swear.
We're not a 2-team region. We're not we're not just the LCK. We're not just the LCK. Look,
give me the copium. Where's the copium? I need it.
But look, I think you know, realistically, a top esports on their day can, you know, contest, but we've not seen a top esports on their day when they played against JDG. They have crumbled, they have cracked, and they have plainly choked. Nothing else to say about it, right? And the expectations and the potential ceilings of Weibo have not been explored, and the only other team then at that point you could really look towards as a serious contender is potentially Weibo, or not Weibo, LNG. But again,
I was about to come in
like
hard on that point. I was like,
but it feels like for LNG, right? For LNG, the consistency and the thinking man's League of Legends that we were seeing in spring, just isn't there anymore. So it is very strange, and I think the outsiders to those 5 teams in the top 5 right now. You look at someone like maybe EDG, right? Maybe that experience of having Uzi, Mako, and JJ all on the same roster eventually pulls through. And maybe they make a late run, because at the end of the day, EDG were supposed to be, and I mean, they finished 3rd in spring, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were supposed to kind of repeat the same kind of deal. They've had their trials and tribulations this split, and they've definitely ramped up. Still, I feel like a little bit more development to go, but enough time perhaps until Worlds? We'll have to see. MVP was Ruler. This was a bit of a foregone conclusion. I don't think anyone's going to contest this. He carried JDG when it mattered the most here in this game number 2, and ensured that, there was no, you know, shenanigans coming out from WE to make this a 3-game series. Excellent stuff from him.
Yeah, really, really was. And I mean, it started from this. So you can see there, this Ruler being the benefactor for a lot of... sorry, not the benefactor, beneficiary of a lot of this... learned that from LEC between Vedius and the medic and Vedius. Yeah, they had a whole thing. If you're the benefactor, you're giving the money. If you're a beneficiary, you are receiving the money. But anyway... Ruler was constantly being a menace. Ruler constantly trying to be at the forefront of it. And this is the thing. We talked about this about Jackie Love earlier today, myself and Hysterics, is that, yes, some of the plates do look like a bit, what the hell is he doing? Why is he going for this one here? You know, this play here, you're like, oh, why did he put himself all the way in the backside and then die? But you have to go for those kind of plays if you want to be considered the best. If you're going to sit there and pretend, you know, that everything's okay, I'm just going to try and, you know, do no damage. Like, even here, you can see him, like, who's he putting damage to? Finally realize that, look, putting the damage onto Iwanity is not the ideal person. And just knowing that he has the presence of mind to make this fight work, it's just just why he is literally the best AD carry in the world. I think I will always respect a man who tries versus a man who never tries. And that's just kind of it. You know, you gotta throw, you miss all the shots you don't take is the best way to put it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know what? Jackie Love W'd over that wall in spring finals or summer finals last year so that Ruler could ult into the backline as Kaiser and die. I think that's the way that I'm looking at it. This is the progression of time, you know. You know, Ruler
Thank
is
you
losing,
for your service.
Look, Ruler is losing the rigid discipline of, you know, being an LCK AD carry for the longest time into being, you know, an LPL rep, right? That's what it is. It's just a natural progression. That's just how this whole thing goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the way it is. Today's results, bit of a weird one for us today. We went back in time to spring when we used to only have 2 series on a Wednesday, but we had 2 quick, swift 2-0s. in the grand scheme of things. WE definitely not getting the, if you only look at the results, you're definitely not looking at WE as if, like, you know, it doesn't tell the full story, I feel, of that game. Top Esports 1 kind of does, if I'm being totally honest. They kind of smashed them a little bit, but of course, our game between OMG and AL was postponed. That will be played on Monday the 17th. I believe it's going to be the first series of the day there, and we can see there, everybody's either knocked out or locked in for playoffs, bar NIP and TT there. The last two remaining teams will come into the last 5 days of the remaining split. And I mean, Jamada, this is starting to come down to little fine margins, depending. Even looking at the sides of, like, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even down to the, you know, kind of where people are positioned. And that's where things can start to get a little bit more muddied.
Exactly. Right. That's where this is going to be a complete, I can't say that word. It's going to be a show, and you can figure out what the first one is.
Use
to
your
figure out some of the
imagination.
placements. Use your imagination, right? And to me, I'm looking at, you know, really it's this sort of this big clump of 9th. I want to have faith in RNG, right? They've got a game in hand still, all the way up basically to 5th, right? It's gonna be a bit of a nonsense and a bit of a nuisance, I think, for a lot of teams to have potentially start losing out on positions for you know, from game difference. We'll see how things lie, though. It's going to be super interesting, and at the end of the day, you know, trying to slip into that, you know, I think the 5th, 6th position is the one that's probably the most coveted, right? Skipping out on that first round is going to be huge to just buy you a little bit of extra time, and crucially, just prep time to watch what the team that you're going to come up against next does in that previous series, so that you can have something potentially special cooked up once they make it there.
Yeah, and absolutely, and you can see that in the standings as well. We do have our definitive top 2, and then it's kind of our top 3 and 4, and then after that, it's kind of a bit of a medley. As we look towards tomorrow games, it is TT versus LNG fighting for their playoff lives. RTT, fortunately for them, it is not in their own hands. They not only have to win their first series, they then have to wait anxiously for that second one, as we have ourselves a 3-venue day: Suzhou, Shenzhen, and then Shanghai. BLG versus RNG coming in to end the series, or end the day of series, as BLG look to solidify and codify themselves as the #1 regular team split in the regular splits.
You got that. BLG can secure that first place position tomorrow. But I mean, how nerve-wracking is that for TT? You could potentially win it all against LNG, 2-0 them even, right? Let's just say it happens. Screw it. Just to then potentially watch NIP walk over the opportunity. That would feel rough, but that would be competition, and that would be the LPL. And at that point, we would then just be jostling for seeding in the remainder of the playoff spots. Could come down to that. I hope that NIP lose, not because I want to see them not in playoffs, but just
I'm
because
gonna tell
we
the
can
NIP
see
social
this.
media manager. I'm telling
Tell
the NIP
social media manager. Yep, go ahead.
Tell them now.
No, that's
Jamada's
fine.
a hater. Jamada's a hater.
I want to see this. I want to see this NIP TT, you know, race come down to the wire. You know, I want it to be really tooth and nail until the end. But I think that's all we have for today, Ashin.
It is indeed. Thank you so much, Jamada, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL, and a little bit of the pauses. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck with us all the way. Hey, we gotta, you know, in the grand scheme of the world, it's little. It's all about perspective. Thank you guys for sticking with us, watching with it, and of course the XD dances in the chat made it all worth it. And of course, thank you to our fantastic production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time on the usual channel, and we'll see you then.